today, and I don't know why, and it just started just an hour and a half ago. I was fine all day, and then it's just like, nope, you hurt now.
Or
What's that?
I started getting a sore throat like right before
Are
you
you
said
sick?
your last mention. No, I don't know why. It's probably just because I'm upset about baseball.
I'm pretty upset that baseball exists as well. Don't worry about it. I'm so mad that you follow baseball when you could be following the Devils. You're in Jersey. Have some pride.
Look, I follow sports. I mostly became interested in sports so I'd have something to talk with my dad about, and he wasn't into hockey because he was into hockey when it was about fighting. Look, if they were still fighting in hockey, then maybe I would be into it.
Yeah, okay.
They pussied it out though.
I mean, yeah, they really, really did. But, that's what they do with sports. They pussy out all the time.
Oh yeah, basketball is so much pussier than when I was a kid, even. But that's because there was a riot in Detroit. That kind of changed things.
Yo,
When
fuck Detroit. I'm calling Eminem and ICP out. That's not true. Like Eminem and ICP would even fucking care. A nobody on
Look,
the internet is calling them out when they are actually making money.
Eminem has notoriously thin skin, though.
I know, but he doesn't have skin thin enough to care about what some random, dopey ass podcaster has to say when he is literally selling out stadiums. At least, the people he gets upset with are people that are as probably wealthy as him.
Yeah, it's just because those are the only people he actually interacts with.
Yeah,
Like, if he
exactly.
actually heard you, then he probably would get pretty mad.
The thing is, I don't even, I actually really like Eminem. So, I don't
Yeah.
even want to make him mad, but, can you think about how infamous our podcast would be if he called it out?
Dude, that would make it.
It's crazy that, I like this guy, but, if I could somehow make sure he, I got under his skin enough for him to call us out in, a rap or something, we would actually be famous.
Yes, that is how that works.
That guy is huge. And I never even this is gonna sound so stupid and millennial of me or whatever. But the way I figured out how huge he was by looking at how many people follow him on Twitter. The way, this is the thing, is that when you grow up in a small town and you find that CD with the explicit label on the front or whatever, and you're a kid and you're just like, oh, this looks cool or whatever, you pick it up, you show it to your friends, and then there's maybe 5 of you in the high school that you're in, the small high school of 200 students, so 5 is a pretty high percentage actually. There's the 5 of you listening to it, and you all know and love it. And then, you meet other people later on in your life that have heard of him, but it never clicks to you that, 100 million people are in the same boat until you, look on Twitter and see that this motherfucker is, one of the biggest people on it, apparently. Let me see what he's at.
It's really fucking huge.
Oh, never mind. He only has 19 million. He's a little bitch.
Ah.
What's Ashton Kutcher at now? Ashton Kutcher has long since been the dude. Oh, Ashton Kutcher's at nothing. People don't care about him anymore. Okay.
Old man.
Yeah, he's only at 17 million. And I know that it's only 17 million. But when you consider that, I think Mariah Carey, who is literally a nobody now, yeah, she even has 15 million. So, what's Lady Gaga at? This is just the podcast now, by the way.
Okay.
Lady Gaga is at 51.9 million followers.
Sounds about right.
I love her, though. She is one of my favorite artists. Not even, as a guilty pleasure or ironically, I think she's fucking wonderful. I love everything she stands for. She's so good.
I didn't like art pop as much as
Art pop is fucking trash, but you know what? Even the Beatles had some shitty albums. and songs. So, it's okay.
Yeah.
Tangent over. Anyways, this is the Burning Barrel podcast. Welcome, we're back. I'm so sorry for... I'm just going to take the full blame on this. It's totally my fault that we haven't done this. I've been messaged, like, incessantly every week about, like, when we should do another podcast. And I've been wanting to, but I've been kind of putting it off because, like, we were going to do one yesterday.
Yeah.
And, like, I apologize for not getting back to you. I can explain why, and I will.
That was also probably good because I kind of passed out early yesterday, so.
Okay. I had a shitty day at work.
Yeah.
And, like, even when I got picked up, like, from my girlfriend or whatever, she was, like, trying to talk to me, and I just said, I don't want to talk to anybody, and we didn't talk all night.
Wow.
I was just so done with everybody in the world. I just wanted to go home, put on some headphones, and just, like, listen to other people talk to each other while, like, staring blankly off into space. Like, I was so fucking done. That's why I didn't even respond when you messaged me on Twitter after, because I was just like, no, like, we're done. Not today.
I mean, I figured it was something with your work.
It was bad. Yesterday was the worst day I've actually had in a long time, and I don't even know why. It was shitty. But today, as you can tell, was a normal day. It was fine. And
that's good.
We're here.
Yay!
And
Glad to be here.
Other times, like this past month, I've just basically been either too busy, feeling kind of shitty, or just the same thing where I was exhausted, came home and basically passed out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all it's been. It hasn't been anything like we should put it on hiatus so then people will really crave it or something. It wasn't anything weird or PR related or sinister or even like scary on one of our parts where like we found out we had cancer or something. It was literally just, it never worked out.
Schedules, man. And doing other stuff.
Yeah, that's kind of it. Like living life to the fullest, as it were.
Yeah.
Anyways, we have a shitload of stuff to talk about because of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
My list is not in any way in any order. So we can just kind of bounce around, I think. Or like yours seems to be in order, like actually.
Yeah, because I write down stuff as I do it throughout the weeks. So my stuff sort of in the sections is ordered by like order of when I did stuff.
Okay. Well, we can just kind of go through your stuff and I'll throw in some of mine randomly in there.
Okay. Let's start with Super Mario Maker.
Did we not talk about this?
We did. But
okay.
So like the big thing for me is I sort of I've been making levels and I like shifted in terms of like what I was thinking about when I was making levels a bunch of times.
Has your idea of what a level should be shifted?
It's not even what a level should be that I'm getting into. It's more like, okay, what levels can I make that people will play and like in this weird form where people just are being served random levels.
Yeah.
It's like that, or then I got tired of doing that and then tried to make weird mazy levels where there were like multiple ways to get through stuff.
Like puzzle levels sort of thing.
Yeah, but like not, you have to solve this puzzle or you can't move forward to the next one. More like there are all these different, it's more maze-like, so there are all these different ways you could go, and kind of all of them will lead you to the right path, but if there's just shit you don't want to deal with, there are just like other ways you can go, and like the challenge comes from just being fucking confused because you're getting too much information at once. You're like, where the fuck do I go?
That's actually exactly what like normal Mario ghost houses are.
Yeah. For the most part.
I mean, toned down to a playable level, but like that's what they are. They are like you can basically take any path you want and finally find your way out. Yes. But like one path might just be faster.
Yeah, they have the advantage of multiple exits. So
yeah,
feels like stuff. Also, I'm super excited. They're gonna release a update free DLC for Mario Maker that's gonna include checkpoints. They're putting checkpoints into the game.
That is actually a game changer and will make me play that again a lot. That is the one problem I have with that game, and I've gone on record saying this. In Super Meat Boy, it's fine dying all the time because you are back in the action instantly. It is not fine dying all the time and starting from the beginning in some of these shitty Mario levels.
Yeah. Yeah. Once you're really playing a lot of Super Mario Maker, the big thing is like pressing pause and hitting start over is so much faster than listening to the dying noise.
Yeah, I mean, then you Tony Hawk it, right? Where, like, even if you don't do it perfectly the way you want it, you just do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's when you get into a good rhythm with it, which is sort of like a shame that, like, the system based around lives is the only way they serve stuff to you, for the most part.
Yeah, for sure.
They're also going to put out, like, a special channel of, like, featured levels or something.
Yes.
There was a level from some Facebook challenge or something they said was going to be the first one, and that's a way they could serve from Nintendo created levels. Also, they're going to put in the thing where you can, like, attach a fire flower to a mushroom so that if someone's big when they hit the mushroom, it'll be a fire flower instead.
Are they doing anything to fix the, like, level leaderboards, as it were, so that, like, people with 1 million followers like Ross and Gerard don't just have top slots all the time?
I don't think so. And I don't know how you fix that.
I mean, you do it the way you were saying, like, put a featured thing on it, and, like, maybe you like this level, this has kind of the same elements in it, like an algorithm to kind of detect what, like, you might have liked about a level.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they have like recommended level stuff when you play a level.
Yeah.
But I don't know how good that stuff is or how good their algorithm is.
So, I mean, they're still going to have the problem I have where, like, the people, like, PewDiePie, if he makes a level, will be the number one slot always because of popularity, not because of quality.
Yeah, the top starred stuff is just broken because of out of game meta, basically.
That's so lame. I hate
it sucks. It makes that whole list useless.
You know why I hate that, though, is because Google and, like, Amazon and stuff have these great algorithms to get around that when I'm browsing shit, that I want that in everything. Like, of course, if I watch the Game Grumps a lot, I'm going to get a lot of, like, you should check out Ego Raptor and Ninja Sex Party and stuff, and that's fine because that's what I'm into. But at the same time, I start watching just, like, small animation channels, I will start getting recommended, like, weird small animation channels I would have never heard of before. That's what I like. But, like, Google and all these big corporations that have the internet presence, I'm not even going to say an internet presence, but the internet presence.
Yeah.
Of course they have the time and money to put behind that, and it behooves them. I just wish everything did, because it's so good when you find some, like, that diamond in the rough sort of thing and start off at the ground level. That's kind of what I want in Mario Maker, but it seems like it's going to go the Facebook route of more likes, more, like, visibility.
Yeah. Yep. It's totally that.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Anyways, so this is going to sound really pointed and mean, but are you getting better at making levels?
Oh, for sure.
I don't mean it in the way that, like, your levels were terrible, even though I hated some of the RNG elements you put in them that I played. But, like, I meant it more like you're spending time with it. Like, are you starting to get, like, a real sense for what you want in a level and how to design it now?
Yeah, it's because I'm trying this weird challenge of, like, making it this particular kind of difficulty. I'm definitely getting better at that.
Okay. I guess the question is...
It's more like the puzzle, like making the maze thing.
Yeah.
Was like a level that I found it interesting enough that I spent more time making it than a lot of the other levels I made. So I think it was better just from that fact.
I guess, like, the more accurate way I meant to phrase that is, do you find yourself doing a lot less kind of, like, putting something down and just seeing if it works, like a lot less trial and error and kind of having a more clarity of what you want and going into it with that? Because it seemed like your one level you said was literally just, I wonder if you can do this, and then put it up.
Yeah. I mean, I stopped that pretty. Like I made a ton of like easier levels after I made those super hard ones, and I had much more of a plan with those. But then I made a level that was literally, let's make challenges. So I made this one level that nobody's beaten online, other than that, and it did get taken down, and I changed it slightly and put it back up. But it was literally just like, let me make a level that each challenge is like using the bizarre mechanics of Super Mario World that are in this game.
Oh no, you don't have a thing
So-
where you have to throw a fucking springboard and then hit in midair, do you?
No, it was
Okay.
nothing that's ridiculous. It's just the stuff that it seems like people who play the game normally just don't know. Like just throwing an object up or spin jumping on enemies.
Oh,
Like people just don't know you can do that.
like on a thwomp or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that level just doesn't get beaten, but it's not actually ridiculous. It was a little ridiculous, but I made it simpler and easier. But it's just interesting that like there are people who just there's part of Mario that people are fluent in, and then there's Super Mario World.
Maybe give me the code for that. I'd like to try it, and then like I can put in the show notes if people are interested in it too.
Okay.
Yeah, later on though, obviously.
Mhm.
Yeah, but Super Mario Maker is still a thing. People are still playing it. I like it. I just like, dude, shit has been coming out.
Yeah.
So
it was a game I was basically fiddling with every day. It was like my little like I would get to my desk, I'd see if people had played my levels, I'd fiddle with stuff. I've sort of stopped that more recently, but for a while there I was doing it. I was playing with it every day.
I've been trying to make a level in it, and it's really fucking hard because the way I wanted to make the level wasn't just like I want to have fun with this stuff and see what I can create. I've been trying to think about like teaching the player a mechanic at the beginning, implementing that, and then like increasing the difficulty, like the way that you would kind of think about like level design, where it's like in 1-1, the first thing you encounter is a Goomba, and that teaches you that like you have to jump because you can't run into it. It will hurt you if you try, like you just start over sort of thing. So there must be a way to get around it. And then when you jump, there's a good chance you're going to hit one of those blocks, so that the like given the block will teach you that like you can hit things with your head, and maybe like these coin ones will have a different effect sort of thing. And then like there's pipes. So you have to know how to jump over the Goomba to get past that. Then you have to know how to jump higher up to get past the pipes, and then across them like to get over the gap later, like that sort of thing. And that's really fucking hard to make an interesting this game has made 1-1 the like definition of the perfect level design in my head.
It's fucking incredible.
Yeah.
But like the big thing with a Mario game is it's a whole game.
Yeah.
So they can do the way they make those games, and I saw like interviews with Miyamoto and like the other guy who's head of it, is they think up fun stuff they just want to do.
Yeah.
Like of just sit, and that's the like levels that are at the end of the game. But then like the hard work is like constructing these early levels that have to teach the player.
Yeah.
So the reason like like the newer games, like if you've played Mario, those early levels kind of suck because they're assuming the person playing them is like this is their first Mario game.
Yeah.
And they have to like teach them everything all over again.
That's right. Yeah.
Because they made lost levels which didn't do that, and that happened.
Or in the thing like Super Mario 64, you are actually teaching that same generation a whole new set of skills they will have to learn. So those first levels in a 3D world, that's why they're kind of shitty and weird. Because you're learning a 3D environment, and then later on they implement, like, don't get me wrong, that game controls like ass. It always has. It still does. And people that can play it are like gods in my mind, because I don't understand how the fuck they can get around how shitty that game plays. But there is still that ramp up where you go into like the main Goomba land. I can't even remember what the name is because I hate that game so much. But like you go into the first painting, and it's just basic ass Goombas and some like little 3D environments to get you used to like moving the camera around if you need to. Like you're going up a mountain that kind of spirals up, so you have to the camera will move and stuff like that, and you have to do some weird jumps. And it's all in a safe environment. Then you get to like the end game, like TikTok clock, and they take away all the things that would make you safe. And they're just like, at this point, this is where you have honed your skills, you've learned what to do, and like you just have to do it now, and it's harder. Like even in that game, their design is impeccable. It is perfect. The thing is, I don't want to go through those first like 3 levels of learning every single time anymore. I just don't. So,
the other thing I want to mention about Mario is like going back and just trying to play older Mario games. Once I've played Mario Maker, it's like they've changed. Like the physics in those games has changed. They play better than those old games. Honestly, it's like a big thing with Mario Maker to me is it just plays better than those older Mario games, but uses like those 2D aesthetics that are really what I like.
Yeah.
So I fucking love it.
I have to say, though, I actually hate using the triggers as, like, your spin jump and stuff like that. I wish it was still mapped. Or at least give me the option to map it to, like, how it used to be, where you would, like, hold up and jump sort of thing to do certain jumps, or, like, push B. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it was...
I don't like
remember.
the learning curve, like the beginning learning curve where you pick up Mario Maker and you don't know how to spin jump, which is like the easiest thing to pick up instantly on the Super Nintendo.
Yeah, on the Super Nintendo, it's spaced weird from where the run button is to spin jump because they don't want you using it all the time.
Yeah,
it's bigger like when you're playing that game on emulator or like playing like Kaizo stuff where that's constructed for you to use the spin jump, so you like rebind it to a much easier button to press. Because the spin jump in Super Mario World is fucking broken as shit.
Yeah, it's overpowered.
It is, like, ridiculously. Like, they toned it down a lot. Like, you can't... saw blades. You can't spin jump on saw blades.
I found that out the hard way.
Yeah. So there's, like... So that's another thing. It's, like... toning down some of the stuff in Super Mario World that was ridiculous and stupid, but like keeping most of it so it still sort of feels the same.
Sure.
There's a lot of like, it's one of those things you look at it and it makes me really appreciate the amount of balancing work Nintendo has still put into this game that they keep making over and over again. And it's just like, oh, if you took away some of the stuff in New Super Mario Brothers that made it more explory, they are still kind of making the game I want. They've just been doing other stuff. Like the mechanics sort of were there. They were just making levels that were designed differently that weren't really the thing I'm into.
Yeah. I hope they do more stuff with Mario Maker though. Like, as of right now, it's basically just a level creating platform.
Yeah.
But I hope they kind of go like how 3D Mario, like Mario Galaxy games sort of thing, like they can release a bunch of them if they wanted to with the same mechanics or in it, or like the new Super Mario Brothers stuff, they can release multiple versions of that game in different platforms and different levels and stuff. I kind of hope they use Mario Maker like a platform for releasing their own shit as well, where it'd be really cool to play through a game where in one level you're going from like NES Mario to like Mario World Mario if you go through one pipe, or Super Mario Brothers 3 Mario in another pipe, and different mechanics to reflect that. Like, I think they could do some really cool things using just nostalgia as the button they push for the level design that I would really be into.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm curious to see what they do with it.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Maybe just better curation tools for now.
Oh, God.
Be enough.
And like, they also need like some sort of tagging system.
Yeah,
like,
they do.
Badly.
They do. Because then everything that would be tagged like Kaizo or unfair or what, like even if they just put their own
tags. Or automatic. Just ignore that shit.
I like those
I don't like those when they like come up and I'm playing 100 Mario Or like I'm
Yeah.
playing on normal and a fucking automatic level comes up because people suck and like die on those things, and I'm like, oh well.
Yeah.
Nah, I just sit here for a while.
Nah, like, yeah, I can see from that because you actually want to play a game. But
Yes.
every now and then, like at the end of a session, if I've been playing a few levels, I'll just put one of those on and just kind of admire the fucking Rune Goldberg machine that
Yeah.
they made.
I made a level and I put like a simple automatic section at the end as like a reward if you got this way through this path in one of my levels.
Okay,
'Cause they
this
like
is
that.
another thing they have to do. They have to make rewards count. I'm never gonna care if you put a one up in one area because it means literally nothing.
I know there are people like building their levels around exploring to find one ups, and it's like, ugh.
Yeah. Like, they have to make those count somehow. I don't know how they could do it, but they have to make it so that, like, there's a reason why I want to go this way, I
You
think.
put you put the like gold coins in and say on this map there's the achievement for beating it, there's a flag for beating it, and then you can just get these things, and then you'll say you did that thing too. I feel like that's the way to do it.
What about if you could do leaderboards for a level? Where it's not only, like, at the end,
Hmm.
how, like, if you beat it or not, but there's, like, a thing for how fast you beat it compared to your friends or how many coins you collected compared to your friends. Because even then, like, a level that is literally nothing but grabbing a whole bunch of coins becomes a challenge where it's like, oh shit, I can't believe Hank got those 2 coins I didn't think you could reach and beat my score because of it.
Yeah, that would be good.
A little metagaming happens. Like,
Because a game like I don't know, there are plenty of 2D platformers that do that kind of stuff. So, like
yeah.
N or whatever.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's just kind of adding a small little thing. It's basically adding statistics in at the end that
Yes.
people can use to metagame with their friends, which I always think keeps a game fresh.
Yep.
So, I don't know. Maybe just food for thought, Nintendo, since I know you listen.
Nintendo is always listening.
I might actually email like their PR and say that I think this is a good idea and see if I get a response. Cuz I really like the idea.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be great to just have a level that is like a bunch of blocks that like shoot out coins or whatever, or just a bunch of coins in random spots that look like they're hard to get, and then at the end it's just like, yeah, I got 56 coins, bitch.
The other thing from N and Plus that they really should have is that plenty of games have is like saved replays that people can watch
Uh,
for like every person's run. That would really make that game.
Even if it's just the top replays from the people that beat it fastest or something, I would love to see it.
Yeah.
Some levels, even just the people that beat it, like 30 out of like 500,000 people. I want to see what those 30 people did.
Yeah. And there are plenty of games that do that, so I know it's not fucking impossible. So, like, Dust Force, I think, does that.
Oh, dude, like, let's
And
just even
plus-
go back to Super Meat Boy, where,
Yeah.
like, you can actually see every death attempt, too.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
they totally could do that. And
They
they're
should do
Nintendo,
that.
for Christ's sakes. They have, like, they could probably rent out a full Google warehouse of servers if they wanted to
yeah.
for that. They should totally do it.
They should do that. The replay stuff is huge because if you made a level and could see the people who played it, like their runs, that like makes it. That also makes like even if you're just gonna be a dick, like that it gives value to that at least.
Yeah.
At least see people suffering.
Yeah, exactly. And then you can see all this stupid dev doors people put in to just upload a level, and I'm
Yes, like if you can always watch the winning run of the creator.
that okay. Like, we're gonna move on. I swear, this isn't the Mario Maker podcast. It is still Burning Barrel. The one thing, like, if you're listening to this and you make levels, don't do this. Don't put in an easy way out for yourself and then like make it actually impossible, basically, for other people. That's shitty and stupid, and you're a stupid ass if you do that. Dev doors are like the worst idea.
I mean, I like putting in easier paths for people if they can find them, but I always make sure I can fucking beat the main way.
That is a whole different story, though.
Exactly. Yeah. It's similar, but it's also completely different, because if you're just creating fucking garbage that you don't even bother playtesting and then make a door around it, you're just an asshole.
I think that's what, like, I don't watch Giant Bomb a lot anymore, but I do watch anytime they do a Mario Maker thing, which has been only twice now, as far as I know anyway.
Yeah.
That's what I do like about watching that process, is they put a bunch of stupid random shit together that their chat will say, and kind of, like, make it work somehow. But then they will playtest it live, and you can see it get uploaded. You can see that it is beatable.
Yeah. Yeah, those streams have been really good.
Yeah. And then seeing Patrick go through them and just, like, getting the whole wrong idea.
Oh, it's so good.
It's frustrating, but at the same time, like, it's frustrating because I would be the same way. I would totally miss, like, the obvious way to do it, like he does.
The best was, like, they were periscoping themselves in, like, watching the stream of Patrick playing it.
That was just, like, laughing at him.
Yes.
Amazing. I have to find that. I'm sure there's a video of it.
That was actually the best. Was watching them watch Patrick play it on stream.
Did he ever beat the Raikkonen?
He did.
Okay, I need to see that VOD for sure.
Yeah.
That level actually looked like the best designed hardest level I've ever seen.
I love that Dan was just, like, specifically making it to fuck with Patrick. Like, he picked up on things of, like, ways Patrick thought about levels and parts of, like, playing the game that he was bad at, which is why music blocks are everywhere in it.
Okay, to be fair, nobody's good at bouncing blocks.
Yeah, music blocks suck.
Because even if you think you know how to do them, you will still fuck up.
Yeah.
I hate them. They are... Oh my god. I wish I could talk to Miyamoto and just be like, you need to fire whoever thought of this idea. Oh, you did? You need to get out. I hate them so much. I need to know one thing, but, like, don't ruin the run for me where he beats it.
Yeah.
Watching it the first time through, I saw the coins in a specific pattern that looks like you need to hit a P switch to go back up on.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't remember. So I haven't actually watched the end of it.
Okay,
so
but he beat it.
I know he beat it, and I know there are a ton of red herrings in the level. So that could be a red herring.
Interesting.
Because that was one of Dan's things, was, like, creating a thing that looked like you had to go up it, only for it to be a dead end, just to fuck with Patrick. Because he would get, like, super into figuring out how to get up to a place, and then it would be super hard, and then he would die. It would all be for nothing.
I like this. I really like from what I saw of it, there's, like, one point where there's just a bunch of lava and, like, a pipe in the middle of nowhere, and, like, he sees it accidentally while, like, falling once, and then he's like, ooh, or whatever, so he gets back to it, and then it's, like, literally nothing. And I was just like, oh, it's so good. It's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's still a game. Talk about 20XX. Let's move on.
So 20XX is something that seems kind of copyright infringing. It's basically someone decided to make a roguelike Mega Man X game that also has online co-op.
I hear it's good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I haven't played that much of it, but
I guess we could play together, couldn't we?
Yeah, I've heard mixed things about how well the online multiplayer worked so far.
Okay.
But I just really wanted to... That idea sounded so cool. I really just wanted to investigate for myself if the game was any good, and the game's good. It's just fucking nuts, like that, of, like, going through several bosses and then dying and losing your whole run in, like, a Mega Man X type game, and you're like, fuck. I just feel broken.
You know what I think bolsters this too? They release this at the perfect time.
Oh, for sure.
Because Mighty Number 9 has a lot of people fucking pissed.
Uh-huh.
And this is exactly what people want.
Yeah.
Even better, too, because I don't think Mighty Number 9 is even going to try with, like, a co-op thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, they either are the smartest people alive, or they got super lucky and, like, they finished development to a point where they could release this around the time of, like, giant controversy.
Yeah.
But, yeah, good on them. I'm glad. Like, I hope this works out for them. I'm actually adding it to cart right now. I'm buying it as we talk. Because I've been wanting to check this out, and I totally forgot it existed.
Yeah. The one thing I'll say about its roguelikeness is it's clearly, like, you'll see the same sort of section stuff over again.
Okay, so it's procedurally generated, not, like, random.
Yeah.
Okay. It's kind of like Spelunky. Like, you'll see the same kind of tile sets.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You recommend it?
Yeah, it's fun.
It's only $15 or something. It's on sale right now, actually, I think. No, it's only $13. The full price will be $15. Okay. Okay, let's be honest, $2 isn't much of an incentive for, like, buying it early. But I mean, I want to play it. What's your experience with Mega Man? Mega Man X games are some of my favorite games ever made, so I'm excited about this right now.
So somehow Mega Man is like a game I never played as a kid.
Uh-huh.
Just like I didn't know anyone who had it. I never really played it. But like seeing Mega Man X is fucking great.
Mega Man X is legitimately one of the best video games ever made.
Like my only problem with playing Mega Man X is like sprite lag that like is my problem with going back to Super Nintendo games. Like Super Mario World has sprite lag that fucking drives me nuts at this point.
Well, like all of those old games do. I think what gets me past it is nostalgia because I know where the sprite lag is going to hit and I use that to my advantage.
Yeah.
When I'm playing like an emulated version of those.
Super Mario World, I was trying to practice speedrun stuff for it.
Uh-huh.
And there's this one part where there's like 4 invisible blocks in an underwater section, and I'm bringing Yoshi with the flag, and the game fucking chugs.
Yeah.
It's horrible. Ugh.
But in a way endearing, the way video games used to be.
Yeah. I mean, it's... Yeah. I have Yoshi there so I can... like spin jump off him back into him so I can skip through a corner and then go under the level. Like I'm like doing fucked up shit to the game, but it's like ugh.
I'm still firmly in the belief that you can tell how revolutionary a video game was by how much it chugs and pushed limitation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because if it didn't, it was boring and useless back then. Like, if it chugs now, it still holds up, because they tried something, damn it.
I don't know, man. Tekken still holds up, and that runs beautifully.
That was also completely different hardware.
Yes. But, like, things like Tekken and Tony Hawk on PlayStation, those games worked because, like, in an era where load times were garbage, they were fast. Like, you would get back into the action really quick. In an era where that like was not the case.
Kodiak G Pro's asking, Paul, do you play War Thunder? I do not, but I know you do. How's War Thunder? Is it great? You, Hank.
I don't know what War Thunder is.
Oh, fuck. Maybe I'm thinking of Ty. I know somebody was like on my ass for a while, like, get War Thunder. That totally sounds like Ty now that I think about it.
That sounds like Ty.
Yeah, okay, never mind. I'm sorry.
He was on that, like, World of Warships thing for a while. And then there was Freedom Planet.
Freedom Planet is that old, like, Sonic remake game thing, right? Like, it plays like a Sonic game.
Yeah, you're right. That is Freedom Planet. I'm thinking of some other game. It's some Vita game. Freedom Wars, I think.
A Vita game? That doesn't sound like Ty. I thought he hated the Vita.
It was like the one game, because it's like some weird Monster Hunter thing or something.
Freedom
I don't
Wars.
even. Yeah, Freedom Wars is what I was thinking of, but I don't even know what it is. I do know that I went into a Target and they had like 30 copies of it. And somehow someone who was stocking that Target thought Freedom Wars on the Vita was gonna be the fucking best-selling thing.
It
So they
actually
stocked
looks cool.
up
I have
on
to
it.
say it does. It looks neat.
It's just not the kind of game I want to play on a Vita. Like there are games I want to play on the Vita. That's not the kind of game I want to play on the Vita.
You're probably right. I want to play like Monster Monpiece really bad. It's not even a joke. I need to play it. I need to see. I just like weird gimmicky things that people try with stupid like hardware things, like being like shaking the thing to make their clothes, or like stroking the thing to make their clothes come off.
Yeah.
Like that is a stupid idea. I need to play it. I need to see if it even has like any reason to exist. Because like with Mario, it's just like I know how Mario plays. Like sure, this can play here, whatever. I need to see how this game where you stroke girls' clothes off, how that plays.
Gotcha.
Like a drug addict trying to find like the new hot thing, the new sexy drug.
The latest gameplay hotness.
Yeah, which is why when Super Meat Boy came out, it's like, wait a minute, you can do like platforming stuff and not have the jumping feel shitty? Amazing. Or not the jumping, rather, the like wall physics stuff.
Yeah.
Because their jumping in that game actually feels kind of floaty and shitty, to be completely honest.
Yeah, you really feel it with the fans and some of the other mechanics.
The fans are bad design. That was a bad design that they put into a good game.
Yeah.
It's too bad. It was almost perfect. Those fans actually ruined that experience for me. Maybe if they came later, they come in like stage 2, which is a terrible time to introduce something that sucks that much.
Yep.
Anyways.
So I also played the Plague of Shadows DLC for Shovel Knight that lets you play as Plague Knight.
I hate Plague Knight.
That kind of sucks.
I hate Plague Knight.
It's not fun.
No.
Because they didn't redesign the game around him. They just shoved him into that game, and it's like, I could just play as Shovel Knight, and then the game would be really good. Or I could play this shit, where one of my attack buttons also determines my double jump. What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
No, I don't like Plague Knight at all, and I got into a little Twitter argument, and you know what? It's totally disingenuous to say it was a Twitter argument. It was me saying something about how bad it was, somebody disagreeing and saying why they thought it worked, me retorting with it would work if the levels were designed around it and not just taking an enemy out here or there or a platform to forcing you to do a mechanic instead of the way you would with Shovel Knight. And then he just basically said something like, okay, well, I disagree, but like I can see where you're coming from, and that was it. We like left on a totally high note. So it wasn't an argument necessarily. It was more like he didn't mind the way they designed that, where like you have a whole different set of mechanics how you play that game with Plague Knight. You do not have a whole different game. You just have the same levels with every now and then there will be one less platform, so you have to use the Plague Knight mechanic instead of doing a Shovel Knight thing.
Yep.
That's the only difference.
I would have been fine if that were in the game when they released it. It's that I was like looking forward to a reason to come back to this game, and then playing that and being like, oh no, I don't want to play this. This isn't fun for me.
You know what I would have actually preferred is a way shorter experience, maybe even like 5 or 6 well thought out stages.
Oh, for
total,
sure.
And that's it. Like, give me a shorter thing that was thought out perfectly to deal with like what you do as the Plague Knight, and that would have been the perfect thing.
Apparently, the thing I want is what they made for like the Battletoad stuff, but that's on the version that's only on the Xbox One, which I'm never gonna buy.
Yeah, exactly. That being said, though, it is a free update, and it's really shitty of us to complain about that. Like, that's kind of what like stopped me from complaining about it on Twitter is literally that I did not pay a single thing for it. It is a different thing that people can try if they want. I tried it. I didn't like it. I lost absolutely nothing but maybe 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, we're
Yeah,
assholes for even getting angry about it.
it's whatever, but whatever. I put time into it, and it wasn't fun.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
annoying.
it sounds like you put more time
Again,
into it than I did. I knew it wasn't fun
yeah.
for me, and I stopped.
I really gave it a shot and was just nope.
Well, that's too bad.
Yeah.
I mean, if people did like it, I'm super glad for you.
Yeah, that's great. If you
Yeah.
liked it, cool.
Yeah, you
Like-
got a free great thing for you. For me, I just got a thing that I will never play.
Yeah.
But I mean, how's that any different than any Humble Bundle, right? Hey-o.
Oh.
We should talk about that a little bit later, but right now we should talk about Rainbow Six a bit, because we played that together.
Yeah.
That is a fun game, actually.
Yeah. That game is pretty good.
That being said, it has the Evolve syndrome, where I had a fun weekend playing it. I don't care if I play it for a while.
Uh-huh. Like, to the point where I don't know if I'll buy it, but I had fun with it.
Oh, you'll buy it
Thanks
when
for
it's
the
on a
free
sale
bundle.
for like $20, maybe.
I mean, I thought I would do that with Evolve, too, and I'm not sure I'm ever going to do that with Evolve, so... Because nobody plays that game.
I've said it multiple times, and I will state it again.
Yeah.
Evolve, if it goes down to $30 or less for a full 4 or 5 pack, I will buy it and hand out copies. I'm okay with that, because then it's $30 for a fun weekend, maybe 2.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm okay with that. Like 30, like how much do you spend to go to a movie? Like maybe $15, all things considered.
Yeah.
So $30 for 2 weekends worth of fun with some friends, worth it.
Yep. Yeah.
Not a single penny more. I guess for me though, it's actually more like if it's like $20 because of the exchange rate.
Yeah.
$30 American is my maximum. But Rainbow Six Siege, that game is one of those things where it feels in a weird way very one-sided with the multiplayer, where it feels way easier to attack and just shoot things on sight than try to like strategically place things up, to me.
Yeah.
Like it's just easier to bust a wall down and shoot.
Yeah, I never feel like I know what I'm doing on defense in terms
Right.
of where I should put stuff or what I'm doing. Like I didn't get a handle on that really.
It's easy to make random, like if you're playing with randoms, it's easy to make them hate you instantly for not doing exactly what they want.
Yes.
Like
yes,
I,
yes,
I
yes.
remember
That's-
one of the
I mean,
first
really,
games we played. It was like put up a barrier here, like sparked in. He's like, okay, I guess we fucking lose then. It's like, what is this, Dota? Like, calm down.
I know. That's one of those games where it's like if I wasn't playing with friends, then I don't want to play it.
That's kind of actually what every MOBA has become for me now, which is too bad because I used to love playing MOBAs alone. But
Yeah.
yeah, I guess I don't have the it's one of those things. I spend my whole life, like every day, having to put on a polite face, deal with stupid customers and stupid coworkers, and be cordial. I don't want to put up with that shit I don't want to put up with bullshit when I'm home and doing my hobby.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's a one thing to have somebody, like, respectfully say why, like, what you're doing is bad and how you can fix it to be better at a game, but everybody that is a random is an asshole, and they never do that.
Yeah. Yeah. There are ways to find slightly less than random if you find like a community place to just team up with people you don't know.
That's the way I play
kind of
Dota.
stuff. That's
actually,
how I played Dota, yeah.
with Giant Bomb.
Yep, that's what I did.
.com. It's a video game website about video games.
Or it's a chat room name within Dota.
Yeah, it is that too.
Because I'm pretty sure there are people in there who didn't ever go to the Giant Bomb website. Also,
The annoying thing is, like, this kind of still fits with Rainbow Six Siege, but I'm talking way more about Dota now.
yeah.
I see it from the other point of view too, where like even playing with people that I know that like aren't going to be good because it's their first time playing, it's frustrating to see them make dumb mistakes. So like I see it from their side too, and I think that's why it's annoying, because I know how annoying it is to be to see that guy do something stupid, and I hate being that guy. You know what I mean? It's actually like it's one of those things where ignorance is bliss. If you're playing a game for the first time and you don't know what you're doing, like you don't care because you don't know what you're doing is bad. But when you know that like what you're doing is bad and you're doing it because you're an idiot, you just feel like shit.
Like when you know all the things that could go wrong and like where your margin for victory is and what will screw it up, it's like you know too much.
Yeah.
It's harder than to play through.
Yeah.
And that just goes for most things in life, honestly.
That started for me with WoW. I had a real fun time doing, like, the first time I did, what the hell was it called? Dead Mines? Like, the first time you do an instance, it's mind-blowingly amazing. It's fun. You don't care what you're doing. You're just like, oh, okay, they could say I'm a tank, so I guess I got to go in here and just kind of, like, hit stuff until they're hitting me. Oh, we're all dead. What happened? It's like, well, you didn't do your aggro thing. Then they say, like, push this button. You push it, and you feel, like, stronger because everything's hitting you and they're dying slowly and you're not, and blah, blah, blah. And, like, it's just this mystical, magical thing that's working somehow. And then later on, when you're doing, like, endgame rating for like what the fuck was it called? Not ZG, the one after it. I guess Molten Core would have been it at that time. Like when you're doing Molten Core stuff and you're not min-maxing how much your like fire resist is, and there's somebody in there who's like, you don't have full fire resist, you only have like 79 or whatever. Like that's frustrating to you, and it's such a dumb little thing. The magic is gone. It is literally numbers now, and if you don't meet those numbers, you're not rating with us because you suck. You suck. But
you're insufficiently prepared.
That's where it started for me. It was with that game because the magic was there when I first started playing it. About playing with like random people from all over the globe doing this thing and just like being in this weird encounter thing with an ending. It was amazing. And then it dies as soon as you realize everything is math and you need the numbers to just like match up a certain way to win.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's what Rainbow Six Siege is kind of like. That's not at all what it's like. I really like the invasion mode or horde mode or whatever they call it thing, where you can play with some friends, go in against some AI and kill everything, and you win. The AI is really good at fucking you over.
Yeah, I liked fighting the AI in that game. I kind of liked it more than fighting players.
They're really good at randomly patrolling around where you aren't, and then coming up behind you.
Yeah.
It's kind of terrifying how smart the AI can be in that game.
It doesn't take that much for AI to be good, but I'm sure it's a lot of work to get AI to do even a little.
Also, ADK or G or however he wants to be known as, he's right, it's called Terrorist Hunt. And Terrorist Hunt is fun and is the thing that, like, if we had a group that had it, I would play that with.
Yeah.
Yeah. A game I probably wouldn't play with a group even if we all had it. Battlefront.
Yeah. Star Wars Battlefront had a beta too. Played that. That is what you expect. It is Battlefield, but with a Star Wars skin.
If you really, dude, if you really, really like Star Wars, you should probably buy it because it's a competent shooter with Star Wars everything.
Yes, that's why I pre-ordered it because there were plenty of places where it was on sale for like $45.
Okay.
And that was like, yeah, I'm gonna do that.
It's like 130 for us.
That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
Because it's actually 110 for the full thing. There's like the $60 thing and the $50 thing to add on.
Yeah, the $50 season pass, which I don't think I'll care enough about the game to ever play that stuff.
Also, no single player mode.
Yeah, whatever.
Come on now.
It's fucking what I know what video games are, man. I know what shooters are in this day.
Come on.
It sucks. Whatever.
It sucks. Are you really saying whatever? No, this is okay. This is a thing we have to get into. Everybody should always raise a stink about anything they love doing some gross practices. There should
this
be
game
no
is gross.
There should be
EA?
no whatever. You should be contacting EA and saying, "What the fuck? You love Star Wars. You like this game. You pre-ordered it. Hearing that they're not doing everything they can to make your experience an enjoyable one or even a normal one, you should be pissed right now."
I just
Or not.
my expectations for EA games that aren't BioWare,
Dude,
pretty fucking
like,
low, honestly.
I'm gonna throw this out there. Even ones that are BioWare at this point, EA has infected BioWare's standards.
Oh, EA has totally infected BioWare. You're right, but I at least am like invested enough emotionally in. There's enough that those games do right that when they fuck it up, like I think I blame a lot of what happened to Mass Effect 3 and its problems specifically on EA. Not all of them, but a lot of them. I was fucking pissed. I'm still pissed. I don't. When I play Battlefront, I might get pissed about there not being a single player.
Dude, you're going to, because you're gonna have that itch to be like, I want some good shooting in this universe, and I want to just like explore a wing of the Death Star or something. Like, I just want to go to Dagobah and not have to worry about fighting 40 other guys. I kind of just want to like fight some AI and do a story thing. And they're not going to give that to you, and then they maybe will a year from now for like another $60, and you're going to be pissed. Like, it's the way they operate. It's gross. Let's keep talking about gross practices. Payday 2 having skins you can buy is disgusting.
It's fucked up.
It's fucking gross. And it's not even... Like, I can't remember who I was even talking to about this, but somebody was saying, like, it's not like you have to buy them or whatever.
Uh-huh.
You're totally right. You don't have to buy them. But putting in gambling, things that exploit the nature of people that, like, the gambling thing, addiction, is fucking disgusting. CSGO does it. TF2 does it. It's all fucking gross, where you get a case, and then you have to spend real money to maybe get something cool. This is even worse.
Dota does it. It's why I've never spent money on Dota items, because I don't like the fucking capsule mechanic. I've spent money in Heroes of the Storm because I know what I'm fucking buying. It's overpriced as shit, but I know what I'm getting.
The thing is, like, okay, I mean, I'm a Blizzard fanboy. What they're doing is gross too, but from a completely different standpoint. Yeah, at least they are marketing something to you, and you are getting the thing for the money they are asking from you.
Yeah. If I'm putting down my money, I want to know what I'm doing with it.
It's a contract agreement.
Be fucking gambling.
They say it is this amount. You say okay by paying it, and you get exactly what they said it was. It is a contract. They treat you like an adult. Like, you can have this thing. You're going to be charged this. Cool. And you're just like, no, that's stupid. And then you don't do it. Or you're like, okay, yeah, fine. I kind of like this. And then you spend the money on it. And then you're both happy. And their legal department is super happy about it. But when you get into the capsule thing, it exploits people in a way I think is fucking disgusting in the worst possible way. And Payday 2 is even worse about it, because you have a chance to get a random skin for a weapon you must own the DLC for, which is more money, and they have stat boosts. What the fuck is that?
Oh my god, the stat boost shit. And like their claim that's like, no, it's fine because the game will still be balanced around the base level stuff. The stat boosted stuff will just make everything easier. Yay!
The way they're trying to skirt any problem with this is by saying it's not like a competitive multiplayer thing, it's co-op. And in a way, they're right.
In a way, they're right?
In another way, they're fucking gross, just like snake oil selling pieces of garbage in the worst degree.
In a way, like, this game is fucking kind of old, and like, you haven't been making good new levels, so fuck off. Like, fix your broken ass piece of shit.
I'm mad that I could possibly spend like $1.99 or $2.99, whatever it is, to get a key, to get a skin for a gun I'm gonna have to buy a DLC pack for, which is another $5.99. That is bad practice in every single way.
It's gross.
Because not
It's
only
also,
are you,
even if you like say you make the argument, oh, you just don't participate in it. You're still gonna get cases where you could have been getting shit before.
yeah, that's the thing. You don't get cases as like you played like maybe 5 games, you get a case. You get a case instead of a free thing.
Yeah.
That is your free thing. You don't get a card. You don't get like parts or whatever for your guns or a mask or any like any of that stuff. You get a case that you can spend money on.
It's fucking gross. And it's like, why are you fucking up this game that I'm kind of over already?
Yeah.
Ugh. When you could have like been making shit that would like bring me back, or if you want, or making a new game, like something, not just fucking trying to scrounge as much money as you can from the people who are so heavily addicted to your thing that they can't stop playing.
I think that's what makes it worse to me too, is that like I actually didn't mind their business practice before. I thought like they did way too many DLCs and stuff, but it was the same idea as what Blizzard does, right? I knew that if I paid $5.99, I'd be getting these 3 guns, this mask, and maybe a mission or a character or something. That is the end of the agreement. Cool. We're fine. I'm okay with spending that, or I'm not okay with spending that. It depends how I feel that day. This is a whole different level of fucked up.
Yeah. And they're specifically exploiting people who are so deep into this thing.
Yeah.
That they'd be susceptible to it. It's ugh.
Because like people like you and me don't care anymore. But the thing is, like, if this was a year ago, we would be in on this so hard.
Yeah.
This right now would not be a discussion of gross practices. This would be a discussion of what cool skin did we get this week. That's how heavy we were into this game at one point.
I wouldn't buy into the capsules because never bought any of the DLC for that game, and I wouldn't buy the capsules. I would. Yeah. Capsule stuff, like, I have an immunity to that because I've like gone through that shit in real life, like with fucking Magic the Gathering, like as deep as you can go.
The worst kind of free-to-play
bullshit.
program.
Yeah. Like as deep as you can go into that shit. I'm done. I'm out. Not doing that in this thing.
Yeah.
This shooter that I can play without that.
To be fair, every single kid at some point was into like that sort of thing, and they're kind of exploiting. Like, it's worse when you're kids because you don't have the money to spend, and that's what kept you away from your addictive nature. Actually, is your parents. Your parents were smart enough to see we're not spending like $6 on 10 random cards, of which you probably already have 5 of them. Like, that is stupid. You're a stupid kid. No, we're not doing that. We're not giving you allowance for that. You can go buy a haircut or something responsible. And now as adults, we're just like, fuck yeah, give me the card packs. Here's $500. I might get something I want. Like, yeah. Anyways, going back to gross practices, if there was... I'm just going to throw this right out there and bring this full back around. If Star Wars Battlefront had a single-player campaign, there would be no problem with me spending the, like, $80 for the main campaign or whatever.
For sure. I'd be so much more excited for this thing if it were to have a campaign.
Like,
I'd be much more into it.
I probably would actually pre-order it because I want to see what they do with that universe and a thing that I don't have to be connected to, like, 60 other people to do. That's just my thing, though. If you're really into the multiplayer and you really like Star Wars, like, why are you even listening to this? You own it already. Like, you bought it.
I mean, the fucking reason I'm buying it is because of the, like, sound design. Like, the amount of skill they put in, that team can put into sound design using the Star Wars sound effects.
Yeah.
Is just fucking enough for me for this product to spend, like, less than its retail price for.
Oh, dude, for sure. Their sound design is like, even in the beta, I was super impressed how everything sounded. and felt.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's really, I mean, it's a fucking EA. It's polished. What else do you say about it? It is the product of people with a huge, what's it called? A huge IP behind it and marketing money, and like 6,000 people to program it. Like it's one of the perfect things you could get for what they wanted to make.
Yeah. I mean, along with that, just because the video game industry is fucked up, is all this other bullshit on top of that. But
Yeah.
at a certain point, I want the thing that's in the middle of this enough to like tolerate that other shit.
Yeah, I guess my thing
There's
is that
a balance.
I'm just mad that this industry has become. This isn't a new thing, by the way. Like, I can talk about when it's probably became it. I'm just mad at the industry I love has become a thing of, like, what can I tolerate for the price point? And not just, like, how, like, good is the thing at the price point. If that makes any sense. Like, the big thing before all this, by the way, do you remember when used games were like becoming a thing for GameStop and like EB, and that's how they were making their money because people were buying games at like $20 off from EB, and the companies behind them got pissed off because they weren't making any money off of it anymore, so they would put in like the one-time use code that like in the case that you would have to input, or then like if you bought it secondhand you would have to pay like $20 for online. That died, and I'm hoping all these other gross practices we're talking about will again. I don't know though, man. In a world
that's
where
one of the things where it's like, people should fucking whine and bitch about this. Like, I would never tell someone not to whine and bitch about gross practices in video game industry, because that's how shit changes, is people whining and bitching about it and being fucking annoying.
Yeah.
Honestly, like, that's how the internet works. That's what gets things to change. People being loud as shit.
When you hurt their bottom line with bad PR. Basically, when you get it, like, it's not even necessarily anymore about, like, if they're making their bottom line. It's how much do they have to pay their PR staff to, like, deal with complaints 24/7.
Yeah.
Like, if this is the thing, if you think for anybody listening, if you think any practice is gross, even one I don't agree with that I'm okay with, I want you to tweet at these companies, send emails, send letters, like, and just say, like, why it's gross. Don't threaten, don't do any of that stuff, just make a fucking stink about it. Retweet things that you agree with, like, fucking comment on articles, share articles on Facebook of, like, gross practices. If you think something is gross, you need to spread that shit like the fucking plague to get these companies to shut up about it.
Yeah.
Because I think actually Jim Sterling on a Jimquisition, I think he did an episode about like these practices and how the only way, like, as soon as we're okay with something or for like kind of don't care, apathetic about something, that's when they win. And I never want PR companies to win. I never want game companies to win. I want them to be uncomfortable. They work for us. It's not the other way around. We are giving them their fucking salaries.
Yeah, that's one of the things for sure. I like was super stoked to see someone on the internet like talking about was Jim, when he was saying like, yes, people should be complaining, like,
all the
video
time.
game industries are gross. Like, you have to be loud and obnoxious about all this shit, because that's the only way.
It's sad though that it's sad.
Like,
it
it's
gets
kind
that
of
way.
annoying if like to listen to it if it's not something you care about, but you know.
But if it's not something you care
it.
about, then you don't care about what happens either way, because you're not into the. Like, people only complain about stuff they want to love or care deeply about, which is why.
Well,
is why video games are something I will talk about.
That just complains about people complaining. That is a thing.
I mean, yeah, but you have that anywhere.
Yeah,
because people don't like change.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's just like for on Twitter for me, I actually never see big Twitter trend stuff because of how I've curated my Twitter lists. I follow, like, the people I follow. I only ever see people complaining about like I get everything secondhand. I feel like I see people like complaining about trends, and then I have to like fucking decipher what they're even talking about. It's just weird.
Yeah. I mean, Star Wars Battlefront is a thing. If you like Star Wars, I still think you should probably check it out at some point, honestly. That is a Star Wars ass game that plays well.
Yeah, you shouldn't pre-order games ever.
No.
Don't do that. I did it because sale price.
Sure.
And I didn't feel great about it. But I fucking love Star Wars. So I made a choice.
I don't mind Star Wars. I am nowhere near in like love with that series or like any of that stuff as much.
Totally fair.
So because of that, like
also
Battlefront
you're in Canada where that game costs $1 billion.
There's also that. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but like it's good that our dollar has like it's really put into perspective what people like in like say Australia and other parts of the world that aren't like quote unquote rich countries or whatever or have bad exchange with the US always have had to deal with, where they have to be super selective about their games. Like for my salary right now, if I bought every big game that I wanted to try, I would actually not have enough for rent every week. That's how bad it's gotten. Like the big games here at a $60 price point for most people are like $80 for us. So it doesn't sound like a huge jump, but like 3 games are what is that $200? Like $240?
Yeah.
200 that's half of a console for 3 games. That's actually why I haven't purchased a PlayStation 4 or an Xbox One now. Is I was going to, but then when I was going to, like, I was looking at deals or whatever. It's like, oh, the Xbox One is $400 now. Yeah, that's $480 for me.
Mm-hmm.
That's $500.
Well, there was also like in the US they slashed the price of like the PS4 by $50. In Canada they slashed it by 20.
No, it actually went up.
Oh, it went up?
Because it was cheaper on launch than it is now.
Well, it had gone up.
Yeah, and then it
Just
went down
recently,
by a little.
They slashed it by 20 when they were slashing the US price by 50.
Yeah, exactly. It's amazing, right? Like,
Fuck.
We are actually becoming Afghanistan right now. That might be a bad, like, comparison now that I say it.
It's kind of a bad comparison. So you're going to become like a quagmire for military invasions for the next centuries.
And, like, wrongfully so. We're just going to have, like, this stigma about us that doesn't make any sense because, like, a few people are just
Twitter rumors, man.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just like Canada Warzone is trending constantly for no reason.
Not my Canada hashtag.
Well, you are going to war against Gamergate, so you never know what's going to happen.
Oh, dude. Fuck. Oh, my God. Okay. This is something we should bring up because it's amazing. And, like, I know TDP is not a place to talk about this.
Uh-huh.
But, like, on this show, I can say whatever the fuck I want because I uploaded.
Uh-huh.
The fact that our prime minister, like, his 3rd day in office just decides to go after Gamergate shows just how stupid he is. Not even the fact that, like, it's that he's going after Gamergate and, like, oh, he's going to get everybody to hate us. He's stupid because out of all the things to worry about, a bunch of people arguing on the internet should not be one of them.
Like, if that's what you actually care about, it's you talk about internet harassment and threatening.
Yeah.
You don't just specifically say Gamergate. Like, fuck.
I'm so not impressed. I'm also not impressed because I think a lot of his votes came from girls who think he's attractive, which is annoying because it's like, it doesn't matter how attractive somebody is when they can ruin your life by, like, making college tuition impossible to get into and stuff like that. I don't think he will. I'm just saying that, like, basing the person who runs your government over, like, he looks better than the other dude is stupid. you guys got lucky with JFK because, like, he looked better than Nixon, and Nixon was a scumbag.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys got lucky, but, like,
Well,
that's a bad practice, dude. You should
got
not go...
less lucky when Nixon did get into office, but...
To be fair, you've had a lot of shitty people.
Dude, a lot of shitty people. Fuck.
And the thing is, they have more power there.
Mm-hmm.
The thing I'm worried about here, like, this is going to sound like I'm so anti-liberal, and I'm not, actually. I'm not going to say who I voted for, obviously, because it doesn't really matter. I'm a dude who talks about, like, video games and, like, stupid jokes on the internet. You shouldn't care about who I vote for. But, like, when it comes to the Liberal Party, it's not even the fact about, like, what the party is or, like, what they represent that I'm scared of. I don't like majority governments.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think any one side should have a deciding vote, ever. Because that's scary. That is bad practice. That's bad mojo right there. When, like, one side of an argument can just say, I win, because I said so. That's gross. I hate that. I was hoping, to be completely honest with you, I was actually hoping for a liberal government that was, like, minority.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, the other... Like, I wanted them to maybe have, like, 30 or 40%. And then, like, all the rest of them have, like, up to, like, 50-something%. And then everything would just kind of be like, everybody has to agree this is best for our nation, no matter what side you're on. Yeah. That's always the best thing. It's kind of like when you go back to the argument of, like, competition always is better for the consumer. It's the same way with government, right? Like, the one thing that will always stand out is the thing everybody can agree upon. And I don't like that only, like, one side's interests are looked after now. It's gross.
Yeah. I mean, in the U.S., the two-party system kind of fucks that entirely.
I've never liked your guys' system at all. It's way too binary, and it actually is bad for turning people against each other, because it's kind of like, if we were both in the U.S. and I was Republican and you were conservative, is it, I guess? Democratic?
Democrat.
Yeah. Like, if you were a Democrat and I'm a Republican, we kind of, like, were born to hate each other. Right? We're like the Montagues and the Capulets, automatically.
There's no way to have a conversation. Like, there isn't a way.
Yeah.
Because it's...
Because you guys are split up into black and white. At least in Canada, there's differing shades of gray. I would even say there's maybe 50 shades of gray. It's very kinky up here. Very kinky.
Yeah. Fun fact about the city I live in. We had, like, 7 mayors in a row or something go to jail as soon as they left office. We have so much political... Like, it's just a thing here. I think the stroke was broken by the mayor dying in office.
Great. Was there a horse head in his bed?
No, there was this...
Is he sleeping with the fishes?
No, I think he had a heart attack.
Okay, that's what you guys call it now. All
but
right.
There was, like, a big thing of, like, a big scandal of, like, a lot of political people going to jail, and it was, like, got tied to, like, rabbis running organ like transplant scheme where they would, like, kidnap people and then steal their organs. Fucked up shit, man.
Dude, what the fuck?
This is a thing that happened.
What the ever-living shit. Amazing.
That's what happens when you follow the money. Go dark places.
I mean, I guess. Fuck. Speaking of my favorite political things,
transitions.
We played Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes.
Yeah! That thing is fun.
Yeah. That game is a stress machine, but in a fun way.
Yeah, because it's...
Okay. We should probably lay out maybe why it was fun for us and why it wasn't fun for me to watch other people play it.
Okay.
So, this game is a game that is... One person is defusing a bomb. Like, they buy the game, they see the bomb in front of them, and they have different modules and puzzles and stuff they have to figure out. And the people on the other side of the conversation, the call, or like somewhere else in the room, if you're in the same room, they have the manual and they're trying to relay the answers back to you, sort of thing. And that's totally free for them. You can just go to bombmanual.com to look that stuff up and whatnot. When we were playing it, we had like 5 people in the call.
Yeah.
And it was really easy to just like have somebody on wires, somebody on buttons, somebody on symbols. Watching other people play it and there's like 2 other people on the call is fucking infuriating when those people aren't perfect. Because the thing is, nobody can do it perfectly when you have to jump around the same thing like all the time. Yeah. When you get to harder bombs. That's why I think that game shouldn't be played with any less than 3 people ever. Period.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I also wonder, so, yeah, my other thing is, like, part of the fun of that game is, like, how bad the instructions are at laying it out. Like, they're terrible, and they're purposefully bad so that the first time you're going to fuck up.
Yeah.
But, like, so the more you play it, then it's like you might as well, like, at some point you're getting good enough that you just want to fucking rewrite that whole book for yourself.
Yeah.
And I wonder, like, I know that then, like, the like what the game expects you to do later on, like the number of puzzles you just solve goes fucking crazy. So it's probably still fine, but I feel like the amount of like line that game has in playing is not quite that long, because I think that like the madness of like trying to figure this shit out is really the fun part.
Oh, totally. Yeah. That's why I want to be on the other side.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. The thing is, like, what I've been doing is I've been watching other people play it on YouTube or stream it or whatever with the bomb manual open, and I've consistently been getting the answers, like, about 10 seconds earlier than anybody else.
Oh, that's the worst, when you're, like, figuring out any kind of thing where you're watching a stream of a puzzle and you give yourself the tools, like, or you can see enough of it to figure it out yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the worst.
It's actually made it that I can't watch that game anymore, and I don't actually want to ever watch anybody play it.
Uh-huh.
Like, it was it was fun and novel to watch at first. Now it is a thing where it is the ultimate backseat game, because I know for a fact, like, I have evidence in front of me that I can do better. Mm-hmm. And I should be in that call instead of this other person who's just doing it to have fun. It's like, no, there was a time to have fun with it. That's when it released. One day after, that's when you have to know what you're doing. Defuse the fucking bombs, idiot.
Yeah.
But that game is, it's strangely intense, and it's not even intense in a way where, like, you're scared for your life or anything dumb like that. It's just that there's a lot of things to do in a short amount of time and a lot of multitasking.
Mm-hmm. And particularly when you have, like, it's like multiple people, like, the stress comes from, like, you don't want to let people down. You don't want to be the one that fucked up.
Right. Like, the thing is, when we were doing that, there was a few people in the call that, like, I was thinking might fuck with me or whatever. But, like, I put my trust in them, and I found out that, like, they weren't trying to fuck with me, because I think there is this unwritten agreement when when you're a cog in a machine, you want to be the best one. So you actually put yourself into, like, you actually get mad at yourself if you fucked up the answer. Like, that's why, like, every time we died or whatever, I didn't get mad at anybody, because I figured they were probably beating themselves up. I thought it was kind of funny when they would give me the wrong answer, and then, like, we would blow up, and I would just laugh about it, and they would be like, "What? No, it's like, I could tell they were angry with themselves."
Yeah, it's kind of, like, so ridiculous that there aren't, like, jokes you can come up with to fuck with someone to say something more ridiculous. Like, there isn't that room for creative fucking with your friends of, like, I don't know, Left 4 Dead or something. It's just like, I don't know. Yeah. There are plenty of games that are cooperative and you really need to be working together, but somehow they do sort of encourage you to fuck with people and be an asshole. Yeah. That game just doesn't have the room for.
Right. Yeah, and I don't know. That game is weird though, because it's exactly fun to watch once.
Yeah.
And it is never fun to watch again once you know what's going on, because I kind of just know now, like, for example, the needy module where you have to turn the knob,
Yeah.
I know that it's always left of up if it's blank blank one blank or one blank one on the top row. It's always going to be that. And I know that for complicated wires, if it's a white wire with no light and no start, it's always a cut.
Yeah.
Like, it's weird, right? Like, you gain these patterns in your head. Or, like, if it's a 2, or no, sorry, is it a 2 or a 3? It's either a 2 or 3. If it's, like, a 2 or a 3 in the memory panel and it's the first sequence, it's always going to be the number 2 spot, whatever label that is. It's weird because you get to a point where you just can almost do it yourself. You don't need another person reading the manual, some stuff.
Yeah. And that's why there's like things you can solve 11 puzzles in 3 minutes or whatever, like the harder challenges.
Yeah.
But that's also, it's just like, that's less fun. That's like, oh, you've gotten to the point where the game is about doing these skill challenges. It's not about being silly and ridiculous and like communicating stuff to people. It's just, and like reading this ridiculous manual.
The actual best thing about that whole game is that every time you play it with new people, you create a whole new language to speak to each other with, so you're both on the same page.
For sure. Like, the way it's designed would really work well for, like, you just have, like, you say you had it at a computer and you had, like, a printed out version of the fucking manual and you had people over and you're just like, hey, let's do this.
Yeah.
It's an activity to do. Like, it works well for that.
Just like, for example, like the symbol pad or whatever, the symbols, the keypad. Like, you could call one of the symbols the lambda with the X. You could call it the upside down Y. You could call it Half-Life. Like, whatever you do, it doesn't matter what you say that you're looking at. This is kind of where the fun part is, being on this side of it. It's like not the person reading the manual. Is that your whole skill set isn't memorizing the manual. It isn't even clicking on things properly. Like, it is about, like, cutting the right wire when they tell you to. Yeah. It's about trusting the person that you are talking to and learning how to communicate with that specific personality so you are both on the same wavelength, which is why Maze always fucked us up when it wasn't the same person doing it, because everybody wants to do it differently.
Yeah.
And I think like next time I play it, I'm just going to come up with the rule. We're doing coordinates from the top left. I don't care about your battleship stuff. This is how we do it. Because like, I need to be able to give you like, if we have 11 modules and 5 minutes, I'm going to give you the information. You're going to figure it out and then get back to me as soon as like we do other stuff. Yeah. Like, I can't be waiting around and just like arguing with you. This is how it's going to be. If you can't do it, move on to something else. Like, it's one of those things where if you can't communicate how you want to like the person, or you don't understand what they want, you're fucked. Yeah. You are so fucked.
Yep. That's like a cool thing of like figuring out, particularly when you're playing with like different people. It's like figuring out how you like communicate with this specific human being, this tiny specific detail, like very quickly.
You know what it actually is you know how for like team building exercises they would do like the workshops or whatever where you would be like with your coworkers and then you might just like close your eyes and like fall backwards and they're supposed to catch you? Yeah. This is a way better exercise. Like, if you have a coworker that you're doing a lot of stuff with, like, put them on the other side with the manual and do a bomb. You'll find out the true like how you can communicate with them instantly. Yeah. And you will never have a problem again, because as soon as you've done like maybe 5 bombs or something with one other person, even if they're easy, you will learn how that person thinks and you will learn how to communicate with them the most efficiently. Yep. It's actually amazing. You can actually make like your work ethic with somebody perfect using this type of tool set. It's kind of amazing. If I actually liked anybody I worked with,
wrong and devolve into some nightmare.
To be fair, though, if like it devolves into some nightmare, you probably shouldn't be working where you're working, which is why I would never
Yeah.
do it with my coworkers, because it would be my like supervisor is like
Uh-huh.
dyslexic,
Oh
and we would
man.
die every time, and I would yell at her.
Mm.
Like it would be real bad,
Yeah.
real bad. That game's fun though. It's like $15 for the game, but the nice thing about it is if you just want to try it out, you just need to know somebody with the game,
Yeah.
which is kind of hard. For as much praise as that game gets, not a lot of people have purchased it in like my group of people I talk to. So,
Yeah.
I guess a lot of the people probably just figure that I'm going to be the one to buy the game because I usually
Yup.
that's okay. But like I guess I'm more interested to know, like I talked a lot about my side of things, like how's the puzzle aspect? Is there like a weird stress on you to like make sure you did it right? Is there a lot of second guessing yourself?
Like the hard part is a figuring out like what information do I actually need from the person with the bomb,
Uh-huh.
because the way that it's written is purposely obfuscated and overly complicated so that you're not sure what. And then it's also just being able to decipher like a big list of stuff that's not in any order that makes any sense.
Yeah.
So you have like the stuff with the words, so you have to like be able to search through that like very quickly and figure out where stuff is. That's more of the stress. And then just like figuring it, it's just like just reading purposely bad directions, but like they're not actually wrong,
Right.
they're just all mixed up.
It's kind of weird too because it starts off that way. In the manual, the first thing you encounter is simple wires.
Yeah.
And some of the instructions for simple wires are like, if there is more than one red on the bomb but not more than two, then cut the fourth wire. It's
Yeah.
like, okay, well, there's not more than two, but there's like one. Does that count? It's like, no. It's kind of one of those things where like, if what you see on the bomb does not match exactly what that line says, you move on to the next step.
Yeah.
But
So
you
you
have to
don't-
learn that. You can't. There's no gray area of like, well, there's a wire, but there's not more. Like, there's two wires, but there's not more than two. Okay, there's not more than two. Move on. That's how you have to do it. It's cut and dry.
Yeah, and it's like getting over the thing of you don't really just want the person who has the bomb to tell you everything. You want to be getting the very specific information you need at this moment from them.
Yeah.
You don't want everything because that's like too much to process in your head.
I feel really bad for the way we did that when like we were doing it that one day after doing a few like on my own with like YouTube videos and people streaming it as like the background noise. I figured that like for complicated wires, the literal things I only need to say are just like light red star, light blue no star, blue red no star, blue like that's all you have to say, and then like they can figure it out. You don't need to say that there's like a white interlining with the red, because that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, or like it's at the point now where like reading the instructions, I realize why you need to know if there's batteries, if the thing ends in a odd number and there's a parallel port, because it determines if there's a P, B, or S
Yeah.
to cut. So, like, next time we do that, if we ever do it again, I'm just going to say, okay, it is a P, B, not an S bomb, and these are the things, and then you can go. Like,
Yeah.
it's weird because being on the other side actually made me much more efficient at my communication that we will probably beat that game no problem next time we do it. Because it's like, well, I know what he doesn't need. Or like the simple wires. I'm not going to tell you what the wires are anymore. I'm going to say 6 wires ends in this, and then you can read out the things. It's like, no, okay, this one. Like, that's all you need. I don't need to say, like, red, blue, yellow.
But it is like an interesting challenge of when you first start of like the person's giving you information and is like not giving it to you in the way you need it, because the way you would give it normally is like different from the way that this manual wants you to have it.
Right.
Also the stuff of like where it's like with the words where it's purposely putting in like you,
Who's on first?
you, yeah, who's on first.
Yeah.
That stuff was great.
Yeah, it is. God, that's annoying though. Your, you are, your, and you are letters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You are in letters. You space R I think is also one.
Yeah, like written out, U space R is one, U apostrophe RE is one, YOUR is one, UR is one, like letters.
Yeah.
Yeah. They really went full out with that who's on first, and every time I see it, I hate it, because it's just annoying.
That one's my favorite.
It's the most annoying to me, because there's like 3 different steps, and you have to redo it every time, and I hate that.
Yeah.
Wire sequences is easy as fuck.
Yeah.
Now that, like, when I saw it, when I was on the other side, I didn't understand how you guys knew what to cut and not, or whatnot. And then, like, when I looked at the instructions, kind of read them, and then saw somebody do it, I was just like, this is the easiest wire thing. Easy, like,
yeah.
And I can see
it's hard if you're bad at reading a Venn diagram quickly.
Oh no, that's complicated wires.
Oh yeah, complicated wires. Right.
I'm talking the sequence where you just have to like for example, next time we do sequence, I'm just gonna say like first black, first blue, second black. Like I'm gonna tell you what the thing is, so you can tell me cut or no. Mm-hmm. Like it'll be instant, basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. That's Keep Talking Nobody Explodes. Yeah. I'm going to talk about some random shit I've been playing, I guess, because I think right around that time I was playing Secret Ponchos.
Okay.
Secret Ponchos is okay. It is a sped up, more action-filled MOBA, and I am liking that.
Okay.
Yeah. I had the best kind of, like, situation to play it the first time, though.
Yeah.
I played it with a friend and with the developers of the game to explain how things work at the same time. So, yeah. I don't think that game is going to hold up to people that don't have the option to play with friends at all. Because there is a lot of skill shots in that. Like, a lot of kind of hard mechanical things to get your head around. If you like that sort of things, this is probably a game for you, by the way. Like, there's a lot of skill shots and setups and stuff, and communication with your partner would be amazingly beneficial to help you. Uh-huh. And the skill ceiling is so high right now that people that have been playing it are really good, and the matchmaking is broken. So you play against people that are really good, and you are just starting if you're playing ranked.
The player base, I think, is also really small.
That's why it's borked. They've actually stated that the reason it's like that is because they were anticipating, like, this is how, like, it would work better with a higher player base. Otherwise, it just kind of grabs whoever's available. And the people that are available, obviously, are going to be the people that play it a lot.
Yep. That makes sense.
So, they have problems with the game. The actual game structure itself, the aesthetic, the music, all that stuff is fine. It works perfectly fine. It sounds great. I love the music. Like, the soundtrack is great. I love the design. Like, the spaghetti western Old West theme is great. And I like that if you buy it, you get a copy to give to a friend. That's good. Because, like, of course, they're trying to build a player base here.
Yeah.
I hope they get that player base. I really do. Because for one thing, like, this is going to get into, like, I'm friends with, like, one of the developers' territory. Yeah. I like them, and I want them to succeed. But on a more, like, personal level, that, like, consumerist level, and as a person that loves video games, they need a bigger player base so that game can be actually playable and fun.
It's like a chicken and the egg kind of thing.
Yeah. Because people don't want to play it. It's the same thing with me. Like, I have a copy of it, and I don't want to play it until the player base is big. People aren't going to want to buy it until the player base is big. The player base is never going to get big if people don't play it and buy it.
Yep.
It's really
Also,
too bad.
Yeah. So I will just say I saw on an Unprofessional Fridays, the Giant Bomb
Yeah.
played it. I think it was Jason played it because he really liked the aesthetic.
Yeah.
But they were not into it at all.
Really? That's too bad.
Yeah.
What did they say about it? I'm kind of interested.
They didn't think any of the moves really had enough impact.
I don't necessarily agree with that.
It was for whatever character they were playing. I mean, that was part of it. I'm trying to remember. So like, don't take me just at my word. Because I watched this a while ago. But yeah, they just weren't. They weren't feeling it for whatever reason. And also they weren't getting full matches because not that many people play that game.
Oh, that reminds me. I saw Total Biscuit did a WTF is on it. I'm wondering if that helped at all. I should watch that too. I'd be interested to see what his opinion on it is, because I know he likes MOBAs and like the kind of more like you can hone your skill type video games.
Yeah.
So I think he probably liked it, but I'm interested to see what his opinion on that is. I'm more interested to see if his opinion bumped it up at all.
Mm-hmm.
But
because Mike, the issue with that kind of game is when you're playing a game that's not super popular, that has a super high skill ceiling.
Yeah,
it's like there's going to be like some very small number of people that will put a lot of time into it, and they'll kind of make it miserable for anyone else, and then no one else will play it. So it's like a brutal space, because people who are into the skill shot stuff, they have their game. They're probably playing a fucking shit ton of it.
Yep.
It's just like, it's just brutal.
I really like their game modes too, though. Like, taking it just back into how the game plays.
Yeah.
I really like their posse leader mode, where like out of the three of you, the only person whose death counts for the other team is one person, and the other two are just bodyguards that will respawn infinitely. I like that, because it's kind of like a capture the flag, where like two people don't have to really worry about giving up a point. They can just go in and like try to kill the posse leader, or like kill the other two, so the three of you can overwhelm the posse leader while the other two are spawning. Or like you're playing it. It's weird because you're playing really hard when you're that side, but then when you are the posse leader, you're playing way more carefully, and it's usually alternating back and forth.
Yeah.
So in like a full round, you're going to be going balls to the wall and then having to stop and be like really methodical and then going balls to the wall again, maybe. It's kind of cool. I like it. Also, I just like how the characters play. They have some neat moves. That knife move is bullshit, though, and I'm so mad that I can't remember who does it, but there's a move where they just like toss a dagger into your back, and you're just like stunned for a second to pull it out, and then they can just like destroy you. I hate it so much.
Weird.
Yeah. There's a lot of different mechanics in that game, and like how you use certain things are different. Like the guy I had was Gordo, and he could throw a Molotov cocktail, or he could pour the Molotov cocktail out as he's running to create like a flame trail. There's mechanics in there, dude. They're really good.
Yeah.
There just needs to be people to play with.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. Like,
as
a developer, you want to believe, or it's like someone who made the game. They probably want to believe, like, if we made this thing, it's like interesting and it's fun when you know what you're doing, and that just like the way the market is flooded with stuff that like is not enough.
The annoying thing is they were talking about Secret Ponchos at least 2 years ago, and people were actually talking about it. Like, The
Yeah,
name
they
was
had.
thrown around on like Giant Bomb and other sites about like this cool thing they saw at PAX, and I think they just took too long to get it out.
Well, didn't they launch it on like consoles and it was sort of buggy?
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
I think they launched it on consoles and it was buggy. I think like they've had technical issues on top of that, which is not that's not helpful when they're
Yeah,
in a working from behind kind of.
yeah. It's really too bad though.
It sucks that people can make a fun thing and then that's not enough.
In a way, though, this is going to sound so pretentious and elitist and shitty, but I'm going to say it anyway.
All right.
In a way, it's kind of a nice change from something like Undertale, where it's just like Secret Ponchos might not be doing well, but it is a thing that works well. It's mechanically fun and whatnot, and I'm on the ground level. Nobody else cares, but I do, so I can play it with the developers and friends that care about it. Like, it's kind of like that secret clubhouse, right? Where it's like, oh, wait, you play Ponchos? Oh, man, we should hang out. Whereas, like, if I talk about, like, you play Undertale, everybody does. Like, I don't want to talk about it with you anymore. Because, like, you are one of, I think it's probably a literal 50 people now that have told me to just, like, shut up and play it. And every time somebody tells me I should play it, I'm less likely to. And, like, at least 50 different people have said that. That's not even a joke. People on Tumblr, the thing I don't even use, people on Tumblr are telling me I should play it.
It's so weird how like the way that game got into people that are just like go out into the world and tell people. It feels like a cult.
It's really weird. And I agree from what I've played, I like some of the things they've done, and I think it's charming. I just think it's boring, and I'm so not in the mood to put up with like that type of gameplay to get something out of it. But that's an aside I can talk about later about Undertale.
Sure.
But like it's just kind of I wanted to like give the contrast where Undertale everybody's talking about it, but one of the things I like about Secret Ponchos is it's like my dirty little secret that I can play with some other people.
It's your secret poncho. Wah, wah.
Ba-dum-bum. Podcast is over, everybody.
Oh, it's ruined forever.
Yep. Speaking of Secret Ponchos, I played Jotun. Has nothing to do with it. But that's the joke, people.
Vikings.
Yeah.
Gods. That's the same as Secret Ponchos.
So I played that I played that live, like my first impression sort of play of it on stream. And were you there for that? Like, did you watch it?
I watched the beginning of it, and then I think...
Okay. That game is beautiful looking.
Yeah.
That game plays like trash.
That's a shame.
Your dodge is not very good because there's like an animation priority of when you're getting out of it and going into it sort of thing. It's not just like an instant dodge.
Yeah.
Your movement is slow and shitty to the point where, like, when you get a speed up upgrade, like a boost or a power up or whatever, that just feels like how you should be moving all the time. So it's disappointing when you don't. There's some cool, like, boss fights and puzzly things in there that I really like. I really like the background stuff, though. All this hand-drawn art and animation and stuff, it's really cool looking. It's just too bad that the game is kind of shitty. The actual game part.
It feels like one of those things of like people learning the wrong lesson from Dark Souls. Like, oh, we make a game that's slow and hard. That's the good design part, right?
Honestly, it would be if the mechanics to get out of harm's way were good. Like, if you could run faster and your dodge felt better, I would love that game to actually be harder. So,
yeah, but like thinking that like Dark Souls has, I feel like people assume Dark Souls is like bad game feel, so they build that into the difficulty or something.
I think it's more like they learned the like wrong things from Titan Souls, I think. Because Titan Souls is basically like Dark Souls, but like what Titan Souls did is kind of the puzzly boss fight sort of thing where like
I'd say both games learned the same things from Dark Souls independently. Probably.
yeah, but the thing is Titan
But they're very
Souls
similar,
actually was able to like make it feel right by like having the encounters work with how your mechanics worked. Whereas this kind of just wanted to make something pretty with the same idea and backdrop and just like broke how you move.
Yeah.
And that's so shitty. Holy fuck, does that suck?
It's one of those, like, with Ori and the Blind Forest. Like, yeah, it was pretty
so
looking, but it plays really good. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, okay, the art style, honestly, for me is whatever. Like, it looks pretty and stuff.
It's not whatever, dude. It's so good.
It's very pretty.
Yeah, it's
pretty.
so good.
But when I'm playing it, I want it to feel good.
Yeah.
And honestly, when I'm playing a video game, I tune out visuals to an extent. Like, I focus on what stuff means to me in gameplay a lot of the time. So, good fidelity or graphics matter less. Like, they still matter because, like, I still look at stuff, but like, that game feel is the thing. That's the thing that matters.
Yeah.
If you fuck that up, you kind of
you. Yeah. No, I agree.
You get fed to Sharkticons.
The really annoying thing, too... Sorry, I'm just stretching my arm because it's a little sore. The really annoying thing about it, too, is that I love the idea and the setting for everything. Like, I'm a sucker for the stupid, like, mythology things. You can put that in any video game and it's almost an insta-buy for me. Because I love the idea of, like, different gods and different areas... And the, like, Jormungandr or whatever, the giant snake, the world-eating snake. Like, I love all that shit so much. It's what made me actually love 2 Human. That game is fucking trash, but I played the shit out of 2 Human. Yeah. Like, I think I have almost every achievement in that game. So, like...
Yeah, I kind of agree. Fucking God of War almost ruined that for me, because it's like I can't trust a video game.
Yeah, but see, I only played God of War 1, and I was happy with it.
Fair enough.
Because as far as I'm concerned, when you kill the literal God of War, there's nowhere else you can go. He already won. I didn't need a God of War 2 or 3. Like, I already know.
4 or
Ghost of Sparta or whatever.
Yeah, did like 2 PSP games, I think.
Yeah. Like, I didn't need any of that stuff because he did, in the first game, he did exactly what I was expecting him to do. Become the God of War. Yeah.
That's fair enough.
So, like, I was done. And I'm happy with how I ended it because people said some of the other stuff sucks.
There are people who like those other games. Not Ascension, though. I don't think anyone likes Ascension.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's all I'll talk about for now. We should talk about Life is Strange.
We talked a lot about Life is Strange.
That's true. You can actually listen to that if you want to, like, do spoiler stuff. But Life is Strange is done. I think we both kind of enjoyed parts of... I think it sounds like both of us are at the same part where it's like we really liked what that game did, but we did not like that last episode, like, at all.
Nope.
Okay.
It was... Okay, this is going to sound really bad, but it was similar to the experience I had when I watched Revenge of the Sith.
Okay.
Where it was fine when I was watching it.
Yeah.
And then as soon as I stopped to think about it,
yeah,
it kept dropping, in my opinion, until I actually hated it.
See, it worked the opposite for me, where I hated every second of playing it, and I was angry. And then when I stopped to think about it more, I started making excuses for it. And then I was a little more okay with it. So I think we both kind of found a middle ground of, like, dislike for it from opposite paths.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. That last episode is lazy writing and kind of shitty.
Yeah. Like, it's like Mass Effect 3 level and ending kind of stuff for me. It's like, this is just bad and lame.
That ending's really shitty.
It's not good, and it's not constructed well.
Yeah,
Whereas,
especially
like,
since Chloe should always die. Fuck Chloe. She's a fucking bitch. Calling you out, Ben.
look, Ben is just the guy in the art museum staring at the picture of lesbians and saying how great art is. That's who he is.
I love that, like, in the spoiler talk or whatever, the part where we're talking about, like, them kissing at the end, the only thing Ben's saying is just like, wait, how did I miss that?
How did he miss that? It's actually a good question, though. How did he miss that?
I don't know. I don't know.
This is clearly what he cared about.
This doesn't seem like something we should harp on, because if people want to listen to that, like, you, me, Sean, Ben, and Peter all, like, talk for about an hour of just straight, like, keep talking spoiler shit.
Yes.
So you can listen to that. We, like,
Yep.
run down pretty much. We run down our feelings on episode 5 specifically a lot, and then the whole, like, series about, like, stuff we liked and didn't like and stuff. So that's probably a better way to listen to that. We won't talk about it more here. Tell me about Tales from the Borderlands, though, because I would, like, every time people have told me, like, it's really good and I've been interested in playing it, and then I got a review code for it randomly.
Nice.
So it's just like, oh, it's free? Yeah, okay, now I will play it.
So, I've really liked Tales from the Borderlands 1 through 4. I really like the writing and the storytelling. I like that it's focused a lot on jokes, and a lot of your choices are like, do you want to see this joke or do you want to see this joke?
Yeah.
It's not like, who will die in this moment? Like, it still has like emotional stories. There are characters who die, but it's not like constantly hitting you over the head with like, choose who lives, who dies. There's like the deaths that happen are basically built into the story for the most part.
Okay.
And the thing there, but there are decisions you make that sort of shape how characters think about you. Like, did you dick this person over? Were you fine with them dying, or did you kind of show an interest? And that actually plays into the final episode. Like, they did it. They did a simple design choice. They put in the extra work to make the choices matter a bit. Fucking great. They did it. I was so fucking happy when that happened.
That sounds cool.
And it's just like, at the end, there's the heist mission. So who are you going to bring on the heist with you? The people you can choose to bring on the heist with you is determined by like what you've done. So if you thought you were okay with this person dying, they're not going to come to help you. That's not going to happen. And then you get to bring those characters on, which are obviously the characters you care about because you made the choices to like befriend them, basically.
Yeah.
And then you get extra scenes with them interacting with people. Great. It's simple. It's not that fucking complicated, but not enough fucking games that build around choices do this. So touchdown. Like, you did it. Hooray.
That's kind of sad, hey. That's all it takes.
It's kind of sad, but yeah, that's like the bigger thing is like that's what really makes me mad about Life is Strange's ending. Is like, it's not that hard actually to give me what I want here. It's not that hard, and you didn't do it because this thing did it, and it's still really written. It comes to a satisfying conclusion. It doesn't like completely just sequel bait for the next Borderlands game, which was like the thing that would have sort of ruined this whole thing for me.
And that you were kind of expecting, honestly. I'm sure. Because, why wouldn't they, right? It would be so easy.
Yep. It would be so easy. And, I mean, one of these playable characters could end up being a playable character in the next Borderlands. But whatever. They finished the story they were telling. So I'm fine. I'm out.
They finished the fight.
They finished the fight, man.
That's important.
They did it. It was a good thing. This is the best game Telltale has made easily. And I really liked Wolf Among Us. That was on my top 10 last year. This is much better.
What about Minecraft?
Minecraft, I'm not going to play because the smiles, I hate them. I hate the
Okay.
expressions on their faces. They look like smug assholes. They're like, yeah.
I kind of want to watch like maybe 10 minutes of an LP or something. I just want to see what that game looks like. I have
I
no
watch.
idea.
I watched like a 30-minute the 30-minute Giant Bomb quick look.
Okay.
It was whatever.
Who played it?
Giant Bomb East, I think, played it.
Okay, so Vinny was part of it somehow?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Then I will watch that. I really like Giant Bomb East.
Yeah, they're really good. Austin is a great addition.
Austin annoyed me at first, though. I think he finally he found his way to fit in.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, I do like him, for sure. I mean, fuck, Patrick took forever to fit in my opinion. And when he did, he left. Basically. So, like, the fact that Austin only took, like, maybe a month to fit in, it's pretty good. That's actually pretty good, so.
Yeah. Oh, man, they were playing fucking... they were streaming Phantasmagoria 2 today. I was so happy.
Oh, really? Oh, that's probably going to be premium content now, right?
It's their choose our own adventure thing where they put in the forums to have people suggest.
Well,
and
because Vinny did Phantasmagoria 1 already.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I want to watch 2 now.
So the idea with that feature was just to have people choose what they would play because they wouldn't know
Okay.
like what people might want. And the first 2 weeks, Life is Strange got chosen, but they decided this week of we're just gonna play that later. We want to keep this feature as playing new stuff, so they just vetoed that because Life is Strange would have won again. So this time, Phantasmagoria 2 won. And I've watched a playthrough of Phantasmagoria 2 before. Oh man, that game is amazing. It's like, it's such a Sierra adventure game, but it's like it's so fucking bizarre and weird.
I've been wanting another game like Harvester. I need something to scratch that itch again.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any suggestions off the top of your head? I was thinking that like 7th hour or 11th hour, whatever the hell that is. Can't remember what it's called. I have it on Steam, I think.
I don't know.
I need more like just stupid horror FMV sequence garbage from the 90s.
Phantasmagoria 2 is fucking primo for that.
But the thing is, you just said Giant Bomb did it. Like, so...
Yeah, I don't know.
The Seventh Guest is the one I was thinking of.
Is the one. Like, I don't know.
Harvester is great, by the way.
Are ones I've seen playthroughs of, so...
Harvester is still great. That is a great fucking game. It is the perfect amount of just terrible stuff. Did you ever see that one?
Nope.
It's so good. You have to watch someone play it.
All right.
Oh my god, you have no idea.
I have no idea. No, I don't.
Holy
I don't
shit.
have any idea.
How do you not know? Oh my god, this is your homework because we have to talk about Harvester.
All right.
Holy fuck, is it bad? That ending. Oh shit. I'm excited for you. I mean, I guess you could just play it if you wanted to. It's probably on sale somewhere for $1. But you might as well just watch somebody play it because what makes it great isn't finding out this stupid, like, point-and-click adventure bullshit it deals with. It's just seeing what happens.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll probably watch a playthrough of it.
I mean, I have a playthrough of it if you wanted to watch it, but I would recommend somebody good.
I'll see what I feel like watching.
Yeah, fair enough.
What I can find.
Fair enough.
I'm excited.
It's so good. Okay, so
Phantasmagoria 2, you send a rat to get your wallet.
That's really weird.
There's the part where you have to use your wallet on a bill to pay at the restaurant. 10
okay.
10 out of 10.
That's pretty good. I'm trying to think of something in Harvester that's really dumb that you have to do. I'm sure there's something, but I can't remember what it is.
Sure, there's something.
Okay, while we're on this train of thought, I watched an LP of Until Dawn
Yeah, I watched Giant Bomb East play Until Dawn. That's how
They played Until Dawn? Oh,
that was premium content.
fuck. I wish I had watched that. Oh.
They did not save everyone.
Okay. Let's... Okay. There's a bigger thing I want to talk about, but first we should talk about Until Dawn.
Yeah.
Because this is a game... Okay, like, just straight up. The reason why I watched an LP of it is because I don't have a PlayStation 4, and Until Dawn doesn't seem like a game I want to spend $550 on to buy a PlayStation 4 and the game.
Yeah, that game is not enough to get me to buy a PS4. That is the first game that I think is only on PS4 that I want, though.
Yeah, that's exactly where I'm at.
It
So
still might be the only one, honestly.
So we found an LP of it, and like me and the girlfriend, we put it on like a movie, like on the big TV, and just like spent 2 nights of the weekend just like going through every part, basically.
Nice.
And that game is the most predictable horror bullshit ever, and God, I want it.
Oh, it's so good.
It's so perfect. Like, I don't know what they were trying to go for with like a twist. I mean, okay, if you don't want Until Dawn spoil, blah blah blah, I'm gonna talk about it.
Yeah.
If like, so Wendigos
Wendigos
are not a twist, because being Canadian, that is like a thing that we just know of up here.
So the guy who wrote that game, wrote the movie Wendigo.
You know what? Sure, of course he did. Oh shit! I will be right back in 1 minute.
All right. Fill in air. Wendigos. I haven't watched the movie Wendigo because I haven't. I have the movie Wendigo on my computer. I want to watch it, but I haven't watched it. Wendigos, man. When you eat human flesh, you become cursed with the Wendigo. And then you become a Wendigo. It's great. It's great. 10 out of 10. I don't know what to talk about. I don't want to burn podcast stuff. Just ramble.
Okay, so
Hello.
Wendigos are like not a thing that is weird, because like we've heard stories of that stuff since we were kids. That is not like a weird thing to come out of nowhere.
I read a comic. There's a X-Men comic book where all of Canada gets fed meat secretly and becomes Wendigos. All of Canada.
The weird thing is that Wendigos are not usually portrayed as just like jaunty humans. They are much more terrifying, honestly. So the fact that like it was just humans basically, but that like they're being deformed, kind of weird. Like they didn't even have like antlers or anything. It was a weird thing, but it was just kind of like, oh, they're Wendigos, okay, and like. Who didn't know that Josh is the, like, quote-unquote killer? Instantly. It's always the weird, creepy guy who has, like, an axe to grind with somebody, right?
Who's also the main character of a TV show that premiered this year.
Yeah, I mean,
that guy
enough.
is the main character on Mr. Robot.
Okay, fair enough. I was going more for the, like, he has something against this group, and he somehow convinces them to come up to the cabin and creepy stuff happening. Like, he's the dude.
It's like, oh, Heihachi hosted the next Iron Fist tournament? What? Heihachi had secret plans that was wiping people out?
Yeah, exactly. It's such not... The thing is, like, I don't think it matters that you can call everything that happens within the first 10 minutes. I think what matters is that they follow through with it so well, like a shitty horror movie.
You're playing a shitty horror movie.
And that's what I want, though.
Yeah.
I want to know what's going to happen, and I want them to try to convince me otherwise and fail at it. And, like, just do tropey, dumb shit. So I loved every second of it.
Yeah, no, it was exactly what it needed to be.
It has an asylum. It has crazy people that you don't know the origin of that turn out to be good guys. It has, like, animals and wolves fucking with you randomly. It has a fucking Evil Dead reference.
It has a crazy old man who knows the right things.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. It's like,
Yeah.
it has the dude who's like, a lot of history up in these mountains. It has that dude in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's so good. Holy shit, is it good. But holy shit, are they just like butterfly effect in your face all the time.
Butterfly effect.
To the point where, like, everything you do, a butterfly flaps its wings.
Yeah, man. Choices. You're making choices.
Yeah.
You get to choose whether you're afraid of clowns or spiders. Ooh.
I was looking into the back end a little bit after all
Yeah,
that
yeah.
stuff. Apparently that stuff just, like, adds one scene with that stuff in it. That's all it
Yeah.
does. Which is great. It doesn't have an effect at all on the storytelling or anything. It's just like, there's a mask at one point, and if you chose that you're afraid of scarecrows, it will be the scarecrow mask instead of the clown one.
Yep.
Or, like, are you more afraid of spiders? There will be spiders in this one part. It's so weird. It's hilarious, actually.
Yeah, it's like, it's super dumb, but it's like, yes, you did it. You went super dumb with it.
And every time there's a jump scare, it's not from something scary. It's from, like, something coming up at the camera quickly, and it turns out to be... It's like the scene in Alien where the cat is the thing making the noise and jumps out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Giant
every
Bomb
time.
East's, like, favorite thing was getting monked. That is, like, a thing for them now.
Getting monked?
Yeah, where the guy, he, like, runs up them with, like, he's dressed like a monk, where he has, like, a hood over him, and he goes, "Wah!" and then just takes off the hood.
I don't remember that.
Getting monked. Yeah, that happens.
Interesting. I don't remember that at all. There's a
Pretty
lot
early.
there's a lot of shit in that game.
Yes.
The-
A lot of shit.
Like, it's even little things too. Like, when you look at a picture of one of the sisters that dies at the very beginning and you notice she very obviously has a tattoo, you just know that she's going to be one of the monsters at the end, and then that tattoo is what will make you recognize that. Like, why else would she have a giant black marking on her arm? Like, it's so tropey. But
So
holy
tropey.
shit, is it good.
But it's what you want. It's like, yeah, video games, you can't handle good stories. But do bad stories right.
Yeah. So, what I wanted to talk about more about, like, we could talk about this off air for as long as we want, just the dumb shit about it. The more important thing I wanted to talk about is, like, I want to include this on, like, a Game of the Year discussion. The problem is, I didn't play it in the sense that of playing a video game. I watched an LP of it, but I experienced it with the people playing it.
Yeah.
Does this constitute, like, am I able to put this on a Game of the Year list, or do I have to spend $500 to $600 to be able to do that, just so I can own it and do it myself?
I mean, to me, if you like the story enough that you want to put it on your Game of the Year, even though you experienced it in a limited fashion, you should be able to do that. Like, I don't see a problem with that.
Okay.
Because the thing that makes that game great is the dumb story. It's not like the choices stuff is all trivial.
Yeah.
So, like, that you could have done that, fine. But the reason it would get on your Game of the Year list is because of the way you experienced it. And it's not like you know how that kind of game plays. You've played a David Cage game.
I've played, like, I think all of David Cage's games at some point.
Like, you're aware enough of how that would play.
Yeah.
So you can put together, like, how that would, if you were making those choices, if that would actually change your experience or not.
But, like,
I think that's fair.
But is it fair because I didn't have to do the quick time events? Like, I didn't have to do the mechanical thing to make me progress a certain way?
As long as you take into account, like, how you feel about bullshit quick time events. Like,
Yeah.
do think about, like, that's part of the game, and how much do you think that hurts it, or how much do you think that doesn't matter because you like the story. Like those are story-based games. Like to an extent, you're judging them on the story. Like to an extent, that the gameplay is bad matters. It's like obviously not going to get number one, maybe because fucking it has like trivial gameplay. But I don't know. I don't see the problem with it if it means that much to you.
Okay, this is where we're gonna move on. Kind of sidestepping this, but like under the same umbrella here. SOMA had this problem. Now, I wanted to just watch SOMA because, quite frankly, like I don't like scare tactics in video games. I don't like to feel stressed out or like nervous or anything during like my hobby time, sort of thing. I don't like horror games and I don't like jump scares and stuff.
Yeah.
So frictional games making another thing, like I played Amnesia and I didn't want to do that again, sort of thing. And I kind of put out on Twitter, like, does it count as playing a game if I like watch somebody play SOMA because I hear like the story beats and stuff are great? And like everybody basically said, no, fuck you, you have to play it. So I was like, fine, whatever. I buy the game, I play it, and I like instantly fall in love with what it's doing. It does some amazing stuff. But it's not what I love about that game is not anything I would not have gotten from watching somebody play it at all. I know how frictional games like Amnesia and stuff control. I know how like the physics feel on like moving a chair around or like picking up a cup and like spinning it around in my hand or something. I've played these types of games before. What I wanted to go in here with is like a viewing experience where I can really take in the atmosphere and just kind of watch somebody like worry about all the ambient bullshit and like get scared or whatever. Like I didn't want to be the one stressing out and just wanting to get past a part. I wanted to be able to watch somebody take on that stress and be able to like maybe look around the area they are and like see things they're probably missing because they're looking for something specific. And I feel like people stripped that away from me because they made it sound like this was something like totally new. And the totally good thing about it is the story, and I would have gotten all of those beats from a person doing the exact same thing. Anyways, long story short, I didn't beat SOMA because I got to a part where I was like paralyzed with fear. I didn't want to go past it because of some like phobias I have, and I just wasn't going to. Like, this is my video game time. I'm not going to stress myself out like in this underwater cavern area where I feel like I'm suffocating playing this game. I'm not doing that. So I watched somebody play through it, and it's like the last hour and a half of the game, so I don't think people are going to like shit on me too much if I say that I played the game and like finished it, even though I didn't physically finish it myself. That game, I'm going to talk about spoilers for SOMA for people that care about that. I mean, you've had time to play it or watch it if you care, so that's your warning. What that game does great is it builds up this weird-ass fucking reality and world and future only through things you find out through reading logs, listening to audio logs, like, and finding, like, written notes and shit all around the world. And it deals with some really weird, heady things. Do you know anything about SOMA or, like, where it goes?
I watched playthrough, and it got to like him having a vision of like seeing him having robot hands, I think, like an underwater part. And like, so I've watched like the beginning portion of the game. Okay.
So this is a basic premise or idea of SOMA is that you have like a terminal brain defect or whatever. And at the beginning of the game, you like remember this crash or whatever that you were in with your girlfriend or like a friend or something. And like you have these weird visions. You go into this doctor because your brain is fucked and they want to do a scan of your brain. And what this doctor actually does is basically download your brain onto like a file or something. Like he's doing some experimentation. He's a doctor that's in like a doctor's office that's in like a renovated apartment building. Like it's not like in a hospital or a clinic. So you go in here and he's like looking at your brain. And then when you wake up, you're in a chair in a like underwater like drilling station or science station or something.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, I just had to cough some stuff out.
All right.
What the basic premise is that when you start the game, you are a human. I think your name's Jason or something generic as fuck, because of course it is. You start. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna talk about this I want to know what his name is. I don't want to be the guy that just makes up a name for something and sounds like a weird asshole.
So, Samantha.
Samantha. That's why it's called Soma.
That's why it's called Soma. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck you, Soma. Why don't you just have a Wikipedia? There we go.
So Megatron.
Yeah, Megatron. Simon. Okay.
Simon.
So, when you start the game and you're like going to the doctor's office and looking around your fucking apartment building and shit, you are Simon. You are a human being person who goes to a doctor's office and like has a terminal illness or whatever, and you're being looked after and looked at and stuff. When you wake up, you are actually a downloaded version of Simon's memories and brain into a robot suit in a station about like 200 years later. The reasoning for this is there was a apocalyptic event where like a comet hit the Earth and it's unlivable on the surface. So people in this underground or underwater research facility known as Pathos are kind of trying to, like, they were under there before, but they're the only people left alive because the surface is scorched. And they're trying to find a way to kind of save, like, the human species. They develop an AI that turns into, like, a virus and starts spreading itself all over the station. And the AI's prime directive, because it is still a computer, essentially, is to maintain human life. So the idea is that this AI is like spreading like a virus and keeping these people's memories and bodies in a stasis in like a Matrix type thing where they're still living, but like they're not, right? Because they're plugged into a computer that's like keeping them alive. So, excuse me, I don't know why my throat's acting up. Okay, so it does hate me. So this thing's keeping people alive. It's this weird horror thing of like you see people or machines that think they're human, like calling out for help, or like human beings kind of like alienized like into walls with this like weird mechanical, like micro-mechanical goo sort of thing, like little microcomputers wrapping around them and like holding their head in place and stuff like that. So this is a basic world, but what's cool about it is that it really, really hinges on a lot of like philosophical questions about like what makes you human? Because this robot has Simon's memories and thoughts and stuff. There's just a gap in like his memory from when he was at the doctor to when he woke up 200 years later on a space station sort of thing, right?
Yeah.
So like, is he still human? Even though he doesn't have a human body, he still feels things. He still has memories of his past, and like he still misses like one of the things he's sad about is that he will never see his friends in Toronto again because it's hundreds of years later.
Yeah.
It's a whole different time. And like he even says that he feels like lonely because he doesn't know anybody in this time. He doesn't even know this world at all and shit like that. So like the philosophical questions like, is he still human? Like, is this a human? Even though he's literally just a copy of like a human being's brain that is long since dead. And then later on in the game, you copy yourself onto another machine and you have like this thing like, well, this old version of Simon's going to stay here while we like get ourselves out of this shitty situation. Like, do we unplug him and erase his memories, essentially killing that version of Simon? Or like, basically, one of the things that is saving the human race is that this has become a thing that they've done on this research station is they've downloaded people's brains essentially into a thing called the Ark. And what the Ark is, it'll be like the Matrix that will be in a satellite that they'll shoot out into space. And all these existences of people, these memories and like people's personalities and stuff and everything will live on forever in this mechanical, like, cyberspace sort of thing that's kind of floating into space. So that maybe one day, like, it's kind of like the remnants of their whole civilization, right? There's only, like, because nobody's alive anymore. All the humans are dead. But they're all kind of living in this fucking space thing, like this space satellite. So what they're trying to do is, the satellite never got sent, and a mechanical, or I keep saying mechanical, a digital version of one of the doctors who created the ARC program wants to send this thing out into space to actually save humanity when, like, her human counterpart couldn't for whatever reason, which you find out later. But so, like, one of the things you're going to do is download yourself into this ARC with her after you send it out, or, like, as you're sending it out to space, all that sort of thing. And there's this ending where you download yourself into it, and then you see it go off into space, and then you're just like, what the fuck happened? And then she's like, what are you talking about? They're up there, sort of thing. And then it's like this whole, you're the copy that didn't make it, sort of thing. And you're seen like, you didn't make it, you're stuck down here forever, sort of thing. Like, I don't know, it just does a whole lot of neat questions about what it means to be actually human, and, like, the human race and stuff, or moral quandaries about, like, if you kill somebody's memories off, or, like, who they are, like their brain, do you actually kill them, or different copies of a person? It's so fucking weird, and I really love how they do it. It's really cool. The problem with the game is actually playing it. This is why I think watching it would have been the better way to go.
Yeah.
And I've said this on TDP, but I didn't explain what happens. There's different parts of the research facility you go to, and in each one there's kind of like a monster of that station, or like a monster of the week sort of thing, right? There's a different being trying to hunt you down or stop you from progressing.
Yeah.
And every time you run into it, it's, like, stressful but not scary. And more importantly, it hinders what you actually want to do, which is explore this area and not just run away from it. And that's bad design. When the thing your game does good is finding out about this universe and story through your searching stuff. So why would you throw in something that, like, you can't get past unless you run past a huge section of, like, hallway and rooms that probably have cool things in it just to progress? It's fucking stupid. But that's, I don't know, that game, I think that game is going to make it on the Game of the Year somehow. I don't know how or where, but there's some heady, amazing shit in there. I would really suggest, if you ever get bored, just watch, like, a playthrough of it and see some of the stuff they go through. It's kind of cool. Some cool stuff going on in there. I wouldn't recommend playing it, honestly. This is a game I think would be better off, like, letting somebody play it and then you just watch and kind of experience it, because the actual playing part is a shitty part of it.
I don't know. I didn't get grabbed by what I saw of, like, the beginning. It just wasn't my kind of thing.
It doesn't actually start getting really interesting until probably about 4 or 5 hours in. So that's fair.
Yeah. There was some game that had the idea of, like, where you were it was like a 2D thing where you're constantly, like, making copies of yourself to solve puzzles, and, like, each version of you, the swapper, I think, where you, like, I think the story of that is, like, you leave that other version of you behind.
It's the same idea. I just like that idea a lot. But, like,
that's fair.
I mean, I just want to kind of bring this back. So, watching an LP or something, would you say you could, quote unquote, get the full experience of something just by watching? Or, like, is there still this kind of archaic idea where, well, you weren't holding the controller, you did not play that thing?
It depends on the game, I would say. Like, honestly, that your experience can be, like, affected in a negative way, because there is this gameplay part of it
that sucks.
That sucks.
Yeah.
that matters if you're gonna be talking about like the game critically.
Sure.
So so for that kind of game, it matters. For adventure, but like to an extent, you if you know that and you take that into account, I don't necessarily think you need to play it because if like you've played video games and you've played enough to know exactly what this thing is. Because
Yeah.
it's like games aren't different. Like if you played Amnesia, you probably have a good idea of what the gameplay is like even if you watch it. Like if I watch footage of a Battlefield game, I have a pretty good idea of what that Battlefield game is going to be like,
Yeah.
at least to make an informed decision for myself.
Yeah.
It, I wouldn't say I played it, but I could consider myself informed on it to an extent.
Okay.
Yeah, it becomes harder when you're really going critically because you have to make sure that the parts of it that you didn't experience wouldn't greatly affect your opinion. You just have to like be aware of what you're doing. I think when you're doing
So
that.
maybe it is like it's probably okay or probably good that I played Soma because that gave me more of an insight of like what I really liked about that game being kind of hindered by the thing I really didn't, which is the gameplay, which is not something you would get just watching somebody like burst through it because you wouldn't have the ability to really feel like the tempo switches from being in an area you can just kind of look at everything for as long as you want and then being thrown down a corridor where you have to get out. Like there's not that back and forth. You're just kind of watching it all. You're not experiencing the like flow of the game fucking up by this mechanic they threw in.
Yeah.
Whereas like something like Until Dawn, that game is literally a movie with like parts where you push a button and anybody can push that button.
Like it wouldn't be a valid criticism like, "Oh, I was mad this character died because the person I was watching fucked up at this one part." Like
Yeah.
it's like I wish this story had played out slightly differently, but I wasn't the one playing it, so maybe I should have
How
found a
many
different
people
play.
did they kill in Until Dawn?
Bunch.
Okay.
Bunch. Oh, they didn't realize like die like what triggered the final explosion. So they kind of ended up killing a bunch of people at the end because
Oh, so they
got
just
out of
like
there.
blew it up right away instead of
Not
waiting
right
around?
away, but not they didn't wait long enough to get everyone out just because they didn't know.
I thought that was pretty obvious.
Yeah, they just sort of
Yeah, okay.
immediate like uh instinct reaction, and then went, "Oh, whoops, oh well."
Yeah, okay.
But I think like they'd done because I think even Alex was playing with the controller, and I think Vinny had played through the whole game before, but wasn't pointing stuff out. Also, while we're on this subject, there's another game that came out this year that those guys played all the way through that I watched that
Uh-huh.
was really enjoyable, which is this FMV adventure game Contradiction,
Okay.
which is like you're playing this investigator who comes to investigate a murder,
Sure.
and it's just like his acting is like feels like he's like a minor Doctor Who character that wandered out of into this world sort of. He's this great overacting, and it's just like if you like FMV conversation stuff, it's silly and dumb in that way that's like super appealing. It
That
it
sounds
has like
cool.
yeah, it was fun to watch. The UI is like complete garbage, and it doesn't seem like it's not it's just the thing of like you're clicking on all the options and like mashing all the things together to get the story to progress. But it was a fun, silly story that had two really hammy actors doing a great job of
That's premium
shooting-
content, I'm
shooting the
guessing?
scene. Yeah, it is premium content. I think the beginning of it isn't, and then the rest of it is.
I think during my week off coming up here, I might just like subscribe for a month and get caught up on like all the premium content I wanted to watch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a fun playthrough. That
Cool.
was weird because they were getting like they got some like stuff from the people who had made it. Like they sent in stuff to them, like in character, talking to them.
Oh, weird.
So they played on the Beastcast at one point. It's like the main
Weird.
character. It was like framed as like this was an audition thing, but then they started talking about people who were clearly the Beastcast guys. It was weird. They they were sort of conflicted about like is this too weird? Like, yeah, but that happened.
Cool.
So that was a thing.
All right. I mean, okay.
Wanna move-
Well,
Yeah.
I was gonna say I played the beginner's guide.
Right. And I watched you play the beginner's guide, so I've seen
It's
that,
kind of
right?
a weird like way to segue into it, but
But yeah, that's the
that
right
is a
thing to do.
game
Thanks.
you can watch. You do not have to play because it is one linear thing that no matter what you do will always turn out the same.
I guess unless you really can't figure out that puzzle.
In which case you're fucked. Like you are so fucked if it just flies over your head.
Can't get past the door puzzle.
I mean, there's that one part where those dudes are like, "Wait, how did you get past it?" They're talking to you, and you're just like, dude, really?" Anyways, the beginner's guide again. Like this is something I'm gonna talk spoilery. We're gonna talk spoilery about,
Yes.
and there is a way you can watch that on my YouTube if you care. So go do that and come back if you want to. Otherwise, shut up and listen. So. The Beginner's Guide is one of the most important games I've played this year because it dealt with stuff that are not usually dealt with in games to a point where it felt too real to me, and it made me really uncomfortable in ways I can't even begin to describe. What The Beginner's Guide is it's a video game that is literally a collection of video games that a dude is doing a commentary track over as you're playing it, and they all are from one of his friends. The guy talking is one of the guys who worked on Stanley Parable.
He's the writer for the Stanley Parable.
Writer for the Stanley Parable named Davey Reedon. And yeah, he's talking about his friend who liked to do little like indie game things and like little experiments with Source Engine and stuff like that called Coda. And the way it's curated in a way that like it's supposed to show what Coda learned kind of doing these small little experiments and like how he was kind of expressing himself and using the medium of video game design and video like level design and stuff to express who he was as a person and get a better insight of how he was. But that's kind of all a ruse and a red herring. The game is actually about Davey fucking up and like losing contact with this friend because of being kind of a like selfish dickhead and showing like working against his wishes. Coda kind of just did these things and like showed it to his friends. He didn't want them to become public and stuff. And like he showed his games off to people because he wanted like the praise for like what his friend did sort of thing. It's kind of a hard thing to explain unless you're a person who does this sort of thing where you stream video games or you talk about video games. Like you get a sense of enjoyment that like you found this thing and you show it to people or like you talk to people about it and like it's I don't know, that's one of the things that hit hard where it's just like I like doing this thing. I like to play a video game, and I like to show it to as many people as want to watch, right? Like, there's a Twitch channel, things are thrown on YouTube. I talk about it on 2 podcasts, if, like, the podcasts are regular anyway. And, I like to be the dude, like, showing this thing off, showing the world, like, what you're missing by not knowing this thing or this person or whatever. So, that whole thing about, like, the interest of the artist and like the interest of the person on the other side or whatever kind of not matching up, that felt really weird because I'm sure there probably have been a few things where like I talked about it completely out of turn or something, or like maybe some people just didn't want some things shown or something in a video game or whatever, or like just completely got the wrong idea of stuff, like Davey does with some of the stuff that like he talks about with Coda, saying like, well, he like looks, this shows like how depressed he was, and Coda at the very end is just like, dude, I was never depressed. That says way more about you than me. I just like doing like prison designs and stuff. Like, I don't know. It's a weird thing to be just like mirrored back at you. And then it gets weird on a few other levels. Like the fact that they got in like an argument or whatever. He lost contact with him because he didn't want him showing. He didn't want Davey showing people his video games, and then he puts out a video game where he's ostensibly making money and showing the world stuff, which I don't think is true.
I assume it's fictional, because if it's not, I'm not okay with that thing at all.
The thing is, you don't know if it's fictional or not. I don't necessarily think it matters, honestly, for what it does, because it's supposed to, I think if anything, it's probably a writing exercise.
Yeah.
Because
for me, I would be more okay with it if he hadn't cast himself as that main character, if there had been more of a separation, just because I feel like that's a shock thing.
Yeah.
That is more there to like confuse, like to completely disarm the audience inherently. And it feels more like a stunt move than like something that needed to be part of the game. And kind of my bigger problem with the thing is I hate Davey immediately in that thing.
Yeah.
Like his approach to talking about games and talking specifically about Coda instantly put me off, so that he turned out like it wasn't a surprise what happened at the end to me, because I clearly, this guy was fucked up immediately and I didn't trust him because of the way he talked about Coda's intention for stuff, because I don't and like making judgments about Coda based on this little work that Coda was making and like throwing away.
Yeah. Like it's weird because depending how you look at it, if Coda is fake and he's like kind of doing this all about himself or whatever, he's an egotistical asshole. If Coda is real, he is just a genuine terrible person. So either way, he is a piece of shit. Like, he doesn't make himself come off as good at all here. And I don't really mind that.
Yeah. Like, whatever, it could be that it's like flipped around and like he just knew someone who was like this character he's playing. And maybe he was like friends with someone who was Coda or something else. Like maybe the guy who designed the levels for Stanley Parable was Coda or something. Like, who fucking knows? And that's also sort of the thing. Like, I'm not going to make judgments about Davey based on this thing. He sort of invites it because he put himself in, which is like another problem in a game that's like, don't make assumptions based on who people are just from this work. Like, you can learn about who they are as an artist because of the stuff that they choose to put out there, like, can show a pattern. Yeah. But that's like creating art is like cutting off a tiny piece of yourself and putting it out there, and you're not going to extract the whole person from that like speck of blood or whatever.
I think this is another thing that struck hard. Like, the thing is, like, I think the thing people think of in this game when they watch it played through or whatever, and when I say like there's some things that really rang true for me, they're not the things that are obvious for a lot of people. The things that rang true for me are, I've known a lot of people with like mental health issues in my life, and I've had to deal with a lot of stuff like that personally. Yeah. So the thing that rings true isn't Coda at all. What it is the ignorance on Davey's part of like seeing something so small and making a giant thing and saying like he's obviously depressed and stuff. Like, I've seen real depression. I've seen like some of my friends try to kill themselves. I've seen people kill themselves, like at my school. They were there 1 week, and then the next week, like, they hung themselves. Like, I know what this shit is. And the ignorance behind real-life people that talk about mental health issues and depression and stuff kind of willy-nilly, and they don't know anything that goes on with it. The way Davey talks about it, about Coda like having these issues and closing himself off and stuff, he is literally every ignorant person I've ever seen talk about these issues before in my life, and that's what annoys me about him, because it is so dead on, where you see such a little thing. It's just like he's obviously closing himself off. It's like, no, if he was closing himself off, he would act like nothing was wrong. Like, he would show you games that are happy, and then he would be fucking dead the next day, because that's how life is. Mm-hmm. Like, you don't understand.
I think what the game is good at is being a character study of Davey. Like, I think that's what it's effective of as.
And I hate that person, because I've known people like that.
That's like my problem with the thing is, like, I don't like the thing because I don't like spending time with this character. Like, it's a well done performance. It's like constructed well. I just don't like it because I don't. It's like it's an issue I have with character pieces where I just don't want to spend time with that person. Like, you put a lot of work and you did a good job. I just don't want that.
And like the very end where he's kind of freaking out and saying like, I'm sorry and stuff, that hit hard for me, not because of like what he's saying or like what's happening there, but
he still doesn't get it.
That's exactly it. It's just such an ignorant thing where like he's saying I'm sorry and stuff, but the reason he's sorry is like, I think there's even a line when he's screaming that stuff out, like I'm sorry or whatever, and just being like, will you create games again? I want to see, like, it's still about him.
Yeah.
And like it goes against everything, like it doesn't make any sense to me. Mm-hmm. But that's how people act. People are so, the reason why he's sorry is because he needs that fulfillment again.
Yeah.
And that is disgusting. Like, he is a disgusting character, whether or not that's him at all.
Yeah.
It's just, it's too real. It's too real.
So, like, that's why I don't like that he put himself on it.
Yeah.
Because if it's fiction, if it is fiction, just let it be fiction. Like, this is a terrible person. If you want to tell a story about them, that's fine. But like putting yourself in it, it's like it has that shock value, but it's also like, what are you doing? Why are you selling this thing that's like to make you? That's like casting yourself as this horrible person.
Yeah. And I think this game is harmful too, because I think, for one thing, it undermines like what I think the true message should be, and it's not about Coda or like getting people help because you think you're trying to be their friend or something. Like, this is very much a character study of an ignorant, like, fucking loser who just doesn't know what he's talking about and makes things like terrible for himself.
Yeah.
So that's what this is, but I don't want people to go into this and like start thinking that like he actually has an eye for like game design, and like this like long climb up like signifies a long journey before you like have an idea or something. Like, some of the bullshit he spouts about like what Coda was thinking and stuff, I don't want people to start looking at video games that way. If anything, especially with like Twitter and Facebook and stuff now, just ask the people if you're interested in like what their thoughts and feelings were when they were making a product. Like, send something out there, throw an email out there. I hate when people assume something, but even worse when they assume the worst. Like, well, he was obviously depressed because he was making prisons. It's like, no, he probably was having fun with like this thing where what he actually says is that like he just did like a dozen prisons or whatever with the same assets. It's like, that's how you do iterative design. That's how you make something amazing, is by failing with the same thing over and over until you find the perfect way to put it together. He was actually like, what have you done, Davey? You wrote a shitty fucking game. I didn't like Stanley Parable very much, honestly. Like, you haven't really done much, especially in game design. So like, why don't you shut your fucking mouth about stuff when this is how a good game gets made, by doing something and then hating it and doing it again and again. It's not self-destructive. It's actually like growth as a human being and as a developer.
Yeah.
So
Like
he's such an idiot, and I hope people don't actually think he's smart, because it'll do so much bad for all the YouTube kiddies out there that think going to be game critics. He's a fucking idiot, and I just hope people don't take it seriously.
I mean, I think the way it's structured the way it is to draw in people who might think like that and then shock them out of it. Like
that's bad, though. I don't like that.
And I don't really like that. I don't like that approach to it. Like, maybe that'll work, but it's that kind of thing. People generally get the wrong message.
The thing is, though,
from what I've seen, because people are so stupid.
As a character study, it's so good that it's actually amazing. I hate people like Davey, and even if he is like that, the fact that like he wrote himself or like made all this stuff up to make me feel that disdain I have for real ignorant people like that, for him, is amazing writing. He's really good at character like development writing just through dialogue. Because
part of me assumes he, at some level, knew someone who was like that. Like, whether it was him or just someone else, like, yeah. But he put it together in this he wrote it correctly.
And that's why it's the most important game I played this year. Because that is not something you use the video game medium for, usually. It does something completely creative, and like the fact that I actually feel these strong emotions and stuff for a character that's probably not even real just shows how accurate he got it. And that's scary. I don't like that. I don't like people being like so good at making something up that they can mimic reality to a point where I hate them. That's scary.
Yeah, to me, this kind of game, though, is so similar to radio drama that,
but this is how propaganda happens.
Yeah.
You just have to do, like, if he can do that, just like instead of saying that's him, let's say it's like our new prime minister here in Canada, like, then it's propaganda. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what if it wasn't Davey that did this? What if it's Coda? Like, say these are two actual people, and Coda did all of this writing and stuff, saying he's Davey and did all this stuff. This is propaganda against somebody who, like, maybe had it coming, but didn't actually do anything to harm me, and I hate him. That's powerful writing, and that's scary. I don't like that. I mean, other than that, the game's fine.
Other than that, it's like, it's a walking simulator.
It's a Source game.
Yeah.
So,
like, just I come down like it's well made. I personally just don't like it. I don't have affection for it.
I will never play it again. You know what actually it's been great for is I'm glad I had the experience of it when I did. And I love like seeing people who I like to watch do content play it, because it gives me more of an insight of who they are as a human being.
Yeah.
By how they react to it. And I love it. It is amazing for that. It's like a weird social interaction generator where you get people's true colors when they play it, and just by watching it.
I actually hate Davey so much I can't do it. I can't watch that thing again. I can't sit through it.
I've sat through it like 4 times now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and every time I actually start like just shivering in anger in some spots. It's actually like heart-wrenching for me. I probably shouldn't watch it anymore, because it actually is probably doing something bad to me. I'm gonna have like a aneurysm or something.
Because like I went through a phase where I would draw like fucked up little comic strips. Like,
yeah,
I know, like I like empathized with the idea of just wanting to make this like one particular thing that was fucked up just because you wanted to do it. Like, it doesn't.
Like, yeah, and like coming from like an art school and like that background, like I didn't understand how any of the like quote unquote weird things he was doing like would have been a call for help at all, because I've seen some fucked up shit from totally normal, smart people.
Yeah.
And it's the only reason they did it is because I wanted to evoke something. Like, I just wanted to have fun. I wanted to draw, like, guts, so I did.
Yep. That's how it goes. But, yeah, I just hate Davey so much.
Especially, oh, man, when they, like, talk about how Davey was, like, changing the levels, too, to show it to people, and, like, implementing what he thinks is right game design onto someone else's work is, like, heartbreaking in the cruelest way. It's just terrible. Like, the part where you go to the house and you're just doing chores. I really liked playing that part because after all the, like, prison shit and stuff, it felt relaxing. Like, there was a nice song playing, there was a repetitive task, and I'm kind of chilling with this person who's talking and, like, saying some corny things, and all we're doing is cleaning, and I'm having a relaxing time. And then Davey just decides to stop it because you have to keep moving. It's like, if I was Coda, that would piss me off, because the reason I did that was to be kind of like a way, like, catharsis, right? I'm going to calm down. I'm just going to play this infinitely for like 2 hours while I listen to a podcast or something.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Changing people's work is like a crime that I think should be punishable by death. It's terrible. It's almost as bad as pedophilia. Pedophilia is way worse, by the way. I actually hate pedophiles.
Look, modding is a thing, but, like, contextualize it properly.
Modding's different. That's a different thing.
Yes. Also, that he so early talks about how Kodo was just throwing these games away. It's like, you're going through someone else's creative trash pile.
Yeah.
I'm not, and then, like, making judgments based on it of, like, the thing they didn't. It's
like, Coda didn't show this to anybody, so it must mean he's depressed. It's like, no, he probably just tried something out, didn't like it, and threw it away. What right do you have looking through it, you piece of shit? Why don't you go write a shitty game? Oh, wait.
Yeah. That was a thing.
Dude, fuck that guy. I don't even care if that's him or not. The fact that he wrote a character that makes me that angry, fuck him.
Yeah.
Also, fuck Undertale. I'm not even gonna, like, explain why.
Yeah. Fun.
Fuck that, and fuck you if you liked it.
Fuck
Moving on.
RPGs. Unless I'm in the mood for that.
I'm probably gonna start getting messages on Twitter when this goes up. Yeah. Let's talk about Transformers. Let's get out of this, like, hate spiral I've thrown myself into after having a relatively decent good day.
Well, Transformers Devestation. Yo, do you like Transformers? G1.
Like, not really.
Yo, do you like Platinum action games?
I mean, yes, but that's only because they're good games that do, like, weird things. That is what
this is. This is a Platinum action game.
But, like, how weird can they go? The reason I like stuff like, say, Bayonetta, right, is because it's a witch who does crazy shit with her hair, and it's, like, this spectacle. Transformers are just fucking robots in disguise.
Yeah, but you get to be Bumblebee and beat the shit out of Megatron. You beat the shit out of him.
Okay. That sounds really weird. All right.
He's so fast. And then you get to, like, be Optimus Prime and kick the shit out of Devastator. Because why not?
Okay.
Like,
do you have to be a Transformers fan to really get something out of it? Because I think you do.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have to like G1 Transformers.
Do you have to, like, love it?
No, because I don't love it.
Because, like, I think Transformers are okay.
I have nostalgia for it.
See, I don't have nostalgia for it, but I don't hate it. I don't mind it.
What I really love, Beast Wars. That was my Transformers shit.
I mean,
G1 is, like, terrible. It has that level of, like, it occasionally was so terrible that I just find it hilarious. Like, there's an episode with a kid in a wheelchair who literally says, "No one's truly disabled as long as they have courage." And then later in the episode, Sparkplug tells Spike straight out, Spike, sometimes nothing you do makes any difference. It's just like the
Huh.
writer just couldn't fucking handle the fucking cheesy bullshit he wrote early in the episode and had to fucking bring it down specifically on this one character.
That's great. I like that.
That's like episode 6 of Transformers.
Yeah, for me it was Beast Wars.
Beast Wars is the shit.
And even then, the only reason I liked it was because instead of being like cars, they were animals.
Whatever, man. It's once they got past season 1, the plot got really good.
Waspinator.
Yo, Waspinator is the best. Waspinator has plans.
I remember. Okay, so for like just your reference, Beast Wars up here in Canada was called Beasties.
I'm aware.
And I don't know why. Do you? I have no idea. I would like to know if you do.
Canada can't handle wars, man. I don't know.
Is that seriously it? It might actually
I
be.
assume like it's the reason in Europe Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles were Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles because ninjas are too much.
The reason why I think it actually might be is because it aired on like the youth television YTV here.
Yeah.
Which like the target audience is like 8 to like 14 or something, like young. So I think it might be that like just syndication wouldn't allow it if the word war was in it.
Yeah, that's probably what it was.
Which is hilarious. Did you guys at McDonald's when that was popular get the toys for the Happy Meals as well?
I don't know.
Okay, because we did, and I would order like 2 Happy Meals as my meal just for the toys.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great.
I can't remember the spider's name.
Oh, fuck.
Like probably Spidertron or Arachnid.
Tarantulas.
Tarantulas probably sounds right.
I can't remember. Now I'm blanking. Black Arachnia.
Yep.
Optimus Primal. So good.
Yep.
So good. Also, that Megatron is the best. He's actually the best.
Was his name just Megatron? It was something else, right?
No, it was just Megatron.
I don't think you're right.
I am correct.
Why would they do that? Like, why wouldn't they change his name?
The lore reason is his name wasn't originally Megatron, but he was such a maniacal thing. He took the name Megatron.
Oh, so he named himself.
Yeah.
That's like...
Well, that's a thing. Like in the first episode,
gauche as fuck.
the way they introduce all the characters is them naming themselves after they get their beast modes.
Yeah, I guess.
That's how that show starts.
No, he... Oh, right. Okay. Wait, what?
Like that's why he's Rat Trap, because he was a rat. Like their names are puns because like they've like renamed themselves.
Dude, I fucking hated Rat Trap. He's
Dude,
the worst one.
Rat Trap's pretty good. Rhinox is the best though.
Rhinox is amazingly good. Yeah. I'm trying to find... Okay. List of Predacons. Oh man, the Predacons.
Yeah, because they're predators.
Starscream was just still called Starscream?
Well, it was Starscream's spark because like it was Starscream's ghost inhabited Waspinator for one episode. Starscream was in an episode.
Razor Claw.
Razor Claw.
Yeah, I don't know who the fuck. Razor Claw, the leader of the Predacons. He transforms into a lion. Razor Claw forms the head, massive torso, and thighs of Predaking.
That's comic book stuff.
Yeah.
That's
fair
not.
Enough. It's technically canon.
There are Beast Wars comic books
that
have
canon.
Like shit ton extra characters so they can sell more toys.
Well, yeah, but it's canon.
It's not that. It can't be canon. It can't actually be canon.
It is.
There's no room for those characters within the plot of that show. They fucking leave at the end. There's no more room. There was also an anime version of Beast Wars, I think, where they have like super transformation stuff.
That sounds dumb.
That's not canon. Yeah, I tried to watch. It's unwatchable.
Who the fuck was Inferno?
That was the ant. Burn in the fires of Inferno.
I don't remember the
He
end.
called Megatron my queen all the time.
That's pretty good. I like that. Oh man, G1 Megatron, Optimus Primal, Gary Chalk for voice. I'm just looking at the voices. Scott McNeil did Rat Trap, Dinobot, Waspinator, Silverbolt, and Dinobot 2.
Scott McNeil's the man.
Does like everything.
And those voices are all super different.
Yeah, they are. Fucking Waspinator. What was Air Razor again?
She was the bird.
Yeah, what type of bird was it?
I don't know,
Like an eagle or something? A hawk?
A hawk or something.
Okay. Yeah, Tarantulas. You were right. That's the name of it. Pterosaur.
Pterosaur Terrorize.
Yep. Rampage.
Yeah.
I'm gonna download this series, I think.
I have the the Beast Machines Transmetals PlayStation fighting game.
Is it shitty?
It's pretty shitty, but I love it.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like a 3D open arena type fighting game too. So it's real jank.
Wow, this debuted in 1996? Weird. That's a long time ago.
Yep. It was impressive, like, CG animation for the time.
I mean, yeah, but so was Reboot.
Yes. That's true.
Reboot
Same
kind
studio.
of actually holds up just because it's not anything that, like, is supposed to be something. If that makes sense. Like, Beast Wars kind of doesn't hold up because you know how, like, say, a silverback gorilla is supposed to look when he's moving, right? Whereas, like, in Reboot, they're all just, like, stupid little fantasy computer sprite guys. So it works somehow.
I have no idea how the internet works, but and computers work.
They have no idea how the internet works. The web.
Yeah.
Remember that arc in Reboot that took like a whole season and it was literally just like them surfing around in a ship in the web? That was shitty. That sucked. Oh, 90
Yeah,
sensibilities.
I just like the writing on Beast Wars a lot more than Reboot.
I'm going to have to revisit it. It's been a long time.
I own both those series on DVD though, so
Oh, so there are like box sets you can buy for it?
yes.
That's good. I should just buy them then.
I think Rhino put them out.
That's probably on the Amazon.com.
Probably.
I mean, if I can... This is the thing, is that if I can buy the Mega Man cartoon, I should probably have Beast Wars.
Yeah. But yeah, Transformers Devastation it's a platinum beat 'em up game. It's not very long from what I know, and I know it reuses a lot of the boss fights over again. But like those games play well. And if you have nostalgia for G1, the cool thing about G1 is it didn't have good writing in the first place. So platinum writing doesn't have to be anything special
Yeah.
to feel truly authentic.
Sure.
So it's like it's good as a nostalgia trip. It has weird things where it's like you get weapons and then you level up weapons by feeding weapons to other weapons. It has like a whole loot thing built in.
Okay. Kind of like Blade and Soul? Like how that
I
worked?
mean, yeah, kind of.
You
but
would like
they-
break down the weapon to like power up another weapon?
It's more like how Destiny works.
I don't
now.
know how Destiny
Or
works.
it's just like you take your gun and you just feed this other gun directly to it, and then that gun levels. The gun you're feeding it to gets experience points and levels up. And
Okay.
based on the quality of the weapon, like it's like a letter grade, that'll determine like how far you can level it up. Like it'll cap out at some point.
So it's like Blade and Soul.
And I think you can only get the higher level stuff on higher difficulties stuff.
Okay.
It's like part of the it's just a weird thing to add into the progression system that
Seems like
those
the thing
platinum games-
Japanese thing
yes,
lately.
it's a very Japanese thing.
Yeah. That's cool. How
Yeah.
much do you want a Beast Wars Transformers Megatron action figure?
I have a Beast Wars. I have a Beast Wars Megatron and Optimus Primal action figures that were part of an anniversary thing, so they're really nice and big.
Okay. Are they still in box?
Nope, I have them
Okay.
standing on my thing. So like the big thing for Megatron is like the original Megatron toy, his face is just like whatever plastic stuff.
Yeah.
But on this toy, he's got a great smirk.
Oh, okay.
It makes such a difference for me.
This action figure I'm looking at
And
is
they, like-
$691.
Jesus. And also these they made these after the fact, so they made them look like they do on the show, whereas a lot of the original Beast Wars toys don't really look like the characters on the show.
Hmm.
Although I did have the toy for Rampage, and he did look like he did on the show. That was a good toy.
Did you ever play with Mighty
One-
Max toys?
Yes,
They were so good. I want all of them again. I don't know where they are.
I loved Mighty Max.
That Mighty Max was the type of thing that I wish I was like 5 years older when it came out, so I could buy them with like my money and not have to just like rely on my parents being able to buy me one for like a birthday or something.
Uh-huh.
I would buy the shit. I would have bought the shit out of them.
I don't remember anything about the Marty Max cartoon. I know I watched it a couple times,
Yeah, I don't really either,
but
honestly.
but it was more like I was obsessed with because I was obsessed with Mighty Max. Like I don't remember any content of it at all.
Yeah, that's kind of it.
It was just like super excited. Oh, Mighty Max! Oh my god!
Those toys were great, though. They were a full play set in the palm of your hand.
They were Polly Pocket for boys.
Yeah, but Polly Pocket was badass if you were a chick.
I mean, they didn't have
Like,
Polly
probably.
Pocket didn't have the variety because girls' toys are just all pink all the time.
Yeah.
Whereas they got to put like different thematic stuff into Mighty Max.
What was your favorite Mighty Max? There is a right answer.
I just remember the ones I had. I had the skull one.
Yeah.
That was good.
The skull one is classic. I think everybody had that. That might have been like one of the first ones or something, because that was like iconic for that series.
And then I think I had like a couple tiny ones that I think were Happy Meal things. Like I don't
Yeah.
think I had a couple of those.
The
They were
really
pretty
tiny
shitty.
ones were lame, though, because they had like one thing that went in it. Yeah.
I think I had that. I had like a Frankenstein thing too. I think those were the two I had.
A Frankenstein thing. Was there a Frankenstein? There was one that, like, it wasn't like a Frankenstein, but it was like a Cyclops.
There was a Frankenstein in it, for sure.
Oh,
Like
in it?
In it, yeah. There was a Frankenstein monster in it.
That might have been the skull one then.
Oh yeah, that might. Oh no, I had the skull one and I had the snake.
Dude, yeah, the snake was the bomb. His fucking rattle was a scorpion tail.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was so good. Also, there was like this spider one that was kind of gross and creepy. Like it was a giant spider head, or like a giant spider with like a little legs or whatever. Then when you opened it, those legs attached to like another spider inside, and it was like a
Nice.
spider's lair. It was gross. I want one again. The snake was the
Oh.
bomb. The snake was the right answer, by the way.
Oh, so I had the snake, I had the skull, and then I had like this weird alien head one. I don't even know what that thing is.
Weird alien head. What does it look like?
It's like teal, like dark teal, kind of.
Dark
Oh, I
teal.
also had like the boar one. I had a lot of these things. I also had like.
I only had
one.
like, I had the snake, the spider, and the skull. Those are the only three I ever had, and I'm so mad.
I had 4, I guess, of the big ones.
I'm trying to think of what the alien head would have been. There was a like Mount Doom or something as well.
Mm-hmm.
Just like a giant playset. I never got that. I always wanted it though because it would be on every Saturday morning cartoon ad.
So in the second column, I had the ones on both edges. In the second one down.
Second one down on the edge. Oh, like that goat head thing on the left?
Yeah, I had
Oh,
that.
I had that too. That was a spaceship.
Yeah. And then I had the one on all the way on the right on that same row.
Weird. Okay. I'm gonna look into buying Mighty Max.
What's hilarious is I was talking with a friend about Mighty Max for like no reason the other day.
Yeah. They're great. They
I
are the best.
fucking loved it. And I had in that picture I had the of the small ones. I had that green hit one in the middle.
Do you think I could get away with making a YouTube channel doing like Mighty Max Let's Plays of just like a camera on a tripod and just like me making up a little adventure with a Mighty Max with it zoomed in all macro-ish?
I mean, you could do it. It would be amazing.
I gotta do like a Mighty Max voice like, oh boy.
That is Mickey Mouse. You've confused two characters.
Oh gosh. Yeah. Same thing. I am actually going to look into getting some of these because they're selling for kind of cheap on eBay here. Like some of them are selling for $6. I want a Mighty Max for $6. There must be something people don't buy anymore.
I guess.
Probably for good reason. That it seems
Sup-
kind of like a bad idea too to like market something to kids that
has,
they
like,
moving
really
parts.
tiny,
Yeah.
really tiny pieces.
Yeah, that you can just die on.
I was super into those.
Yeah. They don't make toys like that anymore. Probably for that reason we just talked about.
Yep.
You know, lawsuits. Oh well. I'm trying to see if there was any like these really small keychain ones. I feel like I had one at least, but I don't know which one it would have been. If anything, it's probably that like Skull Warrior it's called. It's like a cyber wolfman looking thing. We should probably just keep moving on.
Yeah.
Talk about Mighty Max all goddamn day.
So my last game,
Yeah.
and the most important game,
I want to know all
Persona
about this.
4 Dancing All Night. Oh, it's so good.
Is it
so
worth getting a
good.
Vita for?
So you kind of have to care about the Persona 4 characters to really make it worth it.
Why? I
Because
just want to dance with anime people.
I mean, there are Hatsume Miku games you could get for that, I guess.
Yeah, I want all of those too.
I love this thing. Well, because you won't. There's like, you wouldn't play the visual novel part of it because that's like a story that's a sequel to Persona 4, basically. Of the characters all getting back together again, and like, it's just so. What makes the story and what makes it so great is like, it's such a silly thing, but they go all the way with it and do it right. Like, so the characters in Persona 4 are, a lot of it is like these are characters who are like repressed teenagers who are totally inward and have to like confront the worst parts of themselves or the parts of them that they hate the most. And like, then just seeing them like a year later, like full of like the confidence of just fucking dancing to express themselves is such a fucking cathartic experience. It's just fucking joyous. And then you get to put them in silly outfits and stuff. Like, today they just released the free DLC so that you can dress them all up like Power Rangers, which is a thing you can do in Persona 4 Golden, because that, like, all the costumes, I think most of them that are in the game were like outfits they wore in Persona 4 Golden. Like, those are all things that they wore. So it's all thematic in that way for the most part. But it's just like silly, dumb stuff. Like, you can buy a mask of the shopkeeper and put them on characters. It's like a big plastic thing. And then you can buy one that's gold. It's just dumb stuff. And it's just a fun rhythm game on top of all that.
So, how does the rhythm game part work?
So it's like basically it's a 6 button thing where you're using the outer edge buttons on the Vita and the
So it's
like
not
up.
tapping. It's not like an Elite Beat Agents. It's more like a Hatsune Miku game.
Yes.
Okay.
So you're using like up, left, down, and triangle, circle, X
Uh-huh.
as like notes come in from the center and then go out to like those spaces on the Vita screen. You can actually also just use the Vita screen to physically press those buttons, but that
Yeah.
would involve much more movement. And
Yeah,
then
fuck that.
there are also occasionally there'll be scratches, which is like instead of a note, there'll just be the like they sort of all the notes follow like a circle, like a big arc that reaches around to both sides
Uh-huh.
for when you're supposed to hit the note. And for scratches, there's no note, and you hit those either by just like hitting the either one of the analog sticks in any direction, or you can set it up to be the triggers. Although I don't like that as much. And then they're like different noises depending on how you. They're like a couple. Like for up and left, we'll do one noise on the trigger, and down and right, we'll do like a different side of noise. And then they're like weird modifiers. You can change all the noise stuff.
Uh-huh.
And then sometimes the game will have you like press two buttons at the same time. And then there's like a ton of difficulty options. You eventually like unlock like mutators to fuck up the whole thing or things to make it easier. So there's lots of different ways for you to customize how the difficulty in this thing plays.
Okay.
The challenge was good. I was pretty bad at it at first, but I've played a lot and I've gotten much better. Like it had a good skill curve for me that I really enjoyed. I fucking platinumed this game. Like I can't say enough good. Like might be my game of the year because I just fucking love this thing.
Hmm.
I did. There's still more to do. Like beyond the platinum is just really play a lot of it, and then there's an in-game medal system for some more ridiculous stuff.
How much of your love of it is just a love of Persona in general and not so much the game?
A lot of it, but I really like playing the rhythm game, and I really like the music from Persona
Okay.
series. Like I really like the music from these games. They do a bunch of remixes of tracks that I really like. Like I bought the fucking special edition because I came with like a 2 CD soundtrack.
Yeah.
Like, and I've been listening to that stuff too. Like I just really like the music. So having a rhythm game that's full of music I love, like it all comes together for me because every part of this is a thing I like.
This is what you've been waiting for forever.
Like it's also like compared so the visual novel thing is very similar to the fighting games they've put out
Okay.
from Persona 4, but those like involve Persona 3, which has like thematic stuff I'm less into than Persona 4, whereas this is pure Persona 4, so I'm like thematically it follows up on that and I really love it.
Okay.
Where it's like a lot of you're in this world where whoever set it up has made it so no one can hurt anyone, and there's this song that tries to convince you to become the person everyone else wants you to be, and they're kidnapped these idols, like Japanese idols,
Okay.
like team of them, because one of the main characters from the original Persona 4 was an idol, so like
Oh, okay.
that's how that plays into that. So then you have these idol characters, and then your characters are just dancing to express themselves fully to show that you don't need to be the person everyone wants you to be. You can be yourself. Convincing these girls to just be themselves because they're idols, so they're super susceptible to the idea of becoming the person everyone wants to be because they're already like being these characters that aren't really representative of who they are. It's fucking great. I love
Huh. Okay.
it. Really love it.
It seems like one of those, like, you have to play to understand it sort of things.
Because then, like, so in Persona, you have, like, your personas are sort of like Pokemon, but they're also like your big summon stuff.
Yeah.
So when you finish a song with a character, then they summon their persona, and the persona does like a solo on an instrument.
Okay.
Like
That's pretty
you're
good.
The main character, he does a sick guitar solo, or you play this other character, they bust out like a saxophone.
Is that the game
Dude,
where they,
sing-
like, pull out a gun and shoot themselves?
That was Persona 3.
3. Okay.
Persona 4, it's just cards that they they smash in their hands.
Why don't they shoot themselves anymore?
Because
Angry parents.
like it was like unnecessary. Like Persona 3 is a much more aggressively dark game,
Uh-huh.
like more into everything being fucked up, whereas Persona 4 is more about like the balance of fighting monsters and stuff to save people and investigate a murder balanced with like school life drama of being a teenager.
How much am I missing out if I don't play Persona 3 and just go to 4?
Nothing.
At all?
I didn't play Persona 3.
Okay. Good to know.
Yeah, again, Persona 4 Golden is my favorite game. So this just having these characters speaks to me in a really strong way. Because these are my favorite characters in video games, and seeing them dance around is fun and silly.
Necro's answer is Persona 4 isn't edgy as fuck.
I don't know, man. It still has teens with sexual repression.
That's pretty edgy.
I would argue it can be.
Just like Linkin Park. One step closer to the edge. Is that song in any Persona game?
No.
It sounds like it should be.
No.
It's edgy as fuck.
Yeah, but
Just like Persona 3, apparently.
apparently. Maybe it would belong in Persona 3. That is the game where they shoot themselves in the head. Over and over again. And over again. And over again. And over again.
And in the end, it doesn't even matter.
And in the end, doesn't even matter.
Anyways, so Persona 4
this is a game
probably your game of the year.
Yeah, I've been playing it every day, basically.
Oh, wow.
Just like doing some rhythm game stuff, because I finished the story a long time ago, but just doing free mode stuff.
Hey, you don't have to explain to me. I love me some Hatsune Miku.
Hatsune Miku is in this game as DLC.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yep. I bought the 3 DLC tracks that give you a new character, because characters are tied specifically to tracks, but then you get to pick the backup dancer that comes on when you do super well.
Okay.
And then like you unlock it's like for each of the 3 main difficulties, beating it on that difficulty unlocks a particular character to have as your backup dancer, basically.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, it's fun. Fun as shit.
You know what else is fun as shit?
Movies?
Left 4 Dead.
Oh.
Unfortunately, Left 4 Dead is super old, so instead we have a Warhammer game called Vermintide out that is basically Left 4 Dead.
Hooray! I really liked watching people play Left 4 Dead.
Yeah.
Watched a lot of people play Left 4 Dead.
Really? That
Yeah.
doesn't seem like a game that would be fun to watch for some reason.
If like the people are being dicks to each other, honestly, or
Okay.
like they have, or it's like a lot of it is just people,
Like the interaction between the people playing.
the way people interact with it, and just kind of the surprise, like that it's always people are taken by surprise when stuff happens. When that happens,
that reminds me. We did like a video series of that.
Yep, I watched that.
Oh, all right.
I've watched that, and I watched the guys who do Dragon Ball Z Abridged, Team 4-Star. They also did a lot of
Okay.
Left 4 Dead stuff. So I watched that too.
I remember some funny moments coming from that now, though. From Left 4 Dead. Yeah, okay.
Yep.
I was so mad during some of them.
Yeah, you can tell.
Great. Great. I'm glad that's on the internet.
It's the pleasure. It's the joy of seeing people like Eno kill you guys, and then
I wasn't nearly as mad in that as I was in Magicka, though.
no, Magicka got too real.
Magicka broke me in a way that I wasn't ready for. It made me like hate the people I was playing with. That was bad. That was a bad time. Anyways, talking about Left 4 Dead, Vermintide is Left 4 Dead with a more melee focus, combat, and set in the Warhammer universe. So how does that sound to you?
Does it have a thing like a tank that sort of a bigger enemy that you have to
Yes.
sort of be ready for? And
Yes.
That changes things up. Okay, then
Yeah, it's
that's all I
like
really need.
a giant like rat. What
Yeah.
the hell was it called? I can't remember. But yeah, it is literally a tank, and like you just hear it like stomping around and like screaming before it comes onto the scene, and then it just does, and it's like pummeling people.
Because that's the thing that really makes Left 4 Dead is like if you're not like super on top of your game, you're fucking around, but you're getting through stuff, and then you're not prepared for when the tank comes, and you're like, oh no.
Yeah, yeah, that can happen. Like I can't remember what the hell that type of rat is even called, but like we faced one like super early when I was playing it, and it's just like, oh, okay, rat ogre. It's just very specifically called a rat ogre. Yeah, it is literally a tank.
Okay, that sounds cool then.
Yeah, there's different types too. There is oh my god, the rattling gunner. He has a Gatling gun, rattling.
Nice.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway,
There's like feels like there's a hole for a Left 4 Dead type game because
there is.
the Left 4 Dead guys made Evolve, and that did not serve that purpose.
Yeah, no, there is definitely a space for this. And
Also with Payday being garbage now.
yeah, no, I'm super glad they're doing this because not only is the hole filled for Left 4 Dead, but also the just like the loot grind.
Uh-huh.
Because there's that too, where Left 4 Dead didn't have that. Like, you go into a level, you could have like a guitar sitting in a random place and then use that as a melee weapon for a while, and then maybe even carry it into the next area, but eventually it breaks, you throw it away, and you pick up something better.
Yeah.
This is very much revolved around you have a loadout. You can choose like your weapon loadout, your shield, and stuff like that at the very beginning, before, like in the tavern, before you go out. You go out into the mission, you get things. Like, you kill things, you can do different things to, like, get more loot drops at the end, possibly. And then what you do is you roll dice for loot. So you can, like, pick up dice in the world to, like, add another dice to your loot roll. You can do things that will give you a dice that will automatically, like, win no matter what. So, like, it increases the likelihood of you getting something good, etc., etc., and it gives you a reason to replay certain portions over and over.
Yeah.
Which is really, really good because this game is really, really fun, and it would be really, really dull without that. Like, without a reason to go back in and have, like, a carrot on a stick, like a reasoning for doing it. So, yeah, no, it's one of these games, though, that you need friends. Like, you need to just have people to play with because the AI, from what I hear, like, I don't dare play with the AI myself. I'll probably get frustrated. The AI is terrible from what I hear, though. They don't do, like, there's certain attacks. Some rats have, like, full body armor on, and the only thing that can hurt them is, like, a piercing attack. And the AI just, like, won't do a piercing attack on them. So they're essentially useless. Sometimes, like, they won't even get you up or whatever. Like, it just sounds bad.
Yeesh, that's the one thing AI needs.
Yeah. Or maybe it's the opposite thing where they try too hard to get you up and go into, like, harm's way all the time. Either way, it's bad. Yeah. So, like, if they fix that, maybe. But it's kind of the same thing as Left 4 Dead. I didn't play that single player either because I'm not crazy.
Yeah. Those are co-op games. You need a good crew.
Yeah. You really do. You don't even need a good crew. You just need one to show up.
You need a crew.
I really like how the game plays because first-person melee is usually a recipe for, like, terrible gameplay. It feels really good, though. It's snappy the way you do stuff. So, say you take a swing with your axe or whatever, and then you have, like, a shield. You just push the shield. Your shield's instantly up to, like, block an attack that's coming at you right after you took a swing with your other hand. Like, it's really responsive, really quick, so you don't ever feel like you're in a situation where you're being screwed by animations, which is super important. The only thing with that is that playing the dwarf, the field of view slider is weird because you're really low to the ground.
Yeah.
And doesn't feel like you're seeing everything all the time, like on your sides, because you're small in stature. So if you have like a shield and a weapon out, that's taking up a lot of your screen.
Yeah.
Which is kind of shitty.
I'm having flashbacks to playing short races in EverQuest. Garbage field of view.
You should look into that, maybe. We could play some Vermintide, I think.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
If we get 2 other people, it would be better.
Yes. For sure.
It sounded like Spart was super interested, but it's Spart, so you never know.
You never know.
You never know with Spart.
Spart had a tweet the other day where he said he woke up feeling super good, and then by the end of the day he was feeling bad. I was just like, I just imagine that is you with every activity, action, and like thing you do. You start out super happy and then just get miserable.
He has some thick skin, though.
Spart.
He can put up with a lot of bullshit.
Yeah.
I like that guy.
He always seems to descend from his joy, like super quickly.
But like, the only person that brings him down seems to be himself. Everything else, like from other people, rolls off his back. So I like that guy. He's a good kid. I'm kind of pissed off that like if he continues down his path, he will be like a world famous designer in probably like 5 years. But whatever. Got to keep people close. I'll just leech my success off him. The last thing I played is Devilian. It is a game by the Treon people, or the Glyph people, the people that did Arcade and like Rift.
Right.
It is a Diablo clone. That the big thing with it is that you have a second form you can go into, kind of like a, like what would that be called, like a devil trigger mode or whatever, where you're just more powerful. You're like a powerful demigod sort of thing for a certain amount of time, and you even collect souls. If you go into like the whole like Devil May Cry type thing, you collect like demon souls and you can power that up that way. But it's just a way to like take out a lot of things really quick, which you never need, because even in your normal form, everything dies when it looks at you, basically. But like, it's meant for bigger like mini bosses and stuff, and for that it works well. The thing I don't know that I like about the game is that it feels way too easy with like very, very little payout. When you get loot, it's a very incremental small upgrade, so that never feels like you got the next great piece of loot. It's just like, instead of a 1, this has a 2 on it, sort of thing, for a stat. Like, you get a decent amount of loot, but it seems incremental and nothing like game changing. The way you look, the like loot color changes basically, but like it still looks like the same jacket or something like that, which is kind of lame. Even more lame is that shit will just melt on like all of your abilities, so there's nothing stopping you from literally pulling a full area and killing all of it with like a few blasts, which is in a way satisfying until you want some actual gameplay. So I don't know how I feel about it. They're doing another like closed beta event, I think, this weekend. I might try it out again with a different character. I played whatever their like whipping vampire killer Castlevania-ish dude is, and that was okay. I think I'd like to try like a mage. I just really melt stuff, but if like the problem I have with it is that if you like Diablo games, there's a game out there that does it well called Diablo. So, you know.
Yeah.
And I mean, it took a while for Diablo to do it well, because it sucked. But now they do. So you might as well take advantage of it before Blizzard does something to fuck it up again. I don't really want to say much more about it because I kind of don't care. We should talk about some movies, because you've seen a shitload of movies.
I saw a shitload of movies.
I watched Until Dawn. Does that count? Does that count as me playing it and watching it as a movie?
No, you needed to watch Wendigo. That's the movie.
I don't even know that movie, honestly. I gotta look it up.
I haven't. I've like it's on. Like I have it ready to watch, but I haven't watched it.
Huh. 2001 was when it
Yeah.
was released.
Yeah.
5 out of 10 says IMDb. You know what? That sounds about right. Oh my god. It has Dewey from Malcolm in the Middle in it.
I didn't look up the cast.
Amazing. Anyways, tell me about some movies.
Okay, I'm gonna talk about these mostly in the order I saw them. I think. So I'll start with Sicario. So this is directed by the director of Prisoners, which was a movie I loved, and it's starring Emily Blunt, Josh Brolin, and Benicio del Toro.
That's a pretty good cast of two people that look pretty similar. Josh
Yeah.
Brolin and Benicio del Toro can look the exact same if they have the same hair and facial hair going for them.
Mm-hmm. They speak pretty differently though.
I mean, yeah, but they're two. I'm just saying they're two different people. They can just look similar.
Yes.
They can pull off shaggy hair with a goatee. Well, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah. So I was ready for this to be like the action thriller starring Emily Blunt I've been wanting. It's not that.
Okay.
The problem is Emily Blunt's character is like the audience's way into this story, but beyond that, she's actually pointless.
So she's a passive viewer.
She's like trying to be active, but she's just pointless. Like at the end, she's actually there for that just because they need to, for like bureaucratic reasons, and that they don't even care about at the end. It's like it becomes about how there's no room for rationality in an insane world, basically, and she becomes like the poster child for rationality. So the movie is all about making her feel completely helpless in a way where because she's the only female character, it feels really uncomfortable, honestly.
So it kind of undermines her.
It
Like,
undermines her
completely.
at every turn
That's really weird to do. Like, why do you even have a character in that position at that point?
because your movie is about how you can't be rational. Like, because your
That's
movie
a
has an
lazy way to
idea.
convey something, though.
Yeah, it's not good. The movie looks really pretty, but that's not enough for a
Okay.
script that's actually super dumb and obvious. Like it's a really bad script.
That's too
The
bad.
the thing I'll say about it is the opening sequence, which involves a drug raid, is actually just great. So
Okay.
if this movie shows up on a streaming sequence, it's totally worth it to watch the beginning of it, and then once they leave that starting area, and like there's a scene in it back at HQ, turn it off because you've seen the best part, and there's nothing else for you to see there.
That's really too bad. Okay. Well,
Yeah, I was super disappointed. That movie is not good.
yeah.
Next movie, Peace Officer. This is a documentary.
This is one you really liked.
Yeah. So this is a really good documentary. It's sort of the way its way in is this retired sheriff who back in the 70s was part of got his county's SWAT team established because that was the area where the era where the thought was you needed to have like a prime sort of specialized police force to deal with specialized problems and
Sure.
have your issues. But
That's still kind of the thought for some people, but yeah.
so then years later, he's retired. His son-in-law is out in a car with a gun to his head,
Okay.
who's going to kill himself, and SWAT comes in and ends up killing him. And
Okay.
the movie like opens up with footage of them like of the footage of the actual scene of that happening, where they're like they're like driving army trucks up, throwing flashbangs at this guy who only ever pointed a gun at himself.
Okay.
So then it sort of becomes like uh so then it sort of becomes the guy, I forget his name. Is Dub, I think is his nickname. He
Okay.
like he starts a personal investigation into like what happened and truly understanding this crime scene. And because he was like a sheriff, he was in politics. He's very charming, but he was like a really good crime scene investigator. So his skills at like breaking down what happened at this scene are really good. And really the highlight of the movie is him breaking down crime scenes. Because he like gets down to the nitty gritty of like he finds on the video the person that shot his son-in-law, like the
Okay.
sniper who had an itchy trigger finger. So like a lot of the movie is like about the over militarization of the police force. Like it's kind of like about the same stuff as what's happening in Ferguson, except this is happening in Utah with like just poor white neighborhoods. So there's no like it's that extracted out with no racial component really. Like everyone in this is white, so it's really just about the militarization of the police force and the effect that it's had.
Does that Police State song by Mariana's Trench play at all?
No,
Is that Mariana's Trench?
I don't know.
We are living in a police state.
That song doesn't play.
Okay. Anyway.
So there's this other crime. So then he goes on to like help other people investigate crime scenes, and there's this one of this scene where there was a guy who was suspected of growing pot, and these like four undercover in plainclothes police officers raided his house at night, and it ended up in like this huge firefight where like over 100 bullets were fired and two of the police officers ended up dead. And like they go in and break down that crime scene like thoroughly, and the amount of evidence he finds that the police just left there is kind of staggering. Like they recover like 50 bullets that the police just left there. They like tie strings from every bullet fired, and like that like procedural of them seeing them do that stuff. They figure out where friendly fire among the police officers took place, and like so you say this police officer shot right here, and if the bullet came down it would have come out in this hole in the wall right over here, and they dig a hole there, they pull out the bullet, and it's deformed in a way it would only be deformed if it had hit bone.
Okay.
Like the thoroughness of the way they break down this crime scene is what makes this an engaging movie, because like the idea that the police militarization in the United States is like out of control is like already something I know about, and like I agree with the movie's position on it. This is a movie that has a position on it.
It sounds
So
like
that's less interesting. What makes it a really good movie is the way it like breaks down crime scenes and the compellingness of this particular guy that's the movie it's like in on this road.
Sure.
So yeah.
Okay. So worth seeing at some point. I don't think this is one I would see in like a theater.
Yeah, that's fair. It was a documentary, and like because of like like my disappointment at something like whatever the fucking Straight Outta Compton, just seeing something that was more dealing with this sort of police militarization stuff was something I was interested in. So I went to see this documentary.
Scratch the itch a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
So this next movie, I really liked. So this is a Chinese musical about the housing market crash.
Okay.
And its effects on the Chinese stock market.
Okay.
So what makes I like the songs pretty good. But what it's really good at is like a lot of musicals lately have, even if they're adapted from musicals, I think are okay, have been bad movies.
Uh-huh.
Like just the pacing and stuff, like working that into what you need to get for a movie hasn't worked. This works as a movie. So
Okay.
it's filmed really interesting where they have this giant set that is like all wires and you can sort of see through everything. So it has a stagey like quality to it, but it allows the director to get a lot of interesting shots. So it always looks really compelling. And then the songs are short enough. The acting's really good. It's just like it's just a fun movie. And then like it's got like it's really weird. Like Chow Yun Fat is in it as like this stern older boss of this company. It's just a weird role to see him in. It was just a really fun musical that I really liked. And I had a hell of a time tracking down the soundtrack for it.
Oh, dude, like every time you talked about this, I thought you were just talking about like The Office.
Uh-huh.
Because like that's it. Even just finding information on it is fucking impossible.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I had to find the specific Chinese characters for the title and like search for those and then find like.
Did you find the soundtrack then?
I did.
Okay.
I found the soundtrack and I've been listening to it.
Okay.
I really like it. It's got some good songs.
Like Police State?
So like a lot of it is about like no, Police State is not one of they're not like Police State.
What would like a Chinese police state sound like? You know what? I was going to go somewhere with that. Totally racist. Anyways, let's move on.
So like what the movie actually ends up being a lot about is trying to find ways to form personal relationships in a world that's all about like being impersonal and not caring about other people.
Okay.
That's sort of like the principles behind the movie.
I can dig.
Yeah, it was good. The next movie I saw is Pay the Ghost.
Okay.
Which is a shitty movie, but it stars Nicolas Cage, so it's great.
Yeah, I've been wanting to actually check this one out, maybe. I just want to see what Nicolas Cage is doing these days. It's been a while.
He made that Left Behind movie that I've just heard is super boring.
Mm-hmm. What about that Dying of the Light? I didn't hear anything about that.
I don't even think I know what that is.
It came out last year, apparently. I remember. Yeah, this just sounds boring.
Yeah, probably.
When a devastating illness threatens to end Evan Lake's career in the CIA, he goes rogue to hunt down a terrorist who tortured him during a mission gone awry years ago. That sounds like
that looks
so boring.
Dull.
Yeah.
So this movie has ghosts in it, so it's like
yeah, this is what I want.
This movie is dumb in all the right ways,
except for Big Daddy. Big Daddy would be better.
There's like this blind home, like every person Nicolas Cage goes to for help, like shouldn't be helpful to him, but everyone's helpful.
Okay.
It's like he finds like a secret underground hobo village, and there's a blind hobo wise man who fucking tells him everything about who knows everything about how that ghost works and has a flashlight ready for him when he needs it.
See, the weird thing is that the like movie poster or whatever for it is amazing because it looks like Silent Hill. And it just makes me want Nicolas Cage in Silent Hill.
That would be great.
It would be so fucking good. I don't even remember, like, Cheryl! Just, like, yelling for his daughter's name. Oh, God, Cheryl!
He does yell for his kid a lot.
Of course he does. That's what Nicolas Cage does. He yells a name and then says, oh, God, or something.
He dresses up as a cowboy for Halloween.
Oh, my God, that's amazing. Is this actually worth seeing? Let's, like, actually be serious here for a second. Because...
if you like Nicolas Cage, it's worth watching as a dumb, bad movie.
Okay, keep in mind, it's going to cost me about $30 for two people to go see this.
That's not worth it.
Yeah, okay.
It's worth seeing it once it's
on
out
Netflix.
On Netflix.
Yeah, okay.
Like, check it out then. It's not that transcendent. It's just fun to see Nicolas Cage in a bad movie.
What was the last Nicolas Cage movie that was, like, transcendent, like, worth seeing in a theater? Like, an actual Nicolas Cage movie, not, like, his part in Kick-Ass.
Um,
It must have been a long time ago, honestly.
it was
Okay.
Ghost Rider: Spirits of Vengeance.
I didn't like that one. I liked the first one, honestly. But like
I like the pissing Ghost Rider joke. It was probably Drive Angry.
I was gonna say Drive Angry, I actually really enjoyed. So it was probably that. Especially if you could like get to see it in like a drive-in or something. Oh my god, be amazing.
Mm. Yeah, yeah. It's been a while. He's been making. Apparently, he was sort of had money troubles, so he was just
Yeah.
taking whatever paychecks he could get. That's why he was in that Left Behind movie.
Left Behind. Which one is that
Those
one?
are the Rapture movies.
Oh yes, that's right. Okay.
Kirk Cameron.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a reboot.
He was
sort
in
of.
some weird shit for a while too. I kind of
Yeah.
liked him in Bad Lieutenant, Port of Call New Orleans.
Dude, I love that movie. I just love that movie.
That
is a great
movie, like, he is a bad detective.
That is the only movie I've seen where the director got bored with the stuff happening and so decided to take the perspective of the lizards
Yep.
that one of the characters was hallucinating.
Yep. No, it was
Wow.
great.
Movie's amazing.
Remember World Trade Center and how he was a firefighter in that with a mustache? That was weird.
I didn't watch that on principle.
That oh yeah, because you live in New York or
Yep.
like close to it, rather.
Yeah.
Well,
My
you
mom-
would have gone to see it in New York.
My mom commuted through there every day.
Oh, really?
Yeah. She was on a ferry boat on her way there when the second plane hit.
So did she actually see the plane?
She
Like it?
saw it completely, yeah.
Okay. Like, we're going to forget about everything talking about movies right now for a second.
Okay.
At that point, on the ferry boat, does the ferry just turn back around, or does
Yeah,
it
when the
actually
s-
go to harbor?
When the second plane hit, the ferry turned around.
Yeah, okay.
Dropped everyone off and then went back across to ferry people back.
Okay. That, yeah, I mean, I was going to say, if there was some stupid, like, bureaucratic person who's just like, no, you got to keep to your job, get those people over here, it's like, that person needs to be shot.
Yeah, no.
Like, you turn that shit around and get people home.
One plane was a weird accident that people were like stunned by, but still going around their routines.
Right.
Second one,
Something's going on.
everything was dropped.
Yeah. Did you go to school that day?
I was in school. My mom picked me up early because she wanted me to know she was okay. And she realized. She like got over her shock.
Were you worried when you heard about it?
Yes.
Well, like, I know, like, the answer sounds obvious, but
I was
like,
worried about my mom specifically.
yeah, exactly. Like, you weren't worried about, like, the ramifications of, like, a war on terror or something. I'm sure. It was more like it wasn't like a thing like, oh god, the terrorists are attacking the US. It was more like a personal, like, is my family okay sort of thing.
We didn't really know what had happened, so it wasn't
Yeah, that's fair.
about that. My dad, when he first started out, someone told him the Twin Towers are gone. He was like, gone? What do you mean gone? Where did they go?
Yeah, that's a weird way to tell somebody.
Yeah. Mostly it was just like fierce anxiety. Like fierce anxiety.
How old were you at that time?
I was a freshman in high school.
So, what is that, like grade 7 or 8? Or no, high school 9, I guess, right?
Yeah, nine.
So you would have been roughly 16.
Yeah.
So you probably, like, were used to going to the city on, like, bus alone a few times
Yeah.
by that point. Like, how long did it take for, like, the ability to just, like, continue on, like, going to New York randomly to go see a movie and stuff? I'm sure, like, that weekend you didn't go see a movie in New York.
No, the way I would get into New York was taking the PATH train,
Yeah.
which stopped at World Trade. Like that line was down for like a year or two.
Holy shit.
Like that was it was like they ran extra ferry boats
Oh,
across the river
to make up for it.
To make up for it.
Yeah.
But like it was a transportation. We also like lost most of our TV because all the TV antennas were on the World Trade Center.
Oh, weird. That's a
Yeah.
thing I never would have even thought of.
Yep.
Huh. Interesting.
We got cable. My family got cable around then because it's like
because of that reason.
They're just we need TV.
Yeah. How much was there like what was the news like down there? Because of course like worldwide it was on news like
Yeah.
about it for like I would say the first 48 hours, and then up here things kind of went back to normal. Was it more like a week down there of just like news reports every day of stuff?
I mean, it felt endless. I
Yeah.
don't remember.
Like up here it was literally like it probably was like 2 days. Then like they would still talk about it on like news programs and stuff, but it wasn't breaking news like taking over like the Simpsons time slot anymore like it was
Uh-huh.
before.
Yeah.
But like when the news would start, it would just like there'd be an update or whatever
They
and
just
stuff.
they replayed the footage of the planes hitting the towers over and over and over again. Like you weren't watching the news because it got to the point where you just felt like sick that they were playing it this much.
Did you see like the clouds of like debris and dirt and stuff?
What by the time I saw it, it was just this giant cloud of smoke.
Okay. So did you just like look across the like river or whatever?
Yeah, because
Okay.
I live like where I could see that from outside my house,
Oh, I see. Okay.
like just across the river down the
Uh-huh.
street.
You didn't have to go to school in New York though, right? Or
No,
did you?
no,
No.
we got
Okay.
what the weird thing is we got school canceled for longer than they canceled school in Manhattan. Because
Oh, really?
my dad was a teacher in Manhattan. He had to go to work before I got like a week off from school. It was weird, but they like went to school right. They like started school back up in Manhattan.
That's interesting. Huh. I wonder why there'd be the difference.
Like
Are they
kind
just
of
maybe trying to like brush it off like life has to go on, we keep going?
and kind of and there are like so many kids that go to school in New York that like having them not in school would be a huge issue
Oh
because
yeah.
that's usually like that's sort of just a way to where those kids are like controlled.
Controlled.
Yeah,
I mean for lack
sure.
of a better term, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
where they have like any structure in their lives.
What's the most outlandish thing you remember about that time?
Outstandish.
Yeah, that like when people bring up like World Trade Center or 9/11 or something, like what's the first thing that you remember from that time? Just like maybe worrying in school, I would assume.
Yeah, and just my mom telling me that she was on the boat when the second plane, like her story of like going, like forgetting her lunch snack and then going back inside and then coming out and seeing one of the towers in front of us and goes, "Oh, that's weird," and just like going to work because she was just going to work,
Yeah.
like just like in a rush,
Yeah.
like just like the weirdness of just like keep going until oh no wait that's not an accident or something.
Yeah. How did you guys in school find out about it? Like over the intercom sort of thing?
So in my first period class, I assume the teacher did it on purpose, but all the blinds were drawn, so I didn't learn about it till second period.
That's kind of gross.
Or we she just didn't like they just happened to be drawn.
Oh,
Like
okay.
I can't actually I don't actually know.
Sure.
So then and then we found out because like you could see it out the window from my high school.
Oh, yeah, I guess, huh?
Yeah.
So you didn't hear it on like a news broadcast or anything. You just saw it.
Yep.
Hmm.
Smoke. And you didn't like you really didn't know what it was because it was just the you couldn't see the buildings and there was this giant thing of smoke. Like really you
Yeah.
could see like the corner by the time I saw it you could see the corner of one of them in a giant pile of smoke and then after a while you couldn't see the corner of a building anymore and the smoke was just bigger.
Right. Huh. All right.
And that was a thing that happened.
And then Nicolas Cage and Oliver Stone did a movie about it.
The real thing I remember about it was the bloodlust of the nation afterwards that lasted for a long time. Like active
Arguably, it never ended
bloodlust.
for some people.
Yeah, but as a country, we kind of eventually started to come down off that blood rage high.
Were you a part of that,
No, I was super against that blood rage high.
even from the beginning?
Yep.
That's interesting.
Yep. I was in a I went to a protest in Manhattan to protest invading Iraq like the day before we invaded Iraq.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What about your parents? Were they on a bloodlust high?
No, they went with me to it.
Oh, okay.
I went with them. Yeah.
Is that because you guys don't like freedom?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it makes sense. Don't worry. As Canadians, we hate freedom. That's why our dollar is shit. Okay, anyways, Nicolas Cage did that movie. He had a terrible mustache, and that movie was kind of a mockery of everything that actually happened.
Uh-huh.
Anyways, so Pay the Ghost is great. You're saying in a Nicolas Cage way where you don't want to really spend too much money, but like you can spend some time.
Yeah.
Watching.
If you're in the mood for some silly bad movie
Okay.
with a ghost and Nicolas Cage is really the important part.
What about that Ghosts of Girlfriends Past if you just want a ghost movie?
I don't think I know that movie.
Yeah, I don't really either. I just remember that like I think that was like one of the last movies that Reese Witherspoon might have been in. I don't know. She doesn't do anything anymore. Who cares?
Who cares about people who don't make things anymore?
Yeah, exactly. How's Maze Runner?
Like, it's okay. It's kind of like Naughty Dog made a movie,
Yeah.
but it's like trying to be every movie, but it has to be made for like teenage. It's like very adolescent in the way it tries to be every movie, where it like tries to be emotional in parts, but then it also doesn't show violence in the way it should given the circumstances.
Uh-huh.
Like there's a scene where a character is being grabbed by basically zombies.
Okay.
And like if it were a real movie, like a real R-rated movie, he would be pulled apart like it was Shaun of the Dead or Day of the Dead or something.
Yeah.
Like just ripped apart. But he like gets out of that. But then he was slightly bitten, so he's dying of being a zombie. And then they have the scene where they say a tearful goodbye to him and walk off and have a poignant shot of all the characters while you hear him shoot himself in the head so he doesn't become a zombie. It's that kind of movie. Like, it's too wanting to be adult and serious to really be as fun as it should be, but it's
Yeah.
not actually adult enough to do this stuff seriously enough for it to, like, really work.
So is it just kind of like one of those things where they want, like, the people making the movie obviously want it to be this thing, but, like, the publicist and, like, the producers behind it know that, like, this is the target audience, so we have to keep it in this scope?
It's kind of not that, because the thing with these teen novels that these movies are being adapted from is they are just succeeding by trying to be every story ever.
Okay.
Like the what seems to appeal to teenagers in these books is like they just fucking cram everything from every other story like in bits and pieces and mash it in there. That's just kind of what those books seem to be. So this is like an adaptation of that.
Weird. Okay. This doesn't sound good.
No.
Did you like the other one? Or is there two other ones?
There's one other one.
Yeah, okay.
I found that one just kind of boring.
Okay. I saw bits and pieces of it, and I thought some of the ideas looked cool from what I saw off to the side, but I didn't want to, like, sit down and watch it.
Yeah, no. It's like...
I like the labyrinth thing, though. Like, I've always liked that, like,
Yeah.
myth
The thing
or
is,
whatever.
like, the labyrinth, when that story starts, they already know how to get through it. It's not actually a maze for them at that point.
Then why don't...
It's just a thing that
why don't they
happens
just
to be
get
there.
through?
Because the outside world is scary. Like, there's literally a tribe of guys, like, the bad kids in that movie just want to stay where they are because That's the right thing to do.
Is it? We find out probably it isn't.
But then it's all a test. Like the
Uh,
twist in that movie is at the end of that movie is, oh, now they're into the next layer of the maze.
who do you like? Do they explain who's doing all this? Like, who's pulling these strings? Who's putting them in there? Like, why is this even a
Yes.
thing?
Because there's zombie virus, but some kids are immune, so they're harvesting them.
Oh, okay.
But really, it's just a blatant metaphor for high school. Like,
I mean,
really
yeah, okay.
obviously. Like, and simply and obviously enough that teenagers will get it. And, like, that's why it appeals to them.
Uh, okay. So it's kind of like the new version of like the Breakfast Club.
It's kind of like if you took Hunger Games and replaced Jennifer Lawrence with the blandest main character imaginable.
Oh no, I would never replace her for anything ever.
See, that's like the other part is like the main dude in these Maze Runner movies is the most boring main character imagine. He's just so bland. That's why it really and it's like then they're like set piece moment stuff, so it really feels to me like a Naughty Dog movie.
Great.
Yeah. It like rips off the part of like a character standing on glass that cracks from Jurassic Park 2.
Great.
Like it has to rip off every movie.
This doesn't sound like something I'm going to get into. So, okay.
Yeah.
Why did you go see it then? If you thought the first one was boring, do you just kind of need to like see it through now that you have like the story?
I just like there's a part of like movies about teenage hijinks and them like joking with each other that I like. Like
Okay.
the extent to that is in this movie, I like it. There's just not enough of it. Like the part of the movie that's a bummer is like what makes me not like this movie. Not that it's dumb or childish. It's that it's like trying to be too serious when it doesn't have the. It's like punching above. It's trying to punch above its weight class.
Okay.
That's why I don't like it.
So you
If it
just
were
kind of
sillier-
like schlocky teenage movies, like dramas
I
or
have
whatever.
I have that can appeal to me.
Okay. So you love The Breakfast Club.
I don't love The Breakfast Club.
Okay, why don't you love The Breakfast Club? It sounds exactly like what you want.
I just hate all those kids.
Yeah, okay.
Those specific kids, I just hate.
Yeah.
I find them all insufferable, so that doesn't work for me.
You don't like Emilio?
Nope.
Yeah, that's probably fair. All right, cool.
They're so smug. They're so smug.
You have a thing about smugness.
I don't like smugness, apparently.
Ironic, considering how smug you are about it, especially. What about Smaug? Do you like Smaug? Smaug the Bouse?
I don't know.
Nah, he's alright. He's a dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah, dragons are
Dragons are-
okay.
Dragons are cool.
Yeah.
One of them
They
was Sean
can be.
Connery. One of them
Oh,
was Sean-
dude, that movie's so shitty.
It's so bad.
Holy shit. I remember liking that movie because when I saw it, I was like a 10-year-old kid and it was like a PG-13 movie, so it was above my like weight class in terms of like movie watching prowess. But like watching it again, holy fuck, that's a piece of shit. Like nothing even happens in it basically.
Yeah, it's just super boring. But Sean Connery, though.
Yeah, Sean Connery's great.
Yep.
Yep. Speaking of Sean Connery, how is Attack on Titan?
Meh.
Is
It's a
it
meh?
like is this something I should see in the theater though? I feel like it is because giant titans.
Yeah. So the appeal of it is the effects on the live action Titans.
Yeah.
Like the guy who directed it is actually going to co-direct the next Japanese Godzilla movie, which is cool.
Okay.
But like this movie, it's paced terribly. Like scenes just drag on way longer than they should.
Yeah.
So it feels like nothing's happening, even though they're burning through like story material, basically, in the like that they're adapting. There are a lot of people that don't like this movie for the reason that this is basically just a separate adaptation of the manga. It's not basing itself on the anime. So there are a bunch of people nitpicking it because it's not like the anime enough for them.
Hmm.
Which isn't my problem with it. My problem is it's just not
I've
not engaging enough. And then the part where they do the action with like the wire stuff,
yeah.
that is like obvious blue screen. Like that just they didn't put their money into making that look good in the way they making the Titans look good. And that stuff is so like dynamic and energetic. You'd want that to look better.
That's really weird considering like they literally have an in-universe excuse to just do wires for like throwing actors around and
Yeah.
not having to edit them out or do CG stuff.
Yeah.
Like you actually have an in-universe reason to like hook your actors up to wires and just move them around the stage.
Yeah. They didn't.
So
they didn't-
weird.
They just like obviously blue screen them in and like have like make them go faster through editing stuff. And then
Okay.
there's like tons of CGI blood and stuff. So it's just like it detracts from like the really part that really looks good. That's the draw. There's another part of it that doesn't look so good.
Mm.
And like overall, the movie ends up just being a little too flat and boring.
Okay. As a spectacle, though, because there are Titans, is this something I should watch on a big screen? Knowing that, like, I'm not going to get, like, Shakespearean actors and, like, great effects or for some of the stuff. Is it still, like, does it still scale to, like, I should be watching this on a bigger screen than my TV at home?
Probably. Like again,
Yeah.
it's kind of on par to like a classic Godzilla movie where
Yeah.
it's like how into seeing these big like these filming these things to look big are you?
Well, I mean, that's why I watched the newest Godzilla in theaters.
Yeah.
Because, like, I could just watch it at home, but I needed to see Godzilla on a giant screen. I needed to.
Yeah. No, that's for sure like to the extent there's an appeal for it, it's definitely heightened by seeing it on a big screen.
Okay. Cool. That's, I mean,
So
that's
yeah.
kind of too bad that it's not great, but if it
was
was more
also-
like the
also
anime,
shouldn't
it
have-
would be kind of shitty.
Yeah, it also shouldn't have been split into two parts.
Yeah,
Like, it
I mean,
just
is that
shouldn't
just a
have
money
been.
grab?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I figured,
That's
but
what that is.
yeah, okay.
Second part is like 85 minutes of new material.
Great. Great.
So I saw The Martian.
Yeah, all right.
Martian's really good. It's a fun adventure ride
Okay.
of seeing this dude survive and like overcome the odds.
So
And
it's
it-
Apollo 13.
It's sort of Apollo 13.
Apollo 13 is not
But-
bad. It's not a
yeah,
bad thing, I'm saying.
It's similar to Apollo 13, but the real best part of it is Matt Damon's character is having so much fun.
Okay.
Like he's super impressed with himself when he like figures out how to farm potatoes on Mars. He's like
Okay.
becomes and like near the end he's like doing insane shit he probably shouldn't do just because he wants to like be the guy who does this ridiculous thing. Like there's also an element to search for Spock in it, in that like the crew that leaves him behind then goes back to save him,
Mm-hmm.
and they like break the rules and stuff. Like it's very silly. There are the parts with Matt Damon are the highlight and easily the best part. It's like just a great old like classic sort of adventure movie
Mm-hmm.
that's just fun. The parts that I don't like as much are on NASA because they're just super dumb and like bizarrely dumb. There's like a part where they're in NASA. They're always like in mission control and it's just, there are no lights on and there's no one there. And then they're like, uh-oh, we need a map of Mars. So let's go to the cafeteria and take a picture of Mars off the wall because NASA doesn't have a map of Mars. It's just weird. It's just bizarre choices. Like, it's funny, but it's so fucking stupid. Whereas, like, there's this really good movie going on over here, guys. It's really good.
It sounds silly.
It's silly and fun.
Okay.
That's why I like it.
Yeah, okay. I think I can live with that.
So I saw Pan, basically because it's got nothing but terrible reviews and is a horrible box office failure. So it's like, I got to see this.
Is it bad?
It's really bad.
Have they ever made a movie since Hook based on that stuff that is good?
I don't think so.
Hook's great, by the way.
Yeah.
I like Hook.
I haven't seen Hook since.
You know why Hook's good? Because Spielberg has fun with the core material and does his thing. Not because it's a good movie, but because it's different. It's not just like the Peter Pan tale over and over again with his shadow and stuff. There's just elements of all that shit put together for a new story. I kind of hate just the story of Peter Pan. Honestly, it's stupid.
So this makes it stupider
Great.
by it's like the studio executive's wet dream of a plot where it's all about Peter Pan being the chosen one.
Oh no. Okay.
And then like Hook is like,
So he's Neo,
yes.
and Hook is probably Agent Smith.
No, he's Han Solo.
What? Okay.
There is a part where he flies a ship away only to later fly it back in to save the day during the climactic battle.
Does he
And he's,
say,
like,
never
doing
tell
this-
me the odds?
He might as well have. Like, he's kind of doing a weird Harrison Ford impression, and he's always like, has like an Indiana Jones thing with his hat. Like, it's so on the nose. It's like, what are you doing?
Great. All right.
The part that almost made this movie work is Hugh Jackman as the main villain hams it up so fucking hard.
Okay.
It's amazing. There just isn't enough of him. He's not in the movie enough. He has like a couple really great scenes at the beginning that are just ridiculous, and it's like the movie is fun in a train wreck way. The other part that comes early on is like where his like this like horde of slaves and slave miners and pirates. Also, this movie is about mining Pixium.
Yeah, sure.
But so this horde of pirates and miners start singing "Smells Like Teen Spirit."
Oh no.
It's like, what is this movie?
You're kidding.
No,
That's not
they sing "Smells Like Teen Spirit." The movie like becomes Moulin Rouge for like 2 scenes. I forget the other song they sang in the other song. But so that part is ridiculous. It's like train wreck bad. But not enough of the movie is like that, and too much of the movie is the studio executive's wet dream of what a movie should be, and it's just so boring.
God damn it.
I got to see it in like a renovated theater though, so like AMC around here has been replacing all their seats with reclining chairs.
We don't have AMC up here, so
Which is so good. Like all these theaters are getting reclining chairs, and it's so good. I was like lying down while watching this movie in the theater.
wow, a lot of people love this movie on IMDb's like forums. Everybody's like, "Oh my god, so good. So sad it flopped." Ah.
What, Pan, really? Wow.
Yeah.
It's such a flop.
Nirvana song was the heart and soul of the movie, and it was badass.
Oh, and they're singing it so badly too.
I'm just gonna read that's what the name of the like forum post was.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna read a little bit of this. I loved that song and how cool it made Blackbeard. Hugh Jackman was so into character that I forgot he's an actor. Go Nirvana. I'll never get tired of Hello, 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 How Low. And he went down with it too. Hello. I am a full-grown adult and went to see this movie knowing it's a kid's movie without great expectations, but this song totally made my afternoon worth it. Congratulations to the director and the sound team. Even Nonso and Nonzi's, whatever, brutish character sang it, and it fit the character so well. He is so stoked that this song is in there. It made his afternoon.
Is basically how they sing it.
I'm going to have to find, like, an audio clip of this. You know what?
Yes,
I'm going to go on YouTube.
It's totally worth finding, like, a YouTube clip of that part of the movie. It's a fucking amazing, but the movie's not worth watching. It's super boring.
Smells Like Teen Spirit. Pan is actually just a thing that comes up when I started typing it. Pan soundtrack. Oh my god, it's actually just on the soundtrack straight up.
Oh, of course it is. That soundtrack will based on that song.
Oh, good. It's a song I grew up loving, slowed down, and made all melancholy. You know what? That never happened before. Wait, they're not singing, though. This is girls singing it.
Oh, weird.
Okay, this must be like a soundtrack version.
Yeah, it must be a soundtrack version that they based it on.
Alright, well, I'm gonna have to find the actual thing of them selling. Wait, Cast of Pan, that's probably it. Oh my god, this is probably gonna be terrible, isn't it?
Probably.
I have to try to keep, like, talking a little bit, just in case it flags audio when I do this, so that's kind of why I'm just incessantly talking over nothing that you can hear.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Music by John Powell. John Powell, you did not write Smells Like Teen Spirit, because you did not blow your brains out in 1994, so... Oh, this is getting loud, I gotta turn that down. They're not even singing. What the hell is this? Oh my god, there it is. It's like a chorus of like a bunch of people singing it.
Yes.
Oh my god. This is terrible. I actually want to kill myself. This is... You know why this is terrible? It's not even the fact that, like, it's a song in Pan, or, like, it's a weird arrangement or something. This is, like, exactly what Cobain didn't want. He did not want his music to be this, like, giant successful thing that would be in a movie. It's almost like just, like, shitting on his grave, to be completely honest with you.
Pretty much.
Oh, it's amazing.
It's exactly what studio executives want.
I can't believe that is an actual real thing. Oh, wait, somebody else said something here on the forums. Did anyone else like rendition of Smells Like Teen Spirit? I will admit that the entrance to Neverland is chorus of Smells Like Teen Spirit is very random and out of place, but I love the insanity of it. Is there anyone else who enjoyed it? I think it's stupid as shit.
I enjoyed it as a fucking train wreck thing.
Yeah.
Find it hilarious.
I'm just disappointed. I'm not even mad. I'm just disappointed. Pen, I'm disappointed. Whatever. How is Bone Tomahawk?
Bone Tomahawk is the fucking best thing.
Okay.
Oh my god.
What is
Western. So, it's basically a straight Western. Where this dude's wife and the deputy of the town get kidnapped, and 4 guys have to ride out posse to go save them.
Okay.
It has Kurt Russell as the sheriff, which is great.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
And the big thing that makes it different is that they were kidnapped by a tribe of cannibalistic troglodytes who only communicate through these piercing wails that they have like this bone protrusion in their neck with this little like whistle hole that they blow out of.
Okay.
They just yell. And so it goes full fucking horror in the last act.
Okay.
It's like see a man ripped in half. Fucking they goes for it. It's like just got lots of brutal violence. And it's just a really good Western on top of that.
Okay.
It's really fucking good.
Huh. This is something I should check out then.
Yes. This is, it's on So it's only playing like 2 theaters because I didn't get a rating. Like it's rated, not rated, but
Uh-huh.
it's on like on demand streaming and HD purchasing stuff.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So I can actually legally watch this. They gave me
Yes.
a way to do that without
Yes.
having to pirate it.
Uh-huh.
Holy shit. It's like they know what the internet is.
Yeah. Well,
That's
also
amazing.
like they have this cannibalistic western that didn't get rated. It's like,
Yeah,
what are you gonna do with it?
sure. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I fucking
I
love the movie.
I actually, you know what? This might be like my Halloween movie. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Yeah, I do want to check that out though, for sure. Okay, looks like you have some older movies on here.
Yeah. So I watched Predestination.
I don't know what the fuck that is.
It's the weirdest fucking movie. So it's starring Ethan Hawke,
Okay.
and he's a time traveler agent person.
He looks like what the fuck is his name? Matthew or Matt Dillon from
Mm.
like what's it called? Something About Mary with that stupid ass mustache.
hmm
God, he looks
So
dumb.
I was expecting like a time cop kind of movie.
Yeah.
That is not what I got at all.
What is it?
So half of the movie ends up being him talking to this guy. He's like pretending to be a bartender. There's a guy at the bar who's a writer.
Okay.
Tells him the story of how he used to be a woman.
Okay.
And so I'm going to spoil this movie now,
I mean, I don't care, sure, but
where
if
then it
anybody does,
turns out
hmm
that this person is Ethan Hawke,
okay.
and it's a story about how this person became the perfect time cop by being both his own father and mother.
This is like some the stupid shit. I'm my own grandpa, dumb ass shit. I'm gonna listen to that song later tonight.
It was not what I expected. I was like talking on Twitter one day, like I just saw the weirdest fucking movie.
Okay, that was this.
That was this.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't know what to do.
Wow.
So that was the thing that happened.
Yeah. Okay, whatever.
No.
I don't even know what to say about it.
Neither do I.
Okay.
Fuck.
Yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at.
So then, me and a friend. So, okay, a little backstory for this next one.
Okay.
One of my favorite terrible movies
Yeah.
is Man with the Golden Gun.
Yeah, that movie's garbage, but it's great.
I love how it's like just scenes happen. Like
Yeah.
there's just like, don't kill him here. This is my home. Take him to school. And then James Bond wakes up in the middle of a karate tournament.
Yeah. No,
Just
I know.
fucking
It's so dumb.
nonsense, and it has Christopher Lee in it, so it's great. So the other
Yep.
thing is, I haven't seen very many other old James Bond movies, and the ones I have tried to watch, I always fall asleep in the middle of.
Yo, I'm gonna
So-
do a spoiler alert for you here. A lot
Yeah.
of James Bond movies are fucking garbage.
Yeah, I mean,
Like
yeah.
bad garbage, not even like entertaining garbage.
Mhm.
In fact, I
So-
would say 90% of them.
So my friend was telling me that Moonraker fell on the side of entertaining garbage.
No. That's okay.
I
Well,
fell
anyways.
asleep during it, so I disagree. It continued my trend of just falling asleep during James Bond movies.
Okay. Yeah. I mean,
Mostly, I just wanted to mention that Man with the Golden Gun is a fucking bad movie masterpiece.
mhm.
It's so fucking insanely bad.
I
And
mean,
James
yeah.
Bond isn't the hero in that movie.
No.
Christopher Lee's Scaramanga kills the bad guy.
Yep.
He shoots him.
It's so good.
And then the movie has to like come up with a reason for Scaramanga to be the bad guy. Other than that, he had a weird like fun house thing with a little person trying to kill it, like that whole thing. Yeah.
All right.
God, that movie is so those James Bond stuff is so racist. Oh
Yeah.
my God.
It's all hit and miss too. There's no just one era where you can say
Well, the thing is, from what I understand, like the Ian Fleming novels are more racist than those movies are.
oh yeah, I bet. Well, they were written in a certain
Yeah.
time though.
Mhm.
So you can't really blame them for that. That's like saying like Walt Disney promotes smoking. Like of course everybody did when Walt Disney did shit. That was just a thing. But
Yeah.
how many James Bond movies have you watched or seen? Roughly.
So I've watched all the Pierce Brosnan ones.
Okay.
I've watched all the Daniel Craig ones, except I haven't seen Quantum of Solace.
Okay. You and I are on the same page. Okay.
And I've watched Man with the Golden Gun, and all the other ones I've tried to watch, I fall asleep during.
Okay.
I haven't really watched them. Like, I've tried to watch Goldfinger a bunch of times, and I always...
Goldfinger.
That movie's super boring.
Yeah, there's a
Super
lot.
boring.
Honestly, like all of the Sean Connery ones are pretty boring.
Yeah.
He's a good Bond though. He has that like suave British thing
Is
going for him.
James Bond. The best movie where he plays James Bond is Last Crusade.
You're totally right, actually. Last Crusade's great. I would really like that movie.
Yes.
That's
That's why he's Indiana Jones' dad, because he's James Bond, who's like the progenitor.
A lot of James Bond movies are garbage. What's
Yeah.
your favorite James Bond movie?
Favorite?
Yeah,
Probably GoldenEye.
that's the right answer. Because it just, like, the pacing just goes. It just
Yeah.
keeps going.
Yeah.
And then they do the stupid twist at the end. But, yeah, like, it just... That movie
And it doesn't
trucks along.
feel like any of the other ones. Like
No.
all the Pierce Brosnan ones after that feel like each other, but they don't
Yes.
really feel like GoldenEye.
Okay, but Tomorrow Never Dies is actually amazing. Because the big baddie for it, the villain, is just like a media dude. Like a newspaper guy or whatever. He's
Yeah,
just
I
like
like
trying to
dude.
make the news.
And man, I like the dude with the bullet in his brain that makes him stronger. Because
Oh, the world is not enough.
dumbest fucking thing.
Yeah, the world is not enough.
Yeah.
I can't remember that dude's name, but yes, that movie had Denise Richards in it. Die Another Day was terrible. I don't even remember shit that happens in that except for like an ice palace.
Dude,
Or
the
like-
ice palace that melts.
Yeah, that's the only thing I remember in that whole
Well, there's
movie.
like the satellite that's like a solar.
I don't even remember that. I've seen that movie
That's what-
twice.
That's what melts everything.
I've seen that movie twice. I don't remember any of it. I saw it twice in theaters too. I was a stupid kid.
I saw Jurassic Park 3 twice in theaters.
That you could do worse than Jurassic Park 3.
That was because I found it hilariously bad and convinced friends to see it.
Yeah. Skyfall did a lot of money. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Holy shit, this is a lot of money. Holy shit. This is amazing. I'm looking at like a graph of or a chart or whatever at the box office for every single movie and like how much it made, the budget and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Oh, I feel so bad for Die Another Day. They paid Pierce Brosnan $16.5 million for it. I mean, it made a lot. And that's what I feel bad about. It made $431.9 million.
Jeez. Those movies were popular.
Yeah. Are you going to watch Spectre?
I'm going to watch Spectre.
Yeah, it looks like it's probably okay, right? Like, Daniel Craig has a different Bond feel that I really enjoy.
Yeah, those are good. They're good action movies.
He seems like a human. which is
Yeah.
nice. Like, he seems like he has, like, emotions.
Mm-hmm. It's got, what's his name as the villain?
Hmm?
Fucking, what's his face from Inglourious
Yeah,
Basterds?
Christoph Waltz.
Christoph Waltz is playing Blofeld.
Yeah. I mean, it just makes sense, really.
Yeah. My big fear for that movie would have been that they were just using it to set up another James Bond movie using Blofeld, but I think this is Daniel Craig's last one, so that's not going to happen
Yeah.
in that way. So that's cool. That makes me more excited for it. That it's like the end of this. That
What
they're
makes
trying to
me
go out with a
excited?
bang. What?
The fact that we can talk about Naruto because you've apparently been watching it.
I was sick one week. and,
Naruto's
like,
perfect for being sick.
Like, I just needed something fucking mindless and
How many
bland.
filler episodes did you get through?
So my strategy though is I can't deal with Naruto filler.
Okay.
So I had a list of canonical episodes.
Is there any way you could pass that along to me?
Yeah. So the other problem with Naruto though is even when you get to canonical episodes, if it's a fight that didn't matter, but like they think it could have mattered, they will cram in so many fucking flashbacks. So you have to be ready to like, oh, this is a flashback. Skip forward this far in the episode till that's over.
How many arcs did you get through? Like, where did you end up?
Well, the thing is, so I'm super late in Naruto. Like, I'm deep into Shippuden.
Oh.
But I got through like 70 episodes or something of like content by like skipping. I probably watched like 20 or 30, something like that.
See, that's kind of cheating because like when I started going through Naruto, we got to like episode 94 or something just by like watching 4 a day with my roommate every day.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I watched Naruto straight to like episode 136 or whatever. The end of like the story before it skipped to Shippuden.
Sure.
Like I watched all that, and I've read the manga already.
See, I stopped
past where I am in the show.
I stopped watching Naruto at 94, wherever I'm at, because I couldn't handle anymore. Like I was so fucking done.
That's fair. If the actual way I recommend people to consume Naruto is to read the comic because it moves at a much better pace and doesn't have all the filler stories.
Yeah.
But even that, at the point I'm at, got so slow because they went and had a plot where every character who had died came back as a zombie.
Great. Okay.
Every character, like almost every character. There are a couple they don't bring back. But like they bring back almost everyone.
Okay.
And it's like fucking endless. Like I was reading that comic in the story for fucking like years and it didn't end. And that's why I haven't finished that story.
So you've seen a lot of Naruto.
Yes.
Does Sakura ever become good? Because she sucks, dude. She has like one glimpse of amazingness in one episode.
So she gets another good fight at the very early in Shippuden, but she's sort of being puppeteered by this old woman.
So that doesn't really count, I guess.
So it almost doesn't count, and then she doesn't really get anything out
Okay,
of that.
so she is literally just in there for the, like, love interest, love triangle thing. That is what she's there for.
Yeah.
Fuck. That sucks, because that one glimpse, it's so badass. She's so good.
Yeah.
She cuts her hair and then just, like, throws those fucking...
It's basically, I've become much more okay with her as a character, because she's, like, she trains and becomes, like, super tough, but then the plot never really does her justice after it sort of actually builds her up into something cool.
I mean, that's the problem I have with it. I don't have a problem with her as a character or being part of the show or anything. I have a problem with her never, like, showing potential. It's the same thing with Black Widow in the Marvel movies.
Yeah.
Fuck, that's annoying. Okay. I still have to finish Food Wars, so don't spoil anything, I guess. But like, how was Food Wars? You watched more of it.
Food Wars is great.
Yeah.
Like it kind of ends just with a tournament of people presenting their dishes one after another.
Yeah.
And if the show were literally that for episode after episode after episode, I would watch it and love it.
Sure.
But then it just sort of ends. Like it has a conclusion, but it sort of ends in the middle of a tournament. And I don't know if they're ever going to get a season 2.
That's too bad. I really like that show.
It might end up just sitting as like it's this plus sort of then there's a manga that keeps going after this or something. But they might make a season 2. I don't know.
I hope they do.
For what it is, it was super fun.
Yeah.
I had a great time.
Yeah. Okay.
Just
cool.
Great time.
Speaking of great time, how did you do in Apocalypse World this last weekend when I couldn't make it?
I couldn't make it either.
Oh, okay. Okay, you couldn't or you didn't want to because I wasn't there. Be honest.
I was in the city and got held up and was like,
okay.
So I was like, fuck it.
Yeah, I just turned out to be busy, and I didn't. The thing is, like, I could have probably made it, but I was exhausted, and like just didn't. I just wanted a day off from everything, so that's what my Saturday became. So I canceled that and watched Until Dawn all day.
Yeah.
So that was it. I just needed a break from internet stuff for a full day. And unfortunately, that was the day that we planned to do Apocalypse World with those people. So,
yep.
Oops. What about D&D, though? Let's talk about D&D.
Yo, D&D is fun.
Yeah.
D&D is real fun.
I guess we haven't talked about our last thing. Like, it's been that long.
Yeah. Like, I don't know what I have to say about it this now that it's been so long, though.
I don't think David's plan of just not doing anything was a good one. Because we got beat up way more than we should have.
No, it was dumb. We killed everyone who saw us. We were always going to kill everyone who...
Like, yeah. I'm not exactly sure what was supposed to be the plan there. But he stuck to it. I'll give him that, I guess. Oh, we just lost the call.
I can hear you.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
So yeah,
that was because the call was over 5 hours that Skype freaked out.
Yeah, maybe. It's kind of weird that it would freak out at 5 hours and 8 minutes though, and not right on.
Yeah,
I don't know. Either way, I don't know what he was trying to go for. I guess because like we were at the point where like the rats were gonna die, all of them, every single one.
And it's like, at some point we had a plan that we were just going to try and convert the rats or something. But like, it's been so long between sessions. I was just like, I don't give a fuck anymore. Just kill shit.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like he got a little salty about saying he was going to fuck it up. So he just make sure he didn't fuck it up. I don't know. I don't really get what he was doing.
That's fine though.
Yeah.
That's part of the roleplay thing. Is that like, this is the thing. Like, when you don't metagame, things turn out weird like that because people have different ideas and, like, you can't control other people if you were in the situation anyway.
Yeah.
So, like, it's totally fine that he was going for a thing that we didn't understand.
Like, yeah. I think we played it the right way of just as characters, like, just being confused. Just because from a character standpoint, I was confused.
Yeah.
What he was doing at that point.
I don't know. I kind of have an idea of what he was going for. He was thinking that, like, everybody would be dead. They would come out and, like, he would be able to, like, maybe backstab them or something. But, like, just the way the campaign was going, it didn't seem like it was going to happen that way. It was going to be like, we're going to fight them. Like, it doesn't matter how if they think you're on their side or not, like, they're going to die and then you will just, like, be the ruler of the rats that no longer exist because everybody died.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like, it's like fine.
Because, I mean, at this point, we're wrapping up the campaign. Like,
I don't think he knew that, though, at that time.
Oh, okay.
like, I think that was still a kept secret between, like, you, me, and Tony. I think you just overheard me and Tony talk.
Yeah.
We talked about it with you one day.
Okay.
Because David hasn't been around for a lot of the, like, just random conversations.
Mm-hmm.
He's been working a lot and stuff, so
Yeah, fair enough.
I don't blame him. Like, he didn't probably know what was going on and stuff, and he was trying to thing, and we were all kind of like, okay. But other than that, the session was basically, like, he gets asked to betray us. Like, we go willingly with a plan, then we do a giant fight. That was that session, because it had to be a short one that night.
Yeah.
Which is fine. And it sounds like the 14th, or is it the 15th of November now? The 14th, I believe. Yeah, Saturday. Saturday the 14th, I'm pretty sure we're going to be doing our, like, finale event sort of thing. And, yeah, I mean, if it... Like, I think I have an idea of what's going on. Tony hasn't told me specifically because I'm playing. But, like, it seems pretty obvious we're about to fight, like, the leaders of the rats.
Yeah.
And then it sounds like we're going to get, like, an info dump of lore for this world. That'll close it out, and then it'll, like, open up again to random people next year sort of thing. So that'll be cool.
Yeah.
And then we're going to have a lot of Wikipedia writing to do to fill in stuff.
Oh, God. I wrote so much backstory for Homer. Oh, my God.
Yeah. I have a full backstory in my head, but I don't want it all revealed yet. So, like, I just put, like, redacted in some spots.
Yeah. So for me, it's like that story could just be a story Homer told if I feel like changing it.
Right, because he's a bard.
Exactly.
So, like, he might be exaggerating or making stuff up completely. Yeah. It's fun, though. I've been enjoying it a lot. Yeah. I've been enjoying the one-shots as well. Mm-hmm. We finished up the Troubadours. That was interesting. And I think Rope Vendor is, like, my favorite NPC of any game ever, including video games.
Rope Vendor is so good. I still need to watch the end of that because I was just, like, super tired at that time. And I missed the end.
Yeah.
Just had to pass out.
Rope Vendor is so good. I need him on a shirt just saying something like, you want to get naughty or something.
Oh, the puns.
I need it. So maybe I'll see if somebody can, if I can get a commission of, like, somebody drawing the Rope Vendor holding, like, a rope up and saying something, like, gross. And that's just the whole thing. That's the shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rope Vendor is great. Are you excited for Deep Freeze Follies?
Oh, I'm stoked.
It's going to be so dumb. Oh, my God. The Walrus King.
I still don't know what my character's going to be for it.
Did you hear what the premise was? You were probably sleeping at the end of...
No, I think I woke up for that part.
Okay.
And also, Tony told me before.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Gonna be stopping a walrus wedding.
Yes.
Love it. Gonna be so good. Oh, my God. Good. And Spart. Oh, my God.
Yes.
It has the potential to be so dumb. So dumb.
It's going to be dumb.
Yeah. I think that might... I don't think it was nailed down yet. I'm pretty sure that's going to be the weekend of the 21st or the 22nd. One of those 2 days of November.
Yeah. I think what we were talking about was around then. Yeah. Yeah.
So that'll be coming up pretty soon. That'll be exciting. I've been learning how to do some GM stuff lately, actually. I think we're still on. If, like, people want to, we could probably run Call of Cthulhu Friday or Saturday.
Cool.
I think we could do that. That game is pretty easy. It's kind of fun, actually. It's become, like, an obsession of mine to, like, learn these new game mechanics for different games. Because once you just kind of, like, learned one, like how we did with 4E, it becomes, like, kind of a second nature to just know how to read, how they're written for game mechanics. It just makes sense. Yeah. Whereas, like, that's a skill set that you didn't have before, like, knowing just how to read, how this shit's written down. So, like, 5E, I have a firm grasp on, and we could probably run something in 5E D&D sometime, easily. Call of Cthulhu, I think I have a grasp on. It makes it a little bit easier that I don't have to come up with a campaign for it. We're just going to do a pre-written one.
Yeah.
So that's like way easier. And that might be interesting to do. A little horror theme for Halloween and all that. But that's been taking up a lot of my time. A lot of reading different systems, a lot of like just reading random people's like on Reddits and stuff, different subreddits, people's like campaign ideas and character ideas, and just intaking all of this like stuff to use at some point maybe.
Yeah.
It's become a weird obsession that I never thought I would have, and in a way it's kind of ruined how I look at games, because it's just like, why would I play this linear experience that's poorly written that some guy thinks is important when I can make the experience myself? You know?
Yeah, like a lot of my problems with like choice in games are like, there are simple things you could steal from D&D that would just make this more interesting. Fuck.
Yeah, and then like just to see that some things, even things with like D&D property names on it, don't do to justice is gross.
No.
Like Swordcoat's Legends is unfortunately kind of terrible because it doesn't know what it wants to be. It's not like an exact D&D clone, and it's not like a good video game representation of a D&D game. It's just somewhere in the middle.
Yeah. I don't get why, if you're going to make a game with a DM mode, I don't get why you wouldn't make a game that like played with the rules of like turn-based stuff. Like, why did you need to make it this action thing that doesn't seem to be that good?
Also, if you have a DM mode, why can't the DM just make a dungeon with tile sets instead of like having to choose certain rooms?
Yeah.
That's so badly designed. It's so poor. It's so even like Tony Hawk has a half pipe creator.
Yeah. On the PlayStation.
Yeah.
PS1 games are outdoing you guys.
Yeah, it's pathetic.
Excitebike is outdoing you.
The thing is, like, D&D games have been good before, as in like 20 years ago when Baldur's Gate was around.
Uh-huh.
Because that is a straight up D&D game with like dice rolls and everything.
Yeah.
So how can they not do that now? I don't understand it. Whatever. I'm just gonna make myself mad talking about it. But how have you been liking Apocalypse World? The times we've done that.
I've had fun. I do kind of prefer the structured combat and structure of D&D, just personally.
I kind of do too. It makes me worry about ever wanting to try like Dungeon World or things like using the Powered by the Apocalypse engine, because I like the idea of a GM enforcing like a set of mechanics that you can work within to kind of structure what you're doing, and not so much just like this. Like the way Apocalypse World and those games run is kind of a hippie movement of gaming that I'm not a big fan of personally, where it's just like, okay, I want to attack this guy. All right, well, what do? I kill him. Okay, well, he's dead. Now what?
I'm more into set mechanics than I am like pure freeform storytelling.
There's a place for it.
Yeah.
With Apocalypse World, I don't know how much of it we're doing is right. I think there's supposed to be a little more structure than we're doing, because there's like dice roll rules. It's just it doesn't seem like we do them a lot. So I'm not sure. Honestly.
Yeah, I don't know.
Either way, it's been fun.
Yeah, it's fun.
It's kind of like, I don't know, it's a different feel. It's like when you play D&D, it's like you're playing a board game, like say Monopoly or something, with a bunch of friends, and like just like doing weird shit, like pretending you're like the dude in the car or like the thimble, and like making weird voices or something. Mm-hmm. Whereas like Apocalypse World is almost just like chatting with a few friends.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. They're both good for different reasons, but when it comes to the end of the day, I prefer D&D type stuff. but
Yeah.
I also know that like D&D type stuff is a bitch to get ready for a group. It takes a long time and a lot of planning.
Yep.
So it shows though. It's a funner experience.
Mm-hmm. It's also like now I know. Now I know that I prefer that structure. Like
Yes.
I suspected, but
Yeah.
no, sure.
It's not even to say that one or another is necessarily bad. It's just I prefer the one.
Yeah. Exactly.
Cool. I think that's kind of it.
Oh my god. We talked about all the things.
We talked about all the things. Let's talk about like some housekeeping site stuff because you've been
Sure.
writing a lot.
Yes. That was one of my ways to talk about all these movies I saw, was just to write up little things on them.
Yeah.
And then some game reviews, because I liked those games enough. Specifically Persona 4 and Tales from the Borderlands.
Yeah. So you have the game reviews up. I'm actually looking just at the front page and they're still up there. You've been doing like a movie thing a day until Halloween.
Yes.
So far?
It's a horror week kind of thing.
Horror week, yeah.
So, like in my head, it started. It was like the unofficial kickoff was Bone Tomahawk on Sunday.
Yeah.
Which was just because I'd just seen that, and then I did it. I couldn't just. I wanted to do it to kick it off on Monday with a classic horror movie. I couldn't just, and I was bouncing around a couple ideas, but I ended up writing about Night of the Living Dead and Dawn of the Dead, and started comparing them.
And how they kind of work in unison in different ways, sort of thing.
Yeah.
With the same subject matter.
Yeah, how Dawn sort of approaches like the same ideas kind of in a different way.
Yeah. I mean, if anybody wanted more information, we don't even have to talk about it. It's literally up there. You could read it. So.
Yep. And then today I posted a piece on
Monster
no,
a Go-Go.
no. Yesterday I posted a piece on Escape from Tomorrow.
Yep.
Which is the horror movie from 2013, I think.
Mm-hmm.
It was filmed in secret at Disney World and Disneyland.
That's pretty neat.
And is like, the story is basically a guy is on vacation there at Disney World with his family, and then gets a call from his job that he's been fired. And then he starts to go in. It's like an anxiety thing, sort of, where he starts to go insane, but and also then the world is like crazy in like a Terry Gilliam movie kind of way. So it's like a movie built around a weird gimmick of production where they had to film it in black and white on these like specific cameras that could pass as like normal cameras you would use in the park. So they had like no depth of field. So all their shots had to be super specific.
Mm-hmm.
And it ended up looking really good, and they'd ended up being really funny and compelling despite those restrictions, which like was actually surprising when I saw it, because I really didn't know what to expect, considering when I saw it all I knew about was the gimmick.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a funny movie.
Okay.
It's also like got lots of weird like sexual stuff. Like he's like his young son has like a total Oedipal complex. And then there are all these like weird like alliance shifting between like the kids and the parents, just like weird stuff that's like, it's like ridiculous, but it also sort of is too real.
Yeah.
And he spends a lot of the movie like leering over these two like French girls he sees running around or in short shorts.
As they're one to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And then there's also like weird supernatural stuff and just weird. It gets weird. It gets really weird.
I mean, of course it does.
Yeah. And then today I wrote about Monster a Go-Go, which is a fucking terrible, awful garbage piece of movie that I kind of love for some reason. I don't really have a good explanation for that. I describe it as the boring movie. It's like so boring. It's like transcendently boring. And then it has the greatest non-ending in movie history, which is totally worth looking up a YouTube video.
Did you and I talk about this?
Probably. I've probably mentioned it
with Nathan on that one podcast.
That seems like a thing that would have happened.
Yeah, okay. Because, yeah, I remember some discussion about this.
Yeah. And suddenly, there was no monster.
Yeah.
No thing called Douglas. The cosmic switch. Yeah.
I love how you end that one with "thank you for wasting your time," as opposed to like every other one.
Yeah.
Pretty great.
Yeah.
Do you have plans already for like
Yes.
technically today's?
Yep.
Okay. Is it
I
done,
have.
or do you just have to do it up later?
I just have to do it up later.
Yeah. Okay.
I have today's and tomorrow's
Oh,
plan,
really? All ready to
and then
go?
I don't know what I'm gonna do on Saturday yet.
I mean, yeah, you have to do something big for the day of, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what, but I
Me
mean,
either.
well, we'll figure it out.
Yep.
You added to your anime tier list.
I put Food Wars on there.
Mm-hmm.
It ranks at. It's one of those where I'm like, I love this thing higher than it ranks because it's really just a shonen tournament thing that happens to be amazingly delightful.
Mm-hmm.
So it ends up ranking with a bunch of higher end shonen tournament stuff.
Okay. Also, Oni Metsu submitted something to the site,
Yes.
and he told me that the submit your article thing was busted, so I fixed it. And that works now, but he had some troubles submitting through the other thing, but he did, and that is on the site now. It's Ted by Dawn. I guess it's a $2 Steam game. That's kind of like a Super Meat Boy, he calls it NES hard, like platforming type thing with zombies and all that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds interesting. I kind of want to try it out, honestly, but it sounds like it's just not that good.
Yeah.
From what I read.
I really want to play. Have you heard of Downwell? That's the game I really want to play.
Yeah.
It's like $3 on Steam.
Yeah, I've been meaning to pick that up. It looks a little bit too intense for me.
Mm.
Like a lot of jumping around and stuff. Maybe after I have a good rest and like I'm not working, I can like just spend a day trying to get good at it, and then it'll be okay. Kind of like I felt Spelunky and Super Meat Boy were like two ahead of me when I first played those or saw those, and then like playing them I got into a groove, so it's probably the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm interested in that game for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Is there anything else to chat about?
Not that I can think of.
Yeah, I don't think so either. It's been a long catch up night. It's been a while.
Yeah, that's what happens when you go over a month without doing one of these.
This is so. How nervous were you, like looking at your list of stuff, just being like, "We really need to do one soon,"
Yup.
because you knew this would happen, basically.
I'm running out of space on this piece of paper.
Oh yeah, and like now you can throw it out and start a new piece because
Yep.
you wrote everything down that you needed to, and we did it.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Any plans for Halloween? That's coming up.
Nope.
Yeah, me neither. Maybe Call of Cthulhu, but not certain. So
Yeah.
that could be interesting. I'm off next week, so we should play games and stuff because I know you don't have like a life apparently. You always seem to be home.
Well, I'm out in the middle of the day for here,
Oh, yeah, I guess.
and then I have weird sleep schedules. So sometimes I'm
Yeah.
asleep, and sometimes I'm awake at all hours of the day.
Yeah. We should like play some stuff for sure. Maybe some Heroes of the Storm.
Yeah,
I hear that
They're-
game is still there.
there are a bunch of characters I haven't played now. You can check those out.
Yeah.
I played Rexar. That's the only one of the new ones I checked out a little bit because that's one I'd been waiting for.
Is he
He's not that good.
what the hell is his name? What the hell is the Dota dude?
Beastmaster.
Oh, he's Beastmaster?
Yeah.
I thought he'd be more
Oh
like
no. He's
Lone Druid.
yeah. He's kind of like Lone Druid actually.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it, because he has the bear thing. Yeah.
I mean, that's what I was thinking they were going for, but
But he also has like summon other animal stuff.
does he have a shout
Oh no.
that stuns?
no.
Does he have the axes that go in like in an arc around him? that he throws?
I don't think he has that either, actually. I don't remember. His like better thing to do is just make the bear super strong.
Does he have
Yeah, his ultimates are both about making the bear better, actually.
does he have a pig that can spit acid or whatever the fuck Beastmaster's
Like a-
fucking boar did?
You know, right now I don't remember any of his abilities except I remembered his ultimate.
Does he have a bird that he can scout with?
I think he has a bird he can scout with, is the thing.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, he has a scout bird. That's what made me think of Beastmaster.
Yeah. That's fair. That is very Beastmaster-ish.
And that Beastmaster is based on Rexar from Warcraft 3. Like, that's...
Well,
so.
and that. Yeah. All right. I think we're done here.
Yeah!
All right. We'll see everybody later. Thank you for listening to, like, 5 hours of this.
Thank you.
We'll see.
Bye.
See you next time.